Ruoxi and Ray enter the banquet, and she reminds herself of the deal they made to fool Hughes in exchange for a way home. She stays focused on the plan, knowing her cooperation is the only path back to her own world. Ray maintains a serious, composed expression as they prepare to face the noble crowd. He leans in close to whisper a warning, telling Ruoxi to be careful not to reveal their true intentions. Ruoxi nods, holding onto Ray's arm as she prepares for the high-stakes performance. Ray adopts a charming persona, calling her his princess to sell the facade to the onlookers. Despite her nerves, Ruoxi agrees to step forward and face the scrutiny of the guests. The pair descends into the massive ballroom, immediately becoming the center of attention for everyone on the floor. Guests observe the couple, noting how perfectly they seem to complement one another. An official announcement rings out, proclaiming the arrival of Prince Ray and the princess. The intense pressure of the spotlight causes Ruoxi to tremble as they walk down the stairs. Ray notices her visible anxiety and thinks to himself that her acting skills are currently too stiff. He places a firm hand on her waist to steady her and reinforce their public image. Pulling her closer, he instructs her to look him in the eyes to make their interaction seem more authentic. The crowd is impressed by Ray's handsome appearance and the couple's apparent closeness. Onlookers gossip among themselves, wondering if the pair is about to share a public display of affection. Ray whispers that if she keeps trembling, their entire ruse will be exposed to their enemies. He suggests she imagine he is Kaio if that will help her act more naturally during the event. Ruoxi takes the advice and tries to visualize Kaio's face instead of Reese to calm her heart. In her mind, a vision of Kaio appears, kindly inviting her to enjoy the banquet to the fullest. Background musicians continue to play as the atmosphere of the ballroom turns more formal. The imagined version of Kaio asks her for the honor of a dance. The two begin to move gracefully across the floor, surrounded by other dancing guests. Ruoxi accepts the invitation with a soft smile, fully immersed in her mental image of the man she cares for. They join hands and follow the rhythm of the music with practiced ease. Ray maintains a steady hold to ensure the dance looks convincing to any watchful eyes. Internal thoughts reflect a deep, lingering desire for this peaceful moment to be real. Their feet move in perfect sync across the carpet as they continue their performance. The scene feels dreamlike as they twirl together under the glowing lights of the hall. Ruoxi looks up with a serene expression, appearing completely at ease in the prince's company. The ornate, golden ceiling of the ballroom emphasizes the grand scale of the royal event. Other guests watch with a mix of admiration and jealousy, commenting on how elegant the couple appears. The performance is so effective that the crowd is convinced they are witnessing a genuine romance. Guests find the display of affection to be incredibly touching and romantic. Ruoxi finds herself wishing that time would simply stop in this moment. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered by the sudden announcement of Lord Hugh's arrival. Ruoxi is instantly on high alert, her focus shifting to the primary threat in the room. Ray's expression turns cold and sharp as he prepares to deal with the villainous orchestrator. They continue to hold hands, though the tension between them has reached a breaking point. Ruoxi's hands begin to shake again as the stakes of their mission become clear. Ray warns her that they cannot give up now because Hughes is watching their every move. Ruoxi hesitates, feeling the suffocating pressure of the antagonist's gaze. Ray realizes they must take a more drastic action to keep their cover from being blown. Ray leans in and places a platonic gesture on Ruoxi's forehead to further the illusion of their bond. He whispers that he is in her debt and will grant any request she has in exchange for this help. Hughes watches with a smirk, satisfied by the seemingly scandalous behavior of the prince. Ray tells Ruoxi to revert to a normal expression quickly before they draw the wrong kind of suspicion. He keeps her close, maintaining the performance as they navigate the social landscape of the room. A group of noblewomen soon surrounds them, vying for the prince's attention and greeting him warmly. Ray tells Ruoxi to wait for him, while he attends to the ladies and handles his social obligations. Ruoxi stands alone at the banquet, firmly believing that Kaio is alive and taking care of Kyuhyu. A mysterious silver-haired woman approaches and addresses her directly. The woman wears a smug expression as she asks Ruoxi if she remembers who she is. Ruoxi is visibly shaken as she recalls this woman appearing in a hooded cloak previously. The stranger tells Ruoxi to stay calm, claiming she only wants to catch up. She offers a backhanded compliment, calling Ruoxi a natural-born queen while holding a glass of wine. The woman narrows her eyes, suggesting Ruoxi is expertly navigating a complicated social situation. Ruoxi snaps back, telling the stranger to stop talking nonsense. The woman dismisses the outburst and gestures toward a tray of drinks. She suggests they have a drink to mark the end of Kaio's era, but Ruoxi immediately refuses. The stranger leans in close, questioning why Ruoxi is maintaining such a stiff facade. She reaches out to stop Ruoxi from leaving, continuing her verbal provocations. The woman mocks Ruoxi further, calling her a useless person who doesn't understand her current predicament. Ruoxi is left stunned and speechless by the woman's aggressive insults. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and firmly grabs the woman's wrist to intervene. Ray appears and takes the glass, asking who would dare try to get his princess intoxicated. The silver-haired woman quickly changes her tune, claiming she just lost her manners after having too much to drink. Ray clinks his glass against hers, addressing the stranger as Lord Brand. Ray takes a drink, stating he prefers his partner to stay sharp and alert. The woman drinks as Ray makes a toast to the beautiful scenery. She notes that Ray is incredibly direct with his intentions. Ray maintains a cool exterior, mentioning he can't just stand by when a beautiful woman is involved. Ray leads Ruoxi away from the confrontation as the stranger watches them leave. The silver-haired woman stares after them, questioning if Ray's feelings for Ruoxi are actually genuine. The scene shifts to a peaceful sunrise over the water, signaling the arrival of a new day. A full breakfast spread is prepared on a table, waiting for the couple. Ruoxi steps out in simple white shoes, ready for the morning. She walks through a grand hallway wearing an elegant white dress with layered petals. Ray greets her with a compliment, telling her she looks beautiful in her new attire. Ruoxi remains unimpressed and tells him to stop with the empty flattery. Ray pulls out a chair and invites her to sit, asking if she's feeling shy. As she sits, Ruoxi thinks about how the meal reminds her of the breakfast Kaio used to make. She looks away with a somber expression, wondering when she will finally be able to return home. They sit at a large table while Ray suggests they eat to recover their energy after a long night. The nearby maids overhear the comment and begin to whisper among themselves. One maid's eyes light up as she gossips about the couple having a great time together. She giggles at the implications of the couple's exhaustion. A girl with pink pigtails watches the scene from a balcony, noting how affectionate the two seem to be. Ruoxi focuses on her food, refusing Ray's playful request to be fed. Ray gives up and decides to handle his own meal instead. Ruoxi sips her tea and tells Ray to stop overacting because his performance is becoming boring. The pink-haired girl, Miss Monet, storms down the stairs as a maid tries to catch up. Monet ignores the maid's warnings that the royals are currently eating breakfast. Monet's eyes flash with anger as she demands to be let through. A hand is quickly shaken off as a tense confrontation begins. Monet storms into the breakfast area, glaring at Ruoxi with obvious hostility. Ruoxi remains seated, confused by the sudden appearance of the angry stranger. Monet aggressively pushes forward, causing a dark liquid to splash all over Ruoxi's white dress. Ray suddenly intervenes, demanding an explanation for Monet's disruptive behavior. Monet ignores him, hurling insults at Ruoxi for allegedly moving on too quickly. Ray stays firm, telling Monet to direct her grievances toward him instead of causing a scene. Ruoxi looks away in discomfort as Monet claims she is simply teaching her a lesson. Monet's eyes narrow as she continues her verbal assault against Ruoxi. Ray stands his ground, his boots planted firmly as he prepares to stop the escalation. Monet raises her hand to strike, calling Ruoxi a commoner who lacks any standing. Ray moves with lightning speed, blocking the strike before it can connect. Ray holds Monet's wrist firmly, demanding that she cease her physical aggression immediately. Ruoxi watches the tense standoff from her chair, looking worried about the escalating situation. Ray lets go of Monet's arm with a sharp, dismissive movement. Monet mocks Ray's protective stance, questioning his sudden loyalty to his fake wife. Ray leans in close to deliver a final, chilling warning to the intruder. Ray's expression is cold and unyielding as he finishes his threat. Ray guides Ruoxi toward the bedroom to clean up her dress and apply medicinal keepsakes. Monet is left behind, staring after them with a look of intense suspicion and shock. Monet turns her rage toward the servants, ordering them to stay silent about the morning's events. Once they are alone, Ruoxi examines the marks on her wrist, while insisting she is fine. Ray explains that Monet belongs to a powerful family and has long-standing ties to Kaio. Ray pulls out a jar of medicinal cream to help soothe Ruoxi's skin. Ruoxi shifts the focus back to her goal, asking when she can finally return home. Ray looks disappointed, asking why she is in such a hurry to leave him behind. Ruoxi looks at him with a mix of confusion and pity, unsure of his true feelings. Ray quickly masks his emotions, claiming he just enjoyed their successful collaboration. Ray smiles again, admitting that Ruoxi's personality is surprisingly interesting. Ruoxi remains professional, stating that she always takes her assignments seriously. Ray's gaze turns somber as he realizes she truly views their time together as a mere job. The duo travels to a massive waterfall that plunges into the mist far below. Ruoxi trembles at the cliff's edge, admitting she has a severe fear of heights. Ray encourages her to enjoy the scenery as a parting gift before her departure. Ruoxi is in no mood for sightseeing and reiterates her desire to go back home. Without a word, Ray grabs her hand and starts walking toward the empty air. Ray leaps off the towering cliff, pulling a terrified Ruoxi down with him. Ruoxi screams and shuts her eyes tight as they plummet through the sky. Ray laughs loudly, completely unfazed by the dangerous freefall. Ruoxi panics, accusing Ray of betraying her now that her role in the plan is over. She suddenly realizes they haven't hit the water and opens her eyes in shock. The pair lands gently on a shimmering rainbow path that has manifested in midair. Ruoxi sits on the magical surface, staring around in total disbelief at the solid light beneath her. Ray looks down at her with a smirk, proud of his sudden magical display. Ruoxi reaches out to touch the soft, fluffy texture of the magical bridge. They stand together on the vibrant rainbow bridge, suspended high above the waterfall's mist. Ray reaches out his hand to help Ruoxi stand up on the ethereal platform. Ray tells her this unique experience is a special reward for her loyalty and hard work. Ruoxi forcefully pulls her hand away, reminding Ray that she's far from being a helpless child. Ray smiles softly, explaining he only wanted her to experience the country's beauty before she leaves. He stares out at the horizon, knowing that once she departs, there's no coming back. Ruoxi offers a sincere thank you as they share a quiet moment under the setting sun. The scene shifts to Ruoxi's house, standing quiet under a moonlit sky. Inside, a hand grips the railing as someone calls out for Sissel. Lord Bran stands on the stairs, demanding to know what secrets are being kept from him. Sissel looks away, worried that his companion saw too much through the magical butterfly's eyes. Lord Bran loses his patience and grabs Sissel, ordering him to start talking. Sissel winces in pain as the blonde man refuses to let him go until he gets answers. A pink-haired woman rubs her head, clearly stressed by the ongoing drama. She looks toward the room where the intense confrontation is unfolding. She wonders if the tension she's sensing is all in her head. Shaking off the thought, she closes her eyes for a moment. She peeks through the door to see exactly what's happening. The woman is shocked to see the two men in a heated physical struggle during their argument. She freezes in place, feeling like she's interrupted an incredibly private moment. Sissel lies back, insisting he needs to know the topic of discussion before he can explain anything. Lord Bran leans in close, frustrated that his ally is hiding multiple things from him. Sissel finally cracks and admits he snuck out of bed in the middle of the night. A quick flashback shows he was just hungry and went for a midnight snack in the kitchen. Lord Bran stands up, declaring they are heading back to the capital immediately. Sissel and the woman exchange a sharp, lightning-tense look. Sissel warns that returning now would lead them right into a dangerous trap. The woman steps in, urging the blonde man to reconsider his reckless plan. She explains that returning requires the use of a dangerous and forbidden magic of sacrifice. Lord Bran doesn't care about the cost, as he can't stand the thought of Ray taking Ruoxi away. The group is stunned to learn that the pair has traveled to the treacherous Frozen Bone Peak. The full moon hangs high in the dark, cloud-filled sky. The true landscape of Frozen Bone Peak is revealed to be a grim wasteland of ruins and bones. Ray used powerful illusions to hide the dark reality behind a bright rainbow and a peaceful waterfall. Back in the room, Ruoxi and Ray stand together by the window looking out. Ray informs Ruoxi that he will finally be sending her home at dawn. Ruoxi looks down, thanking him for the kindness he showed during her stay. Ray smiles, teasing her about her initial fear that he was out to get her. Later, Ray sits alone on his throne, reflecting on his choices under the moonlight. He looks at the sleeping girl, acknowledging the problems his feelings have caused him. Ruoxi rests peacefully, unaware of the heavy burden Ray is choosing to carry for her sake. Ray leans over the sleeping girl, whispering a final wish for her happiness. The sun begins to rise over the ocean, marking the arrival of dawn. The two stand at the edge of the massive cliff, prepared for the final step. Ray explains that she just needs to jump off, exactly like they did the night before. Ruoxi looks down at the edge, hesitating to take the plunge on her own. Ray teases her, asking if she's staying because she can't bear to leave him. She quickly denies it, admitting she's simply terrified of the heights. Ray tells her to hurry before time runs out, leaving her questioning if she should trust him. Monet watches from the grass, having suspected that Ray was up to something suspicious. A hand suddenly reaches out and grabs Ruoxi, pulling her back with urgency. Monet appears and tells Ruoxi to come with her, claiming the area is far too dangerous. Ruoxi is completely startled by the rival's sudden and aggressive intervention. Ray demands to know what Monet is doing. Monet grabs Ruoxi's hand and tells Ray he can't go through with his plan. Monet looks devastated, claiming there's nothing left of the Kaio she knew. She explains to Ruoxi that Kaio would have done anything to protect the woman he loved. Tears well up in Monet's eyes as she prepares for a difficult choice. Monet urges Ruoxi to leave with her, warning that this location is used for executions. Ray steps in and physically separates Ruoxi from Monet. Ray stares Monet down and tells her to stay out of his business. Monet attempts to stop him, but Ray remains focused on the girl. Ray dismisses Monet completely and wishes Ruoxi a safe journey. Without hesitation, Ray pushes Ruoxi off the edge of the cliff. Ruoxi screams in terror as she plummets toward the ground below. Monet watches in absolute horror at what Ray has done. A pair of boots steps onto the cliffside as a voice calls the group knave. Lord Hughes arrives with an armored guard, mocking Ray for trying to hide a portal. The scarred Lord Hughes smiles, confident that his trap has worked. Ray smirks right back, unimpressed by the villain's grand entrance. Ray leaps off the cliff himself to follow Ruoxi. Lord Hughes reveals he has placed a ward to prevent any magic from being used. Ray glares upward, realizing the situation has become critical. Ray tries to activate his powers, but finds his magic completely blocked. Ruoxi continues to fall through the air, bracing for the impact. A massive surge of energy suddenly erupts from beneath the falling girl. Ruoxi is pulled into a glowing blue portal that opens mid-air. Both Ruoxi and Ray are stunned by the unexpected magical rescue. A pillar of light shoots up from the water as the portal activates. Kaio appears in the light, looking determined to save his friend. Kaio dives through the portal and reaches out to catch the falling girl. Ruoxi stretches her hand toward Kaio as she cries out his name. Kaio catches Ruoxi securely, promising that everything will be okay. Ruoxi clings to Kaio in relief, having thought she'd never see him again. Lord Hughes watches from the cliff, refusing to let them escape so easily. The antagonist channels a massive amount of fire magic into his palm. A devastating blast of energy is launched down the mountainside. Ray looks up in shock as the fire rains down toward them. Allies suddenly appear in the light to shield Ray from the attack. They struggle to maintain the portal while calling Ray a troublesome brat. Multiple hands reach out to pull Ray into the safety of the teleportation field. Kaio gives the order to leave as the light intensifies. A massive magical explosion marks their departure from the area. Lord Hughes stares down at the empty ocean where his targets vanish. Lord Hughes realizes Kaio sacrificed his own power to save Ruoxi using forbidden magic. The sky clears as a flock of birds flies through the peaceful clouds. The scene shifts to a sunny beach where people are enjoying their vacation. Flowers sway in the warm breeze of the human world. A flash of golden light appears on the shoreline near the rocks. Kaio steps out of the portal, safely carrying Ruoxi in his arms. Kaio smiles and tells Ruoxi that they have finally made it back home. Ruoxi slowly regains consciousness as she lets out a soft groan. Her eyes flutter open, revealing her confusion after the intense teleportation. She finds herself safely held in Kaio's arms, looking startled by their new surroundings. The pair has arrived on a sunny beach lined with palm trees, leaving Ruoxi to wonder if they've finally made it back. Nearby beachgoers gossip about the couple's strange outfits and public display of affection. Kaio reassures her that the rest of their group landed in a different location and should be perfectly fine. Feeling the eyes of the crowd, a blushing Ruoxi asks Kaio to put her down immediately. Kaio gives a playful smile, clearly amused by how shy she has become. He leans in close to whisper a question about whether they truly are back in the human realm. Ruoxi looks up at him with a deep blush, remembering his words from their very first meeting. Kaio promises to repeat his past actions as he moves even closer to her. He gently lowers her to the ground, finally letting her stand on her own. Ruoxi reaches up on her tiptoes to meet him halfway. The two share a romantic kiss on the shore, marking their successful return to the human world. They pull away slowly, gazing into each other's eyes with newfound affection. Kaio drops to one knee on the sand, taking her hand in a formal gesture of loyalty. He pledges to always believe in her and do everything in his power to protect her. Ruoxi is deeply moved, realizing this is the first time he has officially confessed his true feelings. Kaio pulls her into a tight embrace, admitting he simply couldn't handle the thought of losing her again. Ruoxi hugs him back just as hard, sharing the exact same sentiment. The scene shifts to a peaceful suburban house where Ruoxi lives. She pushes the front door open and calls out for her pet dog, Kyusyu. Kaio follows her inside as she looks around the empty entryway, wondering where her pet could be. The living room is perfectly still and silent, with no sign of any movement. Ruoxi wanders through the house, searching every corner for her hidden companion. She checks behind the furniture, playfully telling the dog to stop being naughty and come out. Kaio looks on with a puzzled expression, not quite understanding the dog's behavior. Ruoxi notices the food bowl is still completely full, which strikes her as incredibly odd. Kaio adopts a serious look, trying to deduce what might have happened during her absence. Panic sets in as Ruoxi imagines her poor pug trapped in a wooden cage. She envisions the dog whimpering for help, looking absolutely miserable. Her imagination runs wild as she fears the worst possible fate for her pet at the hands of bad people. Kaio firmly grabs her hand to stop her from spiraling into a total panic. He tells her to stay calm and suggests they take the search out into the neighborhood. The two scout the city streets and gardens, calling out for the missing pug. Suddenly, a loud rustling sound comes from a nearby patch of flowers. Kaio spots the source of the noise and points it out to a worried Ruoxi. They both lean over to investigate what is hiding within the greenery. Strange growls and snorts emerge from the bushes, confirming something is inside. Kaio parts the leaves with his hands to reveal the secret hiding spot. They find Kyusyu relaxing in the grass, right next to a stylish white poodle. The poodle looks quite flustered while the pug seems caught off guard. Kyusyu jumps up in total shock after being discovered by his master. The pug tells his new friend that he has to leave for now since his owner has returned. The poodle huffs in annoyance, teasing him for being a total mama's boy. Kyusyu rushes toward Ruoxi with pure joy, barking excitedly that she is finally home. Ruoxi scoops him up and jokingly asks if the other dog is his girlfriend. The pug blushes and brags that Ruoxi might actually become a grandmother soon. The poodle runs off in an embarrassed huff, telling the pug to stop talking nonsense. Kaio watches the bold little dog and thinks he'd probably learn a thing or two from him. Ruoxi smiles brightly, feeling a sense of peace now that everyone is safe. As they walk away together, Ruoxi realizes that having a loyal dog and a handsome man by her side is true happiness. Kaio covers Ruoxi's eyes with his hands to keep a surprise hidden from her. He tells her not to worry and to follow his lead as they walk together. Once they reach their destination, he removes his hands and tells her she can finally look. Ruoxi is stunned to find a luxury baum prepared with a bathtub full of rose petals. A close-up reveals the tub is overflowing with warm water and scattered red petals. A golden candelabra with lit candles sits nearby, adding a soft glow to the room. Kaio looks at Ruoxi with a gentle expression as she realizes the effort he put into the surprise. He suggests that they should enjoy the relaxing atmosphere of the bath together. Kaio pulls Ruoxi into a close embrace, encouraging her not to be so shy. He reaches for the sash of her robe but finds himself struggling with the complicated knot. When Ruoxi suddenly objects, Kaio looks at her with a confused expression. She nervously claims that the floor is just a bit too slippery for them to move around. Kaio pulls her back into his arms, asking if she meant to stay close to him instead. Ruoxi blushes deeply while looking up at him during the quiet moment. From the hallway, the pug QT watches the couple through the open doorway. The dog makes a silly face, jokingly suggesting that any onlookers should cover their eyes. Suddenly, a drone flies into the room with a loud swish. The mechanical device hovers right outside the window, completely ruining the mood. Ruoxi pushes Kaio's hand away and tells him they need to stop immediately. A man in a suit suddenly bursts through the door, firing a warning shot into the air. The guard points his firearm toward the couple and demands that the hostage be released. Both Ruoxi and Kaio are completely caught off guard by the sudden and violent intrusion. Kaio steps in front of Ruoxi to protect her as the guard keeps his weapon aimed at them. A woman with long dark hair named Miss Mu rushes into the room, shouting for Ruoxi. The guard lowers his gun while Miss Mu realizes that her friend is perfectly safe. Confused by the scene, Miss Mu asks Kaio what he is doing there. Kaio looks annoyed and retorts that he should be the one asking why they broke in. Miss Mu turns to give a stern glare to the guard, who begins to sweat under the pressure. She scolds the man for reporting that thugs had made off with Ruoxi. The guard tries to explain that the drone footage was unclear, but Miss Mu orders him to leave the room. He agrees to wait outside the door while the women speak privately. The door slams shut as the guard makes a hasty exit. Miss Mu quickly walks toward her friend, her high heels clicking on the floor. She leaps toward Ruoxi with open arms, overjoyed to see that she has returned safely. Miss Mu gives Ruoxi a massive hug and explains how worried she has been this whole time. In the background, Kaio fumes with jealousy as his romantic evening is completely derailed. QQ the pug watches the unfolding drama from the floor near his food bowl. Ruoxi gently pushes Miss Mu back to create some personal space between them. She offers a sincere apology for taking so much unexpected time off from her work. Miss Mu tells her it's fine and explains she told everyone Ruoxi was just on annual leave. Miss Mu finally notices the elaborate rose bath that Kaio had prepared. She mentions that she's been guarding the house day and night and could use a way to loosen up. Miss Mu then asks Ruoxi if they can bathe together so she can provide a relaxing back rub. Ruoxi is left completely speechless by the sudden and awkward request. Kaio immediately intervenes, shouting his loud and firm objection to the idea. Kaio and Miss Mu lock eyes in a tense standoff as he demands a private conversation. Not taking no for an answer, Kaio physically hauls a protesting Miss Mu away from the bathroom. Ruoxi is left standing alone, letting out a weary sigh at the constant chaos surrounding her. Peeking from behind a curtain, Q the dog observes that his master has become far too popular for her own good. Kaio drags Miss Mu into the spacious living room to settle their dispute. He looks her dead in the eye and asks if she is intentionally trying to ruin his plans. Miss Mu plays coy, acting as though she has no idea what he is talking about. She argues that Ruoxi is a vital employee who needs protection from potential threats. Getting worked up, she insists that Ruoxi requires an immediate counseling session to recover from her time away. Finally dropping the act, Miss Mu admits she has no intention of sharing a good girl like Ruoxi with him. Kaio counters with a smirk, asking if she has a particular fondness for rose baths. He leans in close, preparing to flip the script on his persistent rival. He suggests that if she wants a joint session so badly, he should be the one to join her instead. Miss Mu is visibly flustered by the bold and unexpected counteroffer. Realizing she's been outplayed, she quickly makes her exit to come up with a new plan. Kaio finally enjoys a moment of peace now that the house is quiet again. He reaches for the door handle, eager to get back to his original evening plans. He opens the door with a smile, ready to reconnect with Ruoxi. However, he finds QQ the dog soaking in the tub with a face mask on, sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere. Kaio is absolutely devastated that his hand-picked rose petals were wasted on the pet. Outside, the night sky turns ominous as dark clouds begin to swallow the moon. Rain starts to pour down heavily across the grounds. A massive bolt of lightning strikes nearby, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Suddenly, a window in the house is smashed to pieces, sending glass flying everywhere. Kaio turns toward the noise, completely caught off guard by the intrusion. A pair of boots steps through the broken frame and onto the floor. Monet stands there in the rain, looking frantic as she calls out to Kaio. The girl rushes toward him, her voice filled with desperation. Ruoxi watches in shock as Monet clings to Kaio right in the middle of the room. From the bath, QQ notes that the house is now officially filled with romantic rivals. Monet looks up at Kaio, insisting there is no time for long explanations. She reminds him that he sacrificed his supernatural abilities just to keep Ruoxi safe. She warns that without his powers, the current situation has become incredibly lethal. Monet reveals a glowing golden keepsake she secretly took from her father to aid him. She holds out the charm, telling him he must take it for his own protection. She pleads with him to keep the item close until his strength returns. Kaio hesitates, recognizing the object as a priceless symbol of her family's honor. He tries to push it back, but Monet refuses to let him decline the gift. She grips his hand tightly, asking if he still fails to see how much she cares. To her, his safety is more important than any family treasure. Monet prepares to leave, telling him to take care of himself while he's vulnerable. Kaio and Ruoxi stand together, watching the unexpected visitor depart into the night. As she passes Ruoxi, Monet makes it clear that she will never give up on Kaio as long as he lives. Ruoxi admires Monet's bravery and compares it to her own tendency to evade her feelings for Kaio. Standing before a glowing portal, she realizes she can no longer keep running from her emotions. Kaio notices her troubled expression and asks what is on her mind. A sudden knock at the door interrupts their conversation, catching them both off guard. They wonder who could be visiting at such a late hour. Kaio decides decides to head to the entrance to see who it is. A red-haired woman stands at the door, mentioning a dog she spotted a few days ago. Kaio doesn't recognize her and asks for her identity. The woman reminds him that they previously met at a supermarket. She introduces herself as a new neighbor who just wanted to stop by and say hello. With a wink, she expresses her delight at meeting him again. Kyuhyun gets defensive, thinking the neighbor is trying to get too close to his master's partner. Ruoxi calls out from the other room, prompting the neighbor to apologize and quickly depart. The woman promises they will chat more later as Kaio watches her leave. Kaio returns to the room to find Ruoxi looking quite displeased. Ruoxi asks if he was enjoying the attention from their new neighbor. Even Kyuhyun can sense the heavy jealousy radiating from Ruoxi. Kaio teases her, asking if she is worried that he might be stolen away. He leans in close to make a bold declaration for the night ahead. Kaio playfully challenges her, promising to treat her with the utmost care. Ruoxi wonders if he really means what he is implying. She responds with a shy smile, questioning if he can handle the challenge. Kaio picks Ruoxi up and carries her toward the furniture. He looks at her with a soft expression, noticing her sudden hesitation. Kaio jokes about her chickening out as they settle onto the sofa together. Ruoxi admits she would rather move their conversation to the bedroom. She quickly heads toward the stairs to get settled. Kyuhyun follows behind, hoping the two won't be too noisy for the rest of the night. A sign on the door marks the entrance to their private space. Inside, discarded clothing indicates they have finally settled in for their private time. Kaio reassures Ruoxi that he will be as gentle as possible during their time together. Ruoxi reacts to his touch as they share an intimate moment. Kaio smiles, noting how difficult it is to control his reactions around her. The two share a tender and close gaze as they lean in together. Outside the door, Kyuhyun wonders why it has become so quiet and starts to worry. The pup decides he needs to check in and make sure Ruoxi is safe. Hearing the sounds of their conversation through the door, he realizes everything is going well. Realizing they are just having a private moment, Kyuhyun decides to head off to sleep. Elsewhere, another woman sits alone in a quiet room, focused on her own studies. She sneezes while reading an old book, perhaps sensing something from a distance. The sun begins to rise the next morning as the birds start to chirp. Sunlight streams into the bedroom, signaling the start of a brand new day. Kaio slowly opens his eyes as the morning light fills the room. Ruoxi remains sound asleep, looking completely peaceful in the morning light. Kaio looks at her fondly, noting how exhausted she seems after their long night. He steps out of bed, planning to make a big meal to help her recover her strength. Kaio stands by the window and puts on his shirt as the day begins. Ruoxi wakes up and watches his silhouette against the bright window. She peeks out from under the covers, feeling a bit shy after everything that happened. Kaio finishes dressing in a sharp black outfit, looking perfectly composed. He wonders what to do with the shy girl still hiding under the blankets. Turning around with a smirk, he asks if she was already awake. He leans in close once more, teasing her about her satisfaction with how they spent the previous night. Ruoxi wakes up to Kaio, suggesting they spend some more time together before the day starts. Despite Kaio's insistence on a morning routine, Ruoxi argues that she needs to head to work immediately. Kaio playfully rejoins her under the covers, much to the dog's annoyance as it watches from the floor. The dog grumbles about not being able to sleep with all the morning commotion. Ruoxi finally makes it to the office, greeting her coworkers with a wave. Her colleagues are surprised to see her back, having assumed she might have quit during her long absence. One of the girls reaches out to grab Ruoxi's attention. They immediately start teasing her, asking if her long vacation was actually a secret honeymoon. The gossip continues as they point out that the masked knight has been missing for just as long. Ruoxi tries to play it cool and deflect the awkward questions from her curious coworkers. Miss Mu interrupts the chatter, arriving with a large, wrapped gift box. She sets the decorative box down on the desk for everyone to see. Miss Mu claims that Ruoxi brought back souvenirs for the entire team. With a wink, Miss Mu reveals she actually prepared the gifts herself to help Ruoxi save face. The staff is delighted by the gesture, while Ruoxi feels a bit guilty about her forgetfulness. Miss Mu tells the group to stop the small talk and get focused on their daily tasks. The office settles down as everyone heads back to their respective stations. A coworker thanks Ruoxi again, acting much friendlier than usual. The girl quickly shifts the conversation to ask for the masked knight's personal contact information. Ruoxi realizes the sudden kindness is fake, remembering how these same people used to treat her poorly. Books and documents pile up next to Ruoxi's computer monitor as the workday begins. Looking at the massive workload, Ruoxi sighs at how much she has to catch up on. She begins flipping through the reference materials to find the information she needs. Doubts creep in as she wonders if she'll ever finish everything on her plate. Her focus wavers as thoughts of Kaio start to fill her head. Suddenly, Miss Mu's voice rings out across the office, calling Ruoxi into her private room. Ruoxi stands up and prepares to see what her boss needs. She walks into the office, noting Miss Mu's professional attire and sharp heels. Miss Mu leads her toward the window, away from the other employees. To ensure total privacy, Miss Mu reaches back and clicks the lock on the door. Ruoxi becomes nervous, asking why such a secretive atmosphere is necessary. Miss Mu turns around with a serious look, calling Ruoxi by name. She mentions that Ruoxi has been acting strangely and asks what really happened during her trip. Ruoxi hesitates, unsure of how much she should reveal. Leaning in, Ruoxi whispers about meeting another named Ray. Miss Mu dismisses the night talk, admitting she's actually interested in what happened with Kaio last night. Ruoxi's face turns bright red as she realizes her boss is onto her personal life. She tries to lie and says she went straight to sleep, but her body language gives her away. Miss Mu is frustrated that her intuition was right, While Ruoxi remains flustered, seeing Ruoxi is safe, Miss Mu puts a hand on the desk and decides to drop the interrogation. She hands Ruoxi a folder, assigning her to cover a press conference for a new exhibit. Ruoxi takes the assignment, feeling mortified that her feelings are so easily read by others. Back at her desk, she starts typing furiously to distract herself from the embarrassment. She tries to convince herself that staying busy with work will make her happy. Her phone lights up on the desk with a notification for a new message. Ruoxi's eyes widen as she sees who the message is from. Kaio has sent a picture of himself holding their pet, asking if she misses him. She stares at the phone, trying to maintain her professional composure despite the distraction. The two text back and forth, with Kaio insisting they have a meal together for their anniversary. Ruoxi is left wondering what anniversary he's talking about while a smile creeps onto her face. A wall clock shows that it is just past 1 in the afternoon as the workday continues. Ruoxi is diligently working at her computer when a voice suddenly calls out her name. Her colleagues approach her desk with a friendly invitation to go out and grab some lunch together. Ruoxi politely declines the offer, explaining that she is already planning to meet someone else. The mention of a mystery guest causes her coworkers to burst into a playful frenzy of curiosity. Finding it difficult to turn down their persistent enthusiasm, Ruoxi eventually relents and lets them tag along. While waiting in the elevator, the group begins debating what kind of food they should eat. Ruoxi remains undecided as the elevator reaches the ground floor. The trio walks through the expansive and high-ceilinged lobby of the office building. They step out into the bright plaza, still listing off various spicy dishes they might want to try. Suddenly, Kaio appears at the entrance, standing tall with a massive bouquet of red roses. He presents the flowers to Ruoxi in a very public and grand romantic gesture. Ruoxi accepts the bouquet, but feels a bit overwhelmed by the attention from her nearby colleagues. The coworkers look on with visible envy and admiration at the thoughtful display. Kaio charismatically greets the group and thanks them for looking out for Ruoxi at the office. The ladies are instantly charmed by his polite and handsome presence. He smoothly requests to have a private lunch with Ruoxi, promising to treat the others to a meal another time. The colleagues react with dramatic excitement, completely won over by the romantic atmosphere. Ruoxi tries to hide her blushing face behind the large arrangement of flowers as they prepare to leave. Kaio leans in close to express his deep affection and long-term commitment to her. In another part of the city, a designer handbag is dropped on the floor with a heavy thud. A woman stands in complete shock, her expression hidden in shadow as she processes some unexpected news. The scene shifts to the quiet period immediately following the end of the workday. Ruoxi walks home alone through the city streets as the sun begins to set in a vibrant orange sky. She checks her smartphone and sees a series of messages from her friend Minghui. Minghui teases her about her recent romantic life, questioning if things have finally become serious. Ruoxi stares at the messages with a flustered look, unsure of how to respond to the prying questions. Minghui is shown relaxing outdoors, continuing to send playful and skeptical messages to her. Ruoxi puffs out her cheeks in a cute display of annoyance at her friend's persistent banter. The messages continue, with Minghui pointing out how lucky she is to have such a high-quality partner. He jokingly reminds her that he'll always be there for her to rely on if things don't work out. Ruoxi smiles at the screen while she walks, telling him to stop talking nonsense and checking in on him. She types out a quick reply to ask how his life has been lately. As she crosses the street, Ruoxi reflects on how her ordinary life changed the moment she met Kaio. Reaching her apartment, she inserts her key into the lock to enter her home. She steps inside and kicks off her high heels, announcing that she has finally returned. Ruoxi calls out for Kaio and the pet QQ, but the living area remains silent. She looks around the sun-drenched room, surprised to find the apartment seemingly empty. She discovers a handwritten note stating that dinner is ready, and the author has gone to rest in the bedroom. Ruoxi chuckles at the note, thinking the phrasing sounds like something found in a romantic novel. She heads into the kitchen, noting how intense and proactive people can be when they have a goal. A soft smile appears on her face as she considers Kaio's surprisingly playful behavior. Kaio surprises her with a close greeting, welcoming her back home with a focused gaze. Ruoxi is startled and explains that she was delayed by a traffic jam on her way back. While she suggests they go eat the meal he prepared, Kaio maintains a very close and affectionate proximity. She tries to steer the conversation back to her hunger to diffuse the growing tension. Kaio remains near her, expressing his playfulness and charm as he engages with her. Ruoxi blushes deeply and asks him to give her some space so she can catch her breath. He reminds her of who took the initiative in their relationship the night before. Ruoxi feels a wave of embarrassment, worrying that he will tease her about her past actions forever. Kaio makes it clear that he intends to be the one leading their interactions from now on. Ruoxi tells Kaio not to do something while they are in the kitchen. The two stand in the kitchen together as Ruoxi points out their current location. Kaio questions why their location matters as he stays close to her. Ruoxi tries to resist as Kaio remains playfully close. Kaio decides it's time to eat and offers to feed Ruoxi. The pet pug, QQ, watches the commotion with a skeptical expression. QQ worries about the relationship and hopes Kaio treats his master well. A full moon shines brightly in the night sky surrounded by clouds clouds. Water splashes from a faucet into a tub. Bubbles float in front of a window during the day. Bubbles continue to drift under the moonlight. Two dragon-like silhouettes fly across the face of the moon. The sun rises over a dense cityscape of tall buildings. Ruoxi walks down the stairs early in the morning. Ruoxi thinks about letting Kaio sleep a bit longer while she prepares for a press conference. Kyuhyun greets his master with energetic barks. Ruoxi reaches down to pick up her loyal pet. She tells the dog to keep Kaio company while she heads off to work. Ruoxi sits by the door, reflecting on her happiness before leaving. The door shuts loudly with a bang as Ruoxi departs. A sign for Zhu is visible on the side of a building. Ruoxi smiles to herself, contemplating the meaning of her current happiness. Kaio rests peacefully in bed as the morning light hits his face. He slowly opens his eyes as he begins to wake up. Kaio wonders if Ruoxi has already left for her workday. The doorbell rings as Kyuhyun barks frantically at the entrance. Kaio is confused by the dog's sudden and intense reaction. A hand reaches out to turn the doorknob. Kaio opens the door and politely asks who is there. Two strangers dressed in traditional blue robes stand outside the door. A neighbor watches from a nearby window, finding the duo quite strange. The taller stranger explains they have come on behalf of His Majesty. The shorter stranger tells his companion to stop talking so much. The shorter man asks with a smile if they can come inside to talk. Kaio agrees and invites the two mysterious visitors into the home. Kaio stands face to face with the tall, green-haired visitor. The visitor stares intently at Kaio, focusing on his chest. Kaio feels a strange sensation and clutches his chest in surprise. He wonders what these two men could possibly want from him. One of the visitors reaches into his sleeve to retrieve a hidden item. He reveals a glowing, magical charm held in the palm of his hand. The two strangers begin a mystical ritual, causing a disturbance in the room. The shorter man shouts out about a special contract and a mediation process. The glowing charm floats in the air, radiating intense light and energy. Kaio is shocked as the magical charm activates and begins to fuse with him. The two visitors watch the transformation with serious expressions. Both strangers immediately drop to the floor in a deep, respectful bow. They declare that they have finally found their queen as they remain prostrate. Kaio is shocked by the sudden turn of events, believing the messengers must have made a massive mistake. He examines the dragon scale keepsake Ruoxi gave him, wondering if this specific item is the reason for the confusion. The green-haired messenger remains skeptical, questioning if Kaio is even female given his deep voice and masculine features. His companion immediately calls him an idiot for doubting the situation. He insists that since the contract with the dragon scale keepsake was fulfilled, Kaio is undeniably the queen. Kaio facepalms in frustration, questioning whether his appearance is really that misleading. When the messenger suggests a physical inspection to be certain, his boss shuts him down with a sharp reprimand for being disrespectful. The messenger prostrates himself on the floor, begging for forgiveness and urging the queen to return to the dragon forest. Kaio quickly realizes they are actually after Ruoxi and decides he must maintain the charade to keep her safe. He cooperatively tells the strangers he needs to go upstairs to change his clothes first. A clock on the wall ticks away the minutes as the messengers wait patiently downstairs. Eventually, the two men grow suspicious of the silence and exchange a concerned look. They begin to head up the stairs to investigate the delay. With a loud thud, they burst into the room to check on their captive. The messengers are startled to find the room seemingly empty upon their entry. They quickly spot Kaio standing by the open window, looking ready to make a move. Realizing these people have been searching for Ruoxi for years, Kaio decides he needs to escape immediately. He suddenly leaps out of the window, attempting to flee into the city. The messenger decides they have no other choice but to use force to bring him back. He summons a magical capture bag that flies through the air with a loud whoosh. The bag successfully snags Kaio mid-flight before he can get away. The messengers watch as the bag containing Kaio floats outside the building. The opening of the magical sack tightens securely, trapping Kaio inside despite his muffled protests. The bag continues to fly through the open sky, carrying the prisoner toward his destination. One of the messengers holds the captured queen as they prepare to leave the human world. The green-haired messenger begins to transform, revealing his true nature as he worries about the consequences of their rough handling. He fully transforms into a large blue dragon and plans to erase Kaio's memories of the event later. Back at the apartment, Kyuhyun watches from the window in total distress as Kaio is carried off into the distance. Later, Kaio is dressed in elaborate red ceremonial robes and escorted through a grand hall. He wears a thin veil over his face, realizing he's been taken as a substitute bride to protect Ruoxi's safety. A glowing dragon crest shines brightly on the wall of the temple's sanctuary. Inside, a golden skull sits atop a massive throne decorated with sharp gold spikes. A guard announces that the bride has arrived and instructs them to enter the inner temple. Heavy footsteps echo through the hall as a massive presence approaches the group. Kaio looks on through his veil, trying to stay composed despite the intimidating atmosphere. A thick, scaled tail thuds against the floor, crackling with magical energy. A powerful, muscular figure with dark scales stands before the new arrival. The Dragon King sits upon his skull throne, looking every bit the part of a monstrous ruler. He demands to know why the bride isn't wearing her crown and orders Kaio to come closer. Kaio is stunned to see the king is a literal monster and realizes he'll have to play along to survive. He finds himself smirking, thinking about how terrified Ruoxi would be if she were in his place. The massive dragon king reaches out a clawed hand toward the small human. He uses a single sharp claw to lift Kaio's chin and get a better look at his face. The king is baffled to realize that someone is actually laughing at him instead of trembling in fear. He finds it extremely strange that this human shows no signs of being scared. The messenger informs the king that the wedding ceremony has been fully prepared for the full moon. He is caught off guard when the king suggests postponing the event. The messengers explain that the ceremony is an ancient tradition that cannot be delayed. The dragon king snaps at them, visibly furious that they would dare to challenge his authority. Terrified by his rage, the messengers immediately bow and promise to do whatever he commands. One of them nervously asks what should be done with the queen in the meantime. The king's massive clawed hand grips the red fabric of Kaio's ceremonial robes. He commands the servants to leave the bride with him for now. Kaio stares up at the massive creature, wondering what is going to happen next. The dragon king stares down with a menacing grin, claiming he is feeling particularly lonely today. Outside the chamber, one of the messengers feels an uneasy sensation that something isn't quite right. His companion dismisses the concern, assuming the king simply wants to evaluate the newcomer before the official ceremony. Inside the lavish bedroom of the Dragon Palace, the atmosphere is heavy with tension. Kaio is roughly tossed onto the bed while still dressed in the elaborate red bridal robes. He looks away with a sharp, determined gaze, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Realizing the danger, he prepares to defend himself, grateful that he is the one facing this instead of Ruoxi. Kaio quickly tears off the restrictive bridal veil to regain his full vision. He carefully conceals a sharp tool beneath his hand, ready to strike if necessary. Forcing himself to stay calm, he offers a polite but artificial smile to maintain his cover. The Dragon King notes that the smile suits his new guest quite well. Kaio remains reticent and tense, refusing to engage in casual conversation. The king watches him closely, his expression unreadable. Eventually, the king insists on sharing the resting quarters and warns Kaio to stay on his side of the bed. Kaio looks at the king with silent contempt, labeling him a monster in his mind. As the dead of night falls over the palace, the moon shines brightly through the clouds. Kaio struggles against his exhaustion, letting out a heavy yawn. He tries his best to stay awake and alert, but his eyelids grow heavy. Suddenly, a mystical force strikes, forcing him into a deep slumber. Kaio collapses onto the bed as the spell takes hold. A hand reaches out to gently pull a blanket over him as he sleeps. By the time morning light hits the temple grounds, the surrounding forest is quiet and serene. Sunlight filters through the bamboo leaves as a new day begins. Kaio slowly starts to stir from his forced rest. He opens his eyes and is immediately met with a startling sight. A handsome man with long dark hair is leaning over him, watching him wake up. Startled, Kaio demands to know the identity of the stranger in the room. The man ignores the question and calmly asks if Kaio managed to sleep well. Kaio immediately reaches for his concealed tool, his patience wearing thin. He threatens the man, demanding an answer, or he will be forced to use his weapon. The man reacts with mild amusement at the sudden aggression. He asks if Kaio is always this bad-tempered first thing in the morning. Kaio snaps at him to stop the games and get to the point. He holds the sharp tool steady, repeating his demand for the man's name. The stranger reveals himself as Yin, the master of the forest. He casually mentions that they shared the bed the previous night, prompting Kaio to lower his guard in shock. Kaio suddenly realizes that this man is the human form of the Dragon King. Yin smiles, noting that Kaio is the first person to see his true self and survive the encounter. Kaio refuses to be distracted and demands to know the truth about the bridal sacrifices. He asks why he was brought here under such a pretense. Yin offers a grim smile in response to the inquiry. He explains that every previous bride came to him in a state of terror, begging for their lives. Kaio is horrified by the mention of multiple victims. Yin confirms the dark tradition, stating that the human world sacrifices a bride for him to consume every single year. Yin admits that he has grown tired of this repetitive and cruel cycle. Kaio is stunned by the revelation of what almost happened to Ruoxi. Realizing the king intended to harm Ruoxi, Kaio's grip on his tool tightens. Overcome with protective rage, he decides he must eliminate the monster once and for all. Kaio lunges forward, pinning the king down on the bed with his weapon raised. Yin remains completely unfazed by the assassination attempt. Kaio swings the tool with all his might, aiming to end the threat. A sudden burst of mystical energy flares up to block the strike. Kaio is shocked to see his weapon countered by a glowing charm in the king's hand. Yin's eyes lock onto Kaio's, unimpressed by the failed attack. Yin quickly pounces, flipping the positions to pin Kaio down instead. Looking at the disguised hero, Yin muses that this person is far too bold to be the little girl he remembers from the past. Yin taunts his captive with a breakfast joke while looking down with a smug expression. Pinned against the mattress, Kaio dares the king to follow through with his threats. Outside the chamber, a servant reaches for the door to check on on the king. The small attendant wonders if His Majesty has accidentally overslept this morning. Peeking inside, the servant is stunned to see the king looming over the new bride. The little guy is completely overwhelmed by the intense atmosphere he just witnessed. He notes that this is the first time the king has ever shown a bride this much personal attention. He quickly runs out to find his colleague, Ada, to share the gossip. Giggling, he tries to explain the scene to the confused green-haired servant. Ada reminds him that the elders are waiting and that they need to get the king ready for the day. The small servant can't help but laugh as he keeps the details to himself. He insists that the king is finally growing up and shouldn't be disturbed right now. Ada is left standing there, completely baffled by the sudden change in schedule. Meanwhile, the sun shines over the royal palace as the morning unfolds. Back in the room, Kaio struggles against the king's grip and asks if more strength is required. Yin just smiles, claiming that the hero's attempts to resist are only making him feel ticklish. Frustrated, Kaio demands to know exactly what the king plans to do with him. He starts to question if the Dragon King has even noticed his true identity yet. Suddenly, a charm hidden in his robes begins to glow with an intense, golden light. A tiny, round dragon spirit emerges from the light, celebrating the long-awaited reunion. Kaio is shocked to see the spirit, realizing it's related to the treasure he was seeking. The little spirit gives a mischievous look, hinting that it knows more than it's letting on. Yin sits back as the tiny creature formally greets him as His Majesty. The spirit claims it has been dedicated to protecting the bride for all these years. Without hesitation, the king reaches out and grabs the tiny spirit by its head. He holds the creature out, clearly unimpressed by its sudden appearance, and claims. Yin jokes that he might need to consume the spirit to recover from being touched by a human. The little dragon begins to tremble, terrified of becoming the king's next snack. It squeezes its eyes shut and begs for mercy, hoping to avoid a grim fate. Yin tells the spirit to open its eyes and take a very close look at the person on the bed. He shows the spirit a reflection of Kaio, questioning if this is truly the person they signed a contract with. The king decides the charm couldn't have made a mistake and tosses the spirit aside. The little dragon grumbles on the floor, knowing deep down that a mistake definitely happened. Yin turns his attention back to Kaio, stating that they have important matters to discuss. He grabs Kaio's collar and warns him not to take a single step out of the room. With a dark look, he threatens to consume both of them if they try to escape. The spirit asks why the king is so focused on eating them instead of cooperating. Yin looks down thoughtfully, mentioning how the life of a dragon is tied to their human signatory. He announces that he'll be back later and tells the two captives to stay put. Kaio sits on the bed in silence as the king finally exits the chamber. The tiny spirit starts to cry, realizing the massive trouble they are in. It pounces on Kaio, begging him to never admit that he's actually a man. It warns that if the king finds out the truth, their lives will be over instantly. Kaio facepalms, frustrated that even a dragon can't seem to tell the difference between the sexes. The spirit explains that the king has no experience with women, and that Kaio's looks are deceptive enough. The dragon spirit warns Kaio to be careful around the king as evening approaches. Kaio pinches the small creature, wondering what kind of strange ideas it's coming up with. The spirit looks tearful, insisting it understood the situation before everything went south. A quick flashback reveals that the original signatory of the contract was actually Ruoxi. The spirit continues its explanation while looking quite determined. It explains that it only woke up because Kaio was in immediate danger of losing his life. With a tear in its eye, the spirit worries about what they should do next. It breaks down in tears, lamenting how it was sealed for 16 years only to face the threat of being eaten now. Kaio reaches out to gently comfort the crying spirit. He reassures the little guardian that they will eventually figure out a way out of this mess. The spirit remains skeptical, questioning what a powerless person like him can actually accomplish. Kaio turns his back to the spirit and gazes out at the surrounding area. He asks the spirit if it is familiar with the terrain of this mysterious place. The spirit confirms it knows the area perfectly since this is where it originally came from. Hearing this, Kaio is ready to move and tells the spirit they should get going immediately. The spirit stops him, warning that there are dangerous traps hidden everywhere in its homeland. A massive, predatory plant looms nearby, proving that the forest is indeed full of hazards. The scene shifts to the modern city skyline glowing under the night sky. A hand tightly grips a smartphone as a call is being placed. The call goes unanswered, leaving the person on the other end stuck with a recorded message. Ruoxi realizes she missed several calls from Kaio because her phone was silenced during a meeting. She stares at her device, feeling a growing sense of unease. She wonders why Kaio isn't responding to any of her messages or answering his phone. Suddenly, a hooded figure appears in the shadows, brandishing a weapon as a threat. Ruoxi's eyes widen in pure shock as she realizes she's being targeted. The assailant grabs her from behind, demanding to know what she has on her. He roughly drags her toward a secluded area away from the main path. Ruoxi desperately cries out for help, but the man isn't letting go. The attacker quickly covers her mouth to silence her screams. He tells her to stay quiet and hand over her purse if she wants to leave the encounter unharmed. Ruoxi trembles with fear as the man searches for her valuables. She holds out her pink wallet with shaking hands, hoping he'll just take it and leave. The man snatches the wallet away from her with a sudden, aggressive motion. He opens it up only to find that there isn't any actual cash inside. Annoyed, he orders her to use her phone to transfer all her money directly to his account. As he looks through her things, he finds a photo of Ruoxi with Kaio and another man. Terrified, Ruoxi agrees to his demands just to keep him calm. She begins tapping on her phone, looking for any opportunity to escape the situation. The man grows impatient and tells her to hurry up with the transaction. He watches her every move with a suspicious and cold gaze. When he realizes she's trying to call for help, he violently knocks the phone out of her hand. The phone hits the ground as the man insults her for trying to be clever. He sneers, realizing she was actually attempting to contact the police. The smartphone screen shatters against the pavement, cutting off any hope of a rescue call. The man looms over her, telling Ruoxi that she has brought this trouble on herself. He threatens her further, claiming he'll teach her a lesson for not cooperating. Out of nowhere, a powerful punch connects with the attacker's face, sending him reeling. A newcomer steps into the light, calling the hooded man absolute scum. Ray stands there in a formal costume, looking ready to handle the situation. Ruoxi looks up in total disbelief at her unexpected savior. The attacker recovers and mocks Ray, asking if he's trying to play the hero. Ray doesn't waste any time and immediately grabs the man by the throat. He asks the thug if he's really that desperate to die tonight. The man tries to struggle, but he's completely pinned against the brick wall. Ray's eyes flash with a dangerous intensity as he prepares to finish the confrontation. Ray confronts the muggers, holding his ground even as an accomplice threatens him with a blade. He quickly deflects the incoming attack with a swift and precise hand movement. Ray gives a confident smirk as the assailant is taken completely by surprise. With a powerful strike, Ray disarms the mugger and delivers a solid blow to end the fight. The muggers are sent flying into the brick wall, defeated and begging for mercy. Realizing they are outmatched, the two criminals scramble away into the dark alley to escape. Ray checks on Ruoxi to ensure she wasn't harmed during the intense encounter. He looks concerned, questioning why Kaio would leave her to walk the streets alone at night. Ruoxi looks worried, mentioning that something might have happened to Kaio. Ray offers to escort her home, reaching out to provide support. Ruoxi walks alongside Ray under the moonlight, accepting his company as they head toward her apartment. As they navigate the city, Ray explains how he got separated from the group due to a damaged portal. They arrive at the residence, where Ruoxi suggests Ray stay for the time being. The living room is quiet as they enter the safe space together. Ruoxi opens a door, inviting Ray inside the home. She calls out for Kaio, hoping he has already returned. Ray follows her in, scanning the unfamiliar room with a watchful eye. A small pug greets them at the door with a worried expression. Ruoxi kneels down to greet her pet, asking if Kaio is upstairs. She introduces Ray to little dog Kyusyu. Ray suddenly senses something and reacts with sharp focus. He shifts into a protective stance, warning Ruoxi that something feels wrong in the atmosphere. A bright explosion suddenly goes off nearby, catching them both off guard. Ruoxi looks startled by the sudden flash and sound of the blast. Ray shields her, identifying the attack as a dragon-scale bomb. He narrows his eyes, wondering how such a device is possible in this modern world. Ray holds Ruoxi protectively as figures appear in the doorway under the moonlight. Ruoxi is confused by the sudden tension and Ray's defensive reaction. Sissel and Suri stand at the entrance, witnessing the scene. Sissel reacts with anger, misinterpreting the situation as he confronts Ray. Ray tries to explain that the situation is not what it looks like. Sissel grabs Ray's collar, accusing him of acting recklessly while he was away. Ruoxi tries to intervene and clarify that Ray was actually protecting her from danger. Ray maintains his composure despite the aggressive confrontation from his old ally. Sissel remains heated, demanding to know who Ray thinks he is talking to. Sissel stares down Ray with an intense and skeptical look. Ray stares back calmly, refusing to be intimidated by the outburst. The tension suddenly breaks as the two men start laughing together in a friendly greeting. Suri watches the sudden shift in mood with complete confusion. They move into the kitchen area where Ray asks how everyone has been during his absence. Ray opens his arms, jokingly asking for a greeting from Suri. Suri nervously declines the offer with a forced smile. Sissel steps in with a menacing grin, offering a rough hug of his own to Ray. The dog, QQ, barks excitedly to get Ruoxi's attention. Ruoxi notices the pet is trying to convey something important to her. The pug whimpers while holding a folded piece of paper in its mouth. Ruoxi asks the dog what it has found as it presents the mysterious note. She reaches down to take the paper from the small dog's mouth. Ruoxi's expression turns to shock as she begins to read the contents of the message. The note warns Ruoxi that the house is dangerous and mentions a problem with her keepsake. She panics, realizing that something terrible must have happened to Kaio. The others look on in surprise as the gravity of the new situation sets in. The clock on the wall ticks away as the group gathers in the living room to discuss their next move. Everyone sits on the couch, while Ruoxi explains that she has been dealing with a nagging headache ever since the explosion. Sissel encourages Ruoxi to head upstairs and get some rest so she can recover from the stress. Ruoxi refuses to sleep, determined to stay and find out if her condition is linked to Kaio's sudden disappearance. Ray holds onto the warning note, looking for any clues that might explain their current situation. He asks Ruoxi if anything out of the ordinary happened during the time they were separated. Ruoxi looks back and admits that Kaio had been acting like a completely different person lately. Ray listens closely, narrowing his eyes as he processes this new information. She explains that Kaio was suddenly overflowing with enthusiasm and behaving in very unusual ways. Sissel and Suri exchange surprised looks, finding this sudden change in personality highly suspicious. Sissel confirms that such high energy is definitely not the prince's usual demeanor. Ray realizes realizes that their enemies have likely been making moves right under their noses this whole time. Suri shifts the focus, asking Ruoxi about the origin of the special keepsake she carries. Ruoxi explains that her uncle told her it was a charm left by her mother before she vanished years ago. A flashback shows a young Ruoxi sleeping peacefully in her bed while her father returns home late. Her mother watches over her, trying to keep the household quiet so the child doesn't wake up. The mother pleads with the father to stay for the sake of their daughter and the family's future. The father cold-heartedly reveals he has started a new life and no longer has any feelings for her. A physical confrontation erupts as the father defends his new partner and dismisses his wife's pain. He continues to berate the mother, claiming she has no right to complain since she stays home. The mother breaks down in tears, reminding him that she only left her career to care for their child. The father remains unmoved, stating that he doesn't want anything to do with Ruoxi anymore. He demands that she sign the divorce papers and move out so he can sell the family home. As he walks away, the mother is left devastated, begging him not to abandon them. Back in the present, Ruoxi realizes that her headache has actually helped her recover these lost memories. She remembers walking through the outskirts with her mother, trying to cheer her up during a difficult time. Little Ruoxi smiles brightly, hoping to bring some joy back to her mother's face. They arrive at a massive, beautiful waterfall tucked away in the forest. Ruoxi looks the rushing water and wonders if fairies live in such a magical place. She turns around and is confused to see that her mother is quietly crying. Her mother takes her hand firmly, looking down with a heavy heart. The mother apologizes, admitting she was having dark thoughts about their future together. Ruoxi looks up with wide, innocent eyes, asking if she did something to make her mom angry. Her mother tells her to be a good girl, find her uncle, and live a life full of happiness. They share one last embrace as the mother says her final goodbyes to her daughter. Overcome with emotion, the mother sheds a final tear before making a desperate choice. She runs toward the edge of the cliff as Ruoxi watches in total shock. Ruoxi screams out for her mother, unable to understand what is happening. The mother apologizes for her weakness as she falls away from the ledge. Ruoxi stands alone at the edge, calling out into the void for her mother to come back. The young girl looks down the steep drop, her face filled with terror. In her panic, Ruoxi slips on the loose dirt and begins to tumble over the side. Suddenly, a glowing light appears as a hand reaches out to save her from the fall. Ruoxi dangles precariously over the jagged rocks, terrified of what's below. Tears stream down her face as she struggles to hold on to the edge. A mysterious figure in dark robes appears, grabbing Ruoxi just in time. The savior hangs from the cliffside, firmly gripping Ruoxi's hand to prevent her from falling. The mysterious rescuer looks her in the eye and tells her to hold on as tight as she can. The mysterious figure holds onto a young girl as they hang precariously from a cliffside. Once they land safely, the robed individual steps onto solid ground away from the danger. They find themselves in a peaceful green field far from the ledge. The savior questions why a child would wander into such a restricted area. Ruoxi begins to cry as she tries to explain what happened to her mother. The figure reaches out to offer a steadying hand during the emotional moment. The young girl looks up and pleads for help in finding her missing parent. The robed figure pauses, seemingly unsure how to respond to the child's request. Instead of an answer, they reach into their sleeve to retrieve a small gift. They hand over a unique white charm, telling her to take it for herself. Ruoxi holds the keepsake close as she is told it will provide protection in her mother's absence. The two sit together in the meadow, while the savior warns her never to lose the precious item. Back in the present, Ruoxi stares into her tea, admitting her memory of the event fades after that point. She explains that her uncle eventually discovered her 5 days after she went missing. Her uncle used a bag of gold found by her side to raise her and provide for their home. Ruoxi recalls how her father later tried to claim the inheritance for himself, causing constant conflict. Ray deduces that the boy from her past must have been a dragon who also left the gold. Sissel points out the contradiction of a friendly dragon later taking someone by force. Ruoxi is struck by the sudden realization that she actually gave that protective charm to Kaio. Ray immediately asks if she can remember the path back to the woods where it all began. Deep in the forest, a rope trap hangs silently from a tree, waiting for an intruder. Kaio finds himself suspended in the air, caught tightly in a sturdy net trap. He looks out through the mesh, clearly unimpressed with his current predicament. A small yellow dragon creature rushes over, determined to help free him. A sudden energy blast strikes the net, causing a bright flash of light. The little dragon is stunned by the sudden intervention. Realizing the danger, the creature warns that they have walked right into a lethal dragon trap. The small dragon trembles with fear as a powerful presence approaches. A man in regal robes appears before them, declaring that no one will leave the area alive. The dragon recognizes the newcomer as the king and questions why he isn't meeting with the elders. The king glares with intense eyes, promising that the creature will be punished next. The little dragon panics and begs for mercy from the angry ruler. Ignoring the pleas, the king draws his blade with a swift motion. Kaio watches the display of rage from his position inside the net. The king swings his sword, claiming that only death can ensure complete obedience. An energy wave slices through the rope holding the net aloft. Kaio reaches out as he begins to fall toward the forest floor. Below him, a massive predatory plant opens its mouth in anticipation of a meal. Kaio hears a voice from the flora and looks around in surprise. He reaches into his clothing to check for a gold badge he is carrying. Kaio decides to hold onto the badge for now, suspecting the king has an ulterior motive for keeping him alive. The king notices Kaio's lack of fear and realizes something has been off about him from the start. A complex magic circle begins to glow brightly beneath them. The area is engulfed in a blinding flash of teleportation magic. The surrounding foliage rustles as the magical energy settles. Kaio finds himself standing in an open field, wondering if he was just moved to a new location. Confused, Kaio scans his surroundings to figure out where he has ended up. He notices a figure standing nearby and watches them closely. He demands to know the identity of the person standing before him. The stranger responds with a cryptic question, asking who Kaio wants him to be. Without warning, the stranger draws a weapon with incredible speed. The swordsman points his blade at Kaio, demanding to know if he is responsible for a killing. Kaio looks nervous as a blade is pointed directly at his face by a mysterious stranger. He begins to back away slowly, his feet treading carefully through the tall grass. Hoping to find an opening, Kaio purposefully falls backward to create a distraction for his escape. However, the stranger is too quick and firmly grabs Kaio's collar to stop his descent. The man pulls Kaio back up from the ledge with ease, showcasing his overwhelming strength. He looks down at Kaio with an annoyed expression, warning him that he won't let him off the hook that easily. Kaio is visibly shaken, realizing that this opponent could end him in an instant. The stranger pins him to the ground, insisting that there are things he needs to uncover first. Kaio feels a strange and intense discomfort as the stranger remains in close proximity. The stranger notices Kaio's physical distress and calls him out for his awkward behavior during such a serious moment. Confused and flustered, Kaio wonders if something is wrong with his own body. They remain locked in a tense standoff on the grass as magical energy begins to swirl around them. The stranger reaches into Kaio's robes with a grunt of disdain, looking for something specific. He thinks back to a girl from his past, comparing her presence to the current situation. Annoyed by the interaction, the stranger reaches for his discarded blade nearby. Kaio looks distressed, feeling completely disrespected by the man's bold actions. The stranger stands back up and brandishes his sword, threatening to strike Kaio for his perceived lewdness. In a panic, Kaio quickly tries to pull his robes back together and cover himself. Suddenly, Gold the small dragon appears and begs the stranger to listen to an explanation. Kaio holds the little dragon close, offering to take whatever punishment is coming instead of his friend. A flashback reveals a dragon-scale keepsake that was designed to emit a specific scent for tracking purposes. Gold explains that this scent causes a powerful physical reaction in anyone contracted with the dragon. Kaio blushes deeply as he finally understands the cause of his earlier discomfort. He briefly recalls a memory of Ruoxi, realizing the depth of their connection. Gold continues his explanation, stating that he was truly awakened by Kaio's presence. The little dragon admits that he acted out of desperation because Kaio was on the verge of death at the time. Suddenly, the stranger's blade nicks Kaio's shoulder, drawing blood and causing him to cry out in pain. Gold screams in terror for his master as the situation turns violent. The stranger demands the truth about how Kaio obtained the dragon scale keepsake. Gold shouts that Ruoxi gave the item to Kaio of her own free will and begs for mercy. The small dragon takes all the blame, insisting that Kaio is innocent and should be spared. The stranger points his bloodied sword at Gold, seeking clarification on the girl's status. The man's eyes widen in shock as he asks if Ruoxi is actually still alive. Gold confirms the news, stating that she is indeed alive and doing well. Overwhelmed by the revelation, the stranger suddenly grabs Gold by the neck. He yells out in a mixture of shock and excitement, his composure completely breaking. He orders Gold to return inside the protective keepsake immediately. Kaio is stunned to realize that this man actually knows Ruoxi personally. The stranger dismisses him coldly, stating that the matter has nothing to do with an outsider. A glowing charm begins to pulse with light in Kaio's hand as he prepares to stand his ground. Kaio clenches his fist, determined to take control of the situation as energy surges through him. He boldly declares that he is Ruoxi's boyfriend, much to the stranger's horror. The stranger becomes enraged, accusing Kaio of trying to steal away his intended bride. His eyes transform into those of a beast as he orders his minions to destroy the outsider. The man undergoes a massive transformation, turning into a colossal dark dragon that lets out a deafening roar. Elsewhere, a group of travelers arrives at a majestic waterfall hidden deep in the mountains. They walk through the lush greenery, double-checking if they have found the right location. Ruoxi looks concerned as the group discusses their next move in the search. One of the men points out that dragons were thought to have vanished from the world ages ago. The purple-haired leader asks for ideas on how to proceed since this is their only clue. As they walk through the sunlit forest, they feel as though they are being watched. A voice from the shadows speaks up, asking if they are truly looking for the legendary dragons. A mysterious figure with long hair steps into the light, calmly revealing that he is a dragon himself. The entire group is struck with absolute shock as they stare at the man who just revealed his true identity. The mysterious green-haired man reveals his true identity as a dragon and questions the group's motives. Ray and his companions explain that they are simply searching for an old friend of the dragons, while the others ask for directions to the dragon territory, Ruoxi remains highly suspicious of the stranger's intentions. Suddenly, a hand reaches out as someone realizes they have fallen into a trap. Ruoxi is caught off guard when a small figure used as a decoy suddenly captures her. Ray shouts her name in a panic as he realizes she is being taken away. The Dragon Man and the decoy quickly vanish through a swirling magical portal. He smugly mocks the group, accusing them of being greedy humans seeking wealth before bidding them farewell. As a parting gift, the man holds up a glowing keepsake. He unleashes a massive wave of magical energy directly at the remaining group members. Ray tries to brace for the impact, but the sheer force of the blast is overwhelming. A violent explosion rocks the entire field as the magic connects. The group realizes too late that they were lured into a dangerous dragon's trap. One by one, the team members are knocked to the ground by the power of the attack. The entire party is left incapacitated and scattered across the grass. Deep within the dragon forest, a hidden village sits tucked away behind the cliffs. An attendant rushes into the main hall to deliver an urgent message to their ruler. The small dragon king sits atop a throne of bones and demands that the messenger get to the point. The subordinates report that they captured a suspicious outsider who hasn't stopped crying since her arrival. The king coldly orders his guards to eliminate the captives by burning them that very night. Outside, a crowd of dragons gathers around execution posts under the moonlight, chanting for the outsider's demise. Observers in the crowd comment on how the captives appear to be scared to death. An executioner steps forward with a blazing torch to begin the ritual. Ruoxi looks up in shock as she recognizes the person standing right next to her. Kaio tells her to stay calm and promises that nothing bad is going to happen. Heavy footsteps signal the arrival of the Dragon King at the execution site. The king commands his subjects to light the fire and begin the ceremony. The crowd continues to chant enthusiastically as the executioners prepare the pyre. Flames quickly erupt at the base of the wooden pillars surrounding the captives. Ruoxi trembles in fear as the intense heat begins to rise around her. Kaio remains composed, revealing to Ruoxi that he has finally recovered some of his power. A sudden surge of energy begins to counteract the growing flames, causing them to crackle and fade. The Dragon King notices the anomaly and stares intently at the captives. He recognizes Ruoxi bound to the post and is instantly struck with shock. The king immediately shouts for his subjects to halt the execution. He rushes toward the pillars, leaving his confused guards wondering what is happening. With a wave of power, the fire is instantly extinguished as the king reaches Ruoxi. Terrified, Ruoxi closes her eyes and tells the monster to stay away from her. The dragon begins to glow and transform, revealing a familiar, smiling face. A bright light envelops the beast as it shifts back into its human form. The man identifies himself as Awan and asks Ruoxi if she remembers him. Ruoxi stares back in utter disbelief at the person standing before her. While Awan tries to reconnect with her, Kaio quietly works on cutting through his bindings. Awan expresses his relief at having Ruoxi back by his side safe and sound. He boldly declares that their arranged wedding ceremony will take place during the next full moon. He promises to lead her back to the throne she loved when they were children. Kaio suddenly breaks free from the pillar with a powerful burst of speed. He interrupts the Dragon King, questioning if Roxy's own opinion was ever considered. Awan turns around, surprised that the other captive has managed to escape. Kaio steps forward defiantly, making it clear he won't be ignored. He places a protective hand on Roxy's shoulder to claim his stake. Kaio looks Awan in the eye and officially introduces himself as Roxy's boyfriend. Awan reveals his identity as Roxy's long-lost fiancé, leaving her completely stunned. Kaio quickly reaches out to intervene, dismissing the claim as a ridiculous joke. A tense silence falls over the group as both men grab Roxy's hands, creating a high-stakes tug-of-war. Hostile energy sparks between the two rivals as they lock eyes in a fierce stare-down. Ruoxi winces in pain as she gets caught in the middle of their physical confrontation. Realizing he is hurting her, Kaio immediately releases his grip on her hand. Awan remains defiant, insisting that she belongs with him. Kaio's expression hardens with anger at the Dragon King's preposterous demands. In a sudden move, Kaio leaps into the air and sweeps Roxy off her feet to carry her away. Awan shouts after them, claiming he is the true expert at flying and demanding they descend. The Dragon King becomes visibly infuriated as his subordinates watch the escape attempt. He snaps at his followers, warning them to watch their tongues in front of Ruoxi. High above the ground, Kaio holds Ruoxi close and promises to get her home safely. Ruoxi looks troubled as she explains that her memories of a painful past have finally returned. Kaio warns her that Awan's plans for the upcoming ceremony are far more dangerous than they appear. Ruoxi is horrified to learn about the dark fate the king has planned for the next full moon. Kaio continues to hold her securely as they navigate the sky, determined to protect her. Ruoxi reflects on a tragic childhood memory involving her mother and a steep cliff. Back on the ground, Awan frantically yells for them to stop being so close and to come down immediately. From his perspective, the two look inseparable against the night sky. Awan stares upward with a cold, calculating look as he processes the rejection. Ruoxi firmly declares that Kaio is the most important person in her entire life. Awan realizes that his previous attempt to erase her memories has completely backfired. He watches the pair from a distance, feeling the weight of her words. Awan acknowledges that she is an adult now and possesses the courage to face her past. He clenches his fist in frustration, feeling as though he is losing his claim over her. He looks at a mystical dragon scale charm, wondering if its influence is affecting her bond with the human. The Dragon King is filled with confusion and worry as he overthinks the situation. His expression softens for a brief moment while considering his next move. He quickly decides that giving up on his goal is simply not his style. Awan vows to uphold the original promise he made to Ruoxi years ago. He reaffirms his conviction, stating that the position of his queen has always belonged to her. Turning his attention back to Kaio, Awan's gaze becomes sharp and predatory. He informs his followers of his plan to erase the hero's memories and banish him from the forest. Kaio draws his weapon with a sharp metallic ring, ready to defend himself. He stands his ground and challenges the king to show what he can really do. Awan suddenly approaches with an explosive aura, questioning if the boy truly intends to kill him. Kaio is caught off guard by how fast the Dragon King closed the distance. Awan dares the hero to use the sharp edge of his sword against him. He encourages Kaio to strike a finishing blow as a final blessing. Kaio suddenly realizes the figure he is fighting is nothing more than a clever illusion. He frantically shouts Ruoxi's name as he searches for her through the fading magic. While Kaio was distracted by the trick, Awan successfully snatches Ruoxi back. Ruoxi is startled to find herself back in the king's firm grasp. Awan mocks the hero for being a fool on dragon territory while holding Ruoxi tightly. Kaio can only watch in shock and frustration as the king tells him to forget about her forever. Soldiers credit the king's illusion for successfully subduing the powerful intruder. They question the identity of the person they just captured, wondering if they provoked a dangerous enemy. The guards plan to send the prisoner back, noting that the king is showing unusual mercy. Two birds watch the scene from a nearby branch as the sun shines through the trees. Awan takes hold of Ruoxi's hand to guide her through his domain. Awan showcases his kingdom, claiming she visited this place frequently when she was a child. He admits to erasing her memories of the forest to protect the secrets of the dragon race. The Dragon King stares at her with a heavy, focused gaze. Ruoxi pulls her hand away, demanding her freedom immediately. She is horrified to learn he intended to wipe Kaio's memories as well. Awan attempts to soothe her, mentioning how hard he worked for this reunion. Out of frustration, Ruoxi bites down hard on Awan's arm. Tears well up in Ruoxi's eyes as she glares at her captor in defiance. Awan looks at the bite mark on his wrist and tells her to stop crying. He teases her for still being as emotional as she was in her youth. Awan attempts to comfort her, referring to her as his queen. Ruoxi pulls back and demands that he keep his distance. She rejects the title of queen, asks if he only brought her here to consume her. Awan is visibly stunned by the blunt accusation. He reaches out, confused by her sudden outburst. He places his hands on her shoulders, denying he would ever harm her. Awan looks at her with an intense, focused expression. Ruoxi quickly slaps his hands away to break the contact. She continues to accuse him of following the dragon custom of eating brides. She shouts that he is nothing more than a monster. Awan pleads with her to wait, claiming he has worried for her for many years. He raises his hands, explaining his responsibilities to his kind kept him from searching for her sooner. A flashback shows how humans used to offer young girls to the dragons as a sign of admiration. Awan watches a girl through a screen, claiming he never actually harmed any of the offerings. He explains that he merely erased their memories and released them in secret. Awan urges her to keep this a secret to protect his reputation as a fearsome dragon. Ruoxi remains unconvinced, telling him to just get it over with if he's telling the truth. Awan smiles, seeing the same childhood stubbornness in her face. He suggests she get some rest in his quarters since she appears exhausted. Ruoxi refuses the offer, stating she only wants to find Kaio. Awan asks about the identity of the person she is so desperate to see. Ruoxi blushes as she attempts to define her relationship with Kaio. Awan cuts her off, insisting that Kaio is merely a servant. He continues to lie to himself, refusing to acknowledge the truth of her feelings. He offers to let her choose from any of his own servants instead. Ruoxi calls him an idiot, stating she only cares about Kaio. Awan is left speechless and frustrated by her direct rejection. He panics internally, struggling to understand why she isn't happy to be back. Deciding the conversation is over, he resolves to force her to rest. Ruoxi looks up in alarm as he approaches her. Awan uses a magical spell to force her to look into his eyes. The magic takes effect, causing Ruoxi to collapse into his arms. Awan looks down at her unconscious form, telling her to sleep well. A shot of the quiet building shows where Ruoxi is being held. Ruoxi sleeps soundly under the covers in the guest room. Awan sits on the edge of the bed, questioning his own behavior as the dragon chief. He gently touches her head while she remains asleep. Awan vows to do whatever it takes to win her back. He rests near her, promising to uphold the oath he made to her in the past. Ruoxi mumbles a name in her sleep, causing Awan to listen closely. She continues to talk in her sleep, unaware of her surroundings. Awan wonders if she is actually asking him to come closer. He looks at her with a conflicted expression, thinking about the time he has waited for this moment. Awan struggles with his internal impulses, realizing he shouldn't act without consent. He watches Ruoxi sleep and decides to respect her boundaries despite the situation. Taking a nervous gulp, the Dragon King tries to keep his composure while near the girl. A small, glowing insect suddenly flies toward the resting girl. Awan is distracted from his thoughts when he spots the bug hovering nearby. The insect lands on Ruoxi's neck and delivers a sharp sting. Infuriated, Awan prepares to strike the bug for hurting her. Awan's attention is snapped away as a sudden crash echoes through the room. A small keepsake is thrown through the air with incredible force. The projectile hits its mark, striking Awan directly. Kaio bursts onto the scene, demanding that Awan step away from Ruoxi immediately. immediately. Awan is visibly shaken, wondering why he's losing his cool in his own territory. He narrows his eyes, determined to regain his momentum and royal image. Standing tall, he berates Kaio for intruding into his private quarters. The king levels a threat at the hero for interrupting his time with the queen. Tension reaches a breaking point as the two rivals stare each other down. Kaio grabs Awan's garment, signaling that he isn't intimidated by the dragon's power. He makes it clear that touching Ruoxi is a grave offense. Awan smirks, ready to double down on his claim over the girl. He confidently declares that Ruoxi belongs entirely to him from this day forward. Kaio remains calm, meeting the king's gaze with a chilling look of his own. He dismisses Awan's claims, calling the king's behavior completely deranged. A brilliant light begins to surround Kaio as he prepares to reveal his true strength. Awan realizes his opponent is a master of high-level illusions. Kaio's form begins to shimmer and fade as he utilizes his mysterious powers. He reminds Awan that there are other kings in the world with just as much authority. The hero shrugs off the previous argument, focused on a much higher goal. He carefully secures the unconscious Ruoxi in his arms. Kaio reaffirms that Ruoxi is his and that he will never let her go. Awan finds himself trapped in a magical binding, unable to stop the rescue. Kaio scoffs at the king's protests, leaving the palace behind. He reassures the sleeping girl that they are finally heading home. The Dragon King is left fuming in his trap, cursing the incompetence of his guards. Kaio carries Ruoxi through the exit, ignoring the king's desperate shouts. They arrive at a scenic waterfall where Kaio stops to check on Ruoxi's condition. Recognizing she is still under a deep spell, he decides to take a short break. The pair rests on the grassy bank as the sun sets over the water. Kaio watches over her, vowing that he won't lose her again. He remains by her side, while she stays trapped in the magical slumber. His focus is interrupted when he detects an unexpected presence nearby. A familiar voice rings out, identifying themselves as a close rival. Kaio is stunned to see Rei standing right in front of him. Kaio demands to know what Rei is doing there, but Rei responds with an intense, suspicious gaze. Rei holds a glowing keepsake and asks if Kaio truly wanted him to perish. Challenging his former ally, Rei forces Kaio to make a difficult choice as a weapon is drawn. After a sudden rush of movement, Kaio pulls Rei into a relieved embrace, genuinely glad he survived. A discarded blade thuds into the grass as Rei realizes Kaio's concern is authentic. Kaio reflects on Rei's deadly seriousness, deciding not to jump to any hasty conclusions about his friend's motives. Ruoxi slowly begins to stir from her magical slumber, drawing the immediate attention of both men. Kaio helps her sit up as she wakes, while Rei stands back, silently contemplating a promise she once made to him. As Kaio holds Ruoxi close, she looks on with a touch of worry. Rei observes the pair with a neutral expression before Kaio takes Ruoxi's hand and tells her they are finally going home. Kaio calls out for Rei to join them, but Rei lingers behind in the forest. Rei utilizes magic near a tree, expressing his desire not to drag the others into his complicated situation. Nearby, two other companions struggle with the physical effects of the intense magic. Rei eventually checks on the others as they wake, and Ruoxi offers a small smile, promising to explain everything later. She can't help but worry that the tensions between her protectors might lead to more fighting. Kaio warns Ruoxi to stay close since the border area remains dangerous. The group makes their way toward a bright horizon, eventually settling into Ruoxi's modern home. The once empty house quickly becomes crowded with the new residents. Even a small pug finds itself surrounded by these capable new keepers. Kaio and Ruoxi share a brief, affectionate moment, but Rei walks in and sees them, looking visibly conflicted. Noticing Rei's discomfort, the pair watches as he decides to leave the room without saying a word. To cover their living expenses, the group attempts to integrate into human society. Rei takes on a role as a math teacher, confidently explaining complex equations on a chalkboard. Yuri finds work as an assistant in a dessert shop, serving sweets while wearing a decorated uniform. Kaio remains at home, acting as a dedicated manservant who focuses his culinary efforts entirely on Ruoxi. A close-up reveals a beautifully finished cake, showcasing their new domestic skills. Sissel faces a much more chaotic transition, as he is immediately swarmed by reporters and cameras in the city. Reporters grill him about his sudden disappearance and rumors regarding his personal life. A woman in a professional suit steps in to defend him against the media's prying questions. Despite her help, the reporters continue to speculate about potential love triangles. Sissel claims he has a partner, much to the alarm of his manager who tries to maintain his single image. Tucked away from the crowd, Sissel leans against a wall to speak privately with his manager. He vents his frustration, calling the reporters despicable, while his manager pleads for cooperation. Sissel demands more personal time, threatening to stop working if he's forced into more unfavorable contracts. His manager, in tears, begs him to behave and speak with their new boss to save the company. They arrive at the massive OMG entertainment building for a high-stakes meeting. Standing before the office door, the manager announces their arrival before a hand reaches out to push the door open. Inside a high-rise office, a man observes that seeing is truly believing, noting that someone is even more impressive in person. This stylish figure, sporting yellow glasses and a dark suit, carries an air of intense confidence. He casually removes his eyewear, revealing a sharp, calculating gaze. With a smirk, he admits he only purchased the entire company because of his personal interest in Sissel. Sissel is completely caught off guard, visibly sweating as he tries to process the sudden revelation. The man stands up and extends a hand, offering a formal greeting to the idol. However, the handshake is uncomfortably firm, signaling a power play between the two men. Sissel immediately feels on edge, questioning the man's true intentions and lack of professionalism. He grips back with equal force, making it clear that his heart already belongs to someone else. The man looks slightly stunned by the blunt rejection. Quickly recovering, the man claims it's a coincidence because he also has a specific person in mind. He leans in close to emphasize that his feelings won't be easily swayed. Sissel is left annoyed, thinking that this new boss has absolutely no boundaries. Suddenly, the office door is slammed open by an unexpected visitor. A young blonde boy bursts into the room, calling out a formal title to the man in the suit. He stands there awkwardly, holding a bag of treats from a local dessert shop. Realizing he just made a massive blunder in front of Sissel, the boy panics internally. He quickly tries to cover up his mistake by claiming he was just describing the majestic quality of the food. Sissel grabs the boy's hand, demanding to know why a child is in the middle of a corporate meeting. Trying to be friendly, Sissel takes a bowl and offers to share the snack with him. He pats the boy's head, wondering if the kid is here for a summer internship or some kind of training program. Sissel continues to pat his hair, trying to be supportive of the young hire. Annoyed by the patronizing gesture, the boy snaps and bites Sissel's hand. Sissel recoils in shock and pain, clutching his injured palm. The man in the suit watches the scene unfold, finding the boy's reaction completely out of line. The boy huffs and looks away, clearly not interested in being babied. Trying to restore order, the man decides it's time to get down to business. He introduces the young boy as the company's newest trainee, Kui Xiaolong. Xiaolong looks up, surprised to be given such a mundane cover story. The man instructs Sissel that his new responsibility is to show the trainee how the industry works. Taking the role seriously, the boy suddenly drops to the floor in a deep bow, asking Sissel to accept him as an apprentice. Sissel stares down in disbelief, finding the whole situation increasingly bizarre. He quickly makes a polite excuse and slips out of the office to escape the chaos. As soon as the door slams shut, the man's demeanor shifts. He delivers a sharp knock to the boy's head as a reprimand for his earlier mistake. He warns the boy that this is his punishment for nearly blowing their cover. If he's that careless again, there won't be any mercy shown next time. The boy rubs his head, wondering what he could possibly learn since he lacks any artistic talent. The man calls him an idiot while giving him a more measured pat on the head. He clarifies that their true objective has nothing to do with becoming famous celebrities. The boy finally realizes he completely misunderstood the mission. Their real goal is to handle the people surrounding Ruoxi and take her back without anyone noticing. The man wears a dark, satisfied expression as they finalize their scheme. The boy grins, showing off a mischievous side now that he understands the stakes. The focus shifts to the bustling exterior of the Xiaoan TV station. A sleek black car pulls up to the main entrance of the building. A man steps out, his expensive shoes hitting the pavement with purpose. It's the same investor from before, looking every bit the high-powered professional. People outside the station immediately recognize him, whispering about his reputation in the investment world. They gossip about how he's been buying up companies and might be looking to take over the station next. Inside, a woman in high heels walks briskly through the lobby. A colleague spots Ruoxi and asks her to deliver some important documents to the lower floor. The man freezes as he hears Ruoxi's name being called out. Ruoxi continues her conversation on her phone, unaware of her surroundings. As she turns a corner, she accidentally collides with the man in the hallway. He quickly catches her by the arms to keep her steady and asks if she is okay. Ruoxi apologizes for the clumsy encounter while the man stares at her intensely. Another staff member calls out to Miss Mu, prompting the group to continue their day. A colleague observes Ruoxi and the investor from a distance, surprised by their apparent closeness. She smiles to herself, assuming that Ruoxi has finally found a boyfriend. The investor looks down at Ruoxi, his mind racing with thoughts about her influence in the investment world. He realizes that her reputation isn't just hearsay, and that she is a significant player in the field. Despite his confident facade, he seems slightly unsettled after catching a glimpse of her gaze. Ruoxi stares back with such intensity that he begins to wonder if his act is actually working. He briefly imagines a scenario where he would have to reject others because he's already focused on her. Suddenly, a look of shock crosses his face as he notices something unexpected nearby. He spots another staff member approaching, which complicates his current performance. Ruoxi clenches her fist, determined to prevent any further misunderstandings from taking place. She suddenly grabs the investor by his collar, catching him completely off guard. Leaning in, she delivers a sharp warning for him to watch his behavior while on her turf. The investor frantically tells her to let go, worried about the scene they are making in front of others. The pink-haired colleague watches the exchange with hearts in her eyes, completely misinterpreting the aggressive grab as a romantic moment. She blushes deeply, convinced she is witnessing a passionate encounter between the two. Ruoxi is horrified when she realizes her coworker has been watching the entire time. She immediately tries to find the words to explain that things aren't what they seem. In her haste to move, her heel strikes the floor with a loud thud as she loses her balance. Ruoxi stumbles forward toward the investor, who looks startled by the sudden movement. She ends up falling to the ground, and he reaches out as if to catch her. Her colleague rushes over in a panic, asking if she is alright after the tumble. Ruoxi takes her friend's hand and assures her that she hasn't sustained any injuries. The colleague then hands over the documents Ruoxi requested earlier. The coworker turns her attention to the investor, politely asking if he is also okay. The investor remains on the ground with a smug look, feeling a strange sense of pride in Ruoxi's professional growth. Meanwhile, the colleague looks at him closely, feeling as though his face is oddly familiar. The investor continues to lay on the floor, claiming he can't get up unless someone helps him. The colleague isn't buying the act, pointing out that his ability to complain proves he's fine. He doubles down on the drama, insisting that he might have actually fractured something. Concerned by the claim, the colleague prepares to call emergency services for assistance. Internally, the investor smirks, thinking that Ruoxi's kindness makes her an easy target to manipulate. His internal monologue is cut short when a foot abruptly connects with his side. Ruoxi stands over him with a menacing shadow, demanding to know what kind of game he's playing. The investor stands up and brushes himself off, accusing her of being completely unreasonable and aggressive. Ruoxi maintains a cold stare, clearly done with his theatrics. The two share a tense moment of silence as they size each other up. The colleague smiles awkwardly and decides it's best to leave the two sweethearts to resolve their argument. She calls out to Ruoxi, reminding her that they have a meeting to attend. Ruoxi quickly grabs her friend's hand and drags her away, annoyed by the encounter with the lunatic. The investor watches them leave, acknowledging that Ruoxi is going to be a difficult person to deal with. He is soon greeted by other staff members who are thrilled to see him at the station. Representatives from the Zhaoan group lead him toward their meeting, unaware of his true motives. He decides to use his professional identity as a perfect cover for his upcoming plans. The scene shifts to a peaceful residential house located in a quiet neighborhood. Inside, Kaio is seated on the sofa, focused on a glowing magical map spread across the table. The map details various regions and notes that rebel forces have occupied the central areas of the kingdom. Kaio realizes he must find a way to unite the remaining lords to reclaim his lost home. His small pug companion imagines a future where he is rewarded for his loyalty and advice. The sound of the doorbell ringing several times breaks the silence of the room. Kaio looks toward the entrance, wondering who would be visiting at such an hour. He quickly places his hand on the table, causing the magical map to vanish instantly. The pug looks genuinely worried, fearing that someone has come to capture them. Kaio reaches for the door and clicks it open to see who is outside. He finds a stern, middle-aged man in a suit standing there and asks for his name. The man looks back with a cold expression and simply states that the house belongs to him. Confused by the statement, Kaio asks the man to clarify who he is. The stranger demands to know Kaio's identity and why he is occupying the house. Kaio's eyes widen as he pieces together that this man must be related to Ruoxi. He tries to be a good host, introducing himself and offering the man a place to sit. The man remains unimpressed and finds Kaio's presence in the house to be incredibly annoying. He bluntly refuses the offer to sit down, showing his clear irritation. He mutters about how brainless Ruoxi is for letting random people stay in his home. A man coldly informs Kaio that he is selling the property and everyone needs to leave immediately. The man demands that Kaio deliver the eviction news to Ruoxi as he turns to leave. The stranger's gaze remains firm as he prepares to depart. Kaio questions why the man won't speak to Ruoxi directly, only to learn he is her estranged father and the legal owner. As the father leaves while making a phone call, Kaio watches him with a heavy heart. Standing alone, Kaio realizes just how much Ruoxi must have suffered under her father's treatment. He looks down, worried about how devastated Ruoxi will be when she finds out about the sale. Sunset falls over the city's skyline as the day comes to an end. Back at the house, a hand tightly grips a glass of water during a casual conversation. Suri checks in on Ray to see how he is adjusting to his new school life. She playfully teases him about whether he's received any romantic letters from his classmates. The two share a lighthearted, comedic moment as they joke around. Ray tries to maintain a tough exterior, claiming he is much fiercer than he looks. Ray leans in to whisper to Suri about a secret part-time job opportunity he found. He tells her to keep the details quiet so others don't find out. Sissel suddenly appears and grabs Ray, interrupting their private talk. Ray feels uncomfortable and tells Sissel to stop being so physically overbearing. Sissel ignores the request and continues to tease Ray from a close distance. As Sissel drags Ray away for a talk, Ray desperately calls out for Suri to save him. Suri notices that both the Lord and Ruoxi are missing from the house. Sissel realizes that even the small pet hasn't come out to greet them. The dining area sits empty, confirming that the main pair has gone elsewhere. Away from the city, a peaceful campsite is illuminated by small lights under the night sky. Ruoxi asks Kaio what prompted the sudden decision to go camping. Their silhouettes are visible through the tent fabric as they sit together. Kaio explains that the house has become too crowded and he wanted some quiet time. Ruoxi looks on, surprised by his thoughtful gesture to take her out. She blushes, wondering if there is a deeper meaning behind this secluded getaway. A sudden playful tap on the forehead breaks her train of thought. Ruoxi pouts at the unexpected interruption to her daydreaming. Kaio becomes serious and apologizes for his past behavior and excessive demands. He expresses his hope that his previous actions didn't cause her too much discomfort. Kaio reflects on his original plan to take her back to his kingdom using a magical keepsake. Ruoxi leans toward him, preparing to share something important. She asks him what he would name a child if they were to have one together. The question catches Kaio completely off guard, leaving him stunned and wide-eyed. Reaching out, Kaio firmly takes Ruoxi's hand in his own. Ruoxi is confused as he tells her they need to go somewhere else to discuss such an important topic. Kaio leads the way out of the tent with a look of calm determination. The couple walks away from their camp and ventures further into the night. Their footsteps rustle through the grass as they navigate the dark field. They arrive at a breathtaking meadow filled with flowers under a starry sky. The vibrant blooms glow softly in the moonlight, creating a serene atmosphere. Kaio turns to Ruoxi, calling her name softly. He places his hands on her shoulders, looking her in the eyes. Kaio embraces her, promising to be a responsible father and look after their future family. The pair gazes at each other with deep affection in the middle of the field. Their faces draw closer together as the romantic tension peaks. Ruoxi teases him for being so excited, despite his earlier attempts to act cool. She clarifies that it was only a hypothetical question about having a child. Ruoxi continues her line of thought, wondering what else the future holds. She asks if he would still stay by her side if they were to lose their home one day. Kaio smiles and asks if she would be willing to travel the world with him. Ruoxi lifts herself up as she prepares to answer with a gesture of commitment. The two share a tender moment of physical affection under the stars. Ruoxi holds him tight, declaring that her home is wherever he happens to be. Kaio and Ruoxi lean in close, sharing a quiet moment of connection in the meadow. Ruoxi smiles warmly, confirming her willingness to stay by his side. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she notices something magical in the air. She excitedly points toward a swarm of glowworms lighting up the night sky. Kaio watches her, promising to protect her family and ensure she never suffers again. A single glowworm drifts close, landing softly on a finger. Ruoxi reflects on how the past few months have felt like a dream come true after her long period of loneliness. She envisions a happy future where they get married and start a family together. Despite the joy, a look of contemplation crosses her face. She worries that this perfect moment might be a dream she is destined to wake up from. Looking at the glowing insects, she fears that Kaio might eventually leave her as others have. The glowworms begin to drift away, disappearing into the dark sky. She imagines a future where she is left standing alone once more. Kaio places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, sensing her sudden change in mood. She turns back to him, her expression a mix of surprise and relief. She admits that she has taken her current happiness for granted for too long. The two lock hands, solidifying their bond under the starlight. Kaio notes the cooling temperature and suggests they head back to the tent to rest. Ruoxi smiles contentedly, finally feeling at peace. She lets out a small gasp as Kaio pulls her into a close embrace. The couple shares a romantic kiss, lost in their own world. They linger in the moment, oblivious to anything else happening around them. Their connection deepens as the night continues in the flowery meadow. Suddenly, the peace is shattered as thick smoke and bright flames erupt nearby. Kaio and Ruoxi pull apart in shock, staring at the growing fire. Kaio is furious to see that their tent has been set ablaze by an unknown intruder. Ruoxi looks around nervously, feeling as though they are being watched from the shadows. Kaio gently pats her head, trying to calm her nerves during the chaos. He tells her it is just a tent, and that they should simply return home. They walk away from the blooming meadow as the sun begins to set. In the nearby woods, a mysterious figure leaps through the trees and disappears. The scene shifts to a modern, luxurious mansion standing quiet under the moon. Inside, a shadowy figure sits in an armchair, looking out the window. Sissel relaxes with a drink and asks his accomplice how the mission went. A young boy munches on a bag of snacks and casually mentions that he burnt the tent down. Sissel is visibly stunned by the extreme measure taken. He stands up and looms over the boy, demanding to know why he went that far. The boy continues to munch on his chips, seemingly unbothered by the scolding. Sissel grabs the bag of chips, frustrated that the boy is prioritizing eating over following orders. The boy explains that the couple was busy with a romantic moment and didn't notice him setting the fire. Sissel covers his face in annoyance, not wanting to hear any more of the details. He reminds the boy that the job was to prevent them from staying out alone, not to cause an arson. The boy looks down guiltily, realizing he may have frightened Ruoxi. Sissel reaches into the bag, deciding to take the snacks for himself. He takes a bite of a chip and tells the boy he is banned from having snacks for the rest of the week. The boy bursts into tears, begging for a second chance and promising to behave. Elsewhere, a sign marks the entrance to the Mu family estate. A pug and a black cat lie on the grass, enjoying the warm weather. The cat looks quite pleased with its current state of relaxation. The pug gives the cat an affectionate lick, attributing their good mood to the power of love. The cat is completely revolted by the unexpected display of affection. It yells at the dog for breaking their pact to remain single together. The two pets engage in a frantic scuffle outside the window of the study. Inside, the elder Mr. Mu drops to one knee and reveals the truth. He's actually a knight serving the crown. Kaio helps Mr. Mu up and asks him to explain the situation. Mr. Mu begins to recount a story that started decades ago. In a flashback, King Stoke VI performs a knighthood ceremony in a grand hall. A young Arnold accepts the honor of becoming a knight of Canoria. The king instructs the young knight to take his formal oath of service. Arnold pledges to defend the king with his life and serve the nation's people. The young knight looks on with deep respect for his sovereign leader. Under the king's rule, Canoria was liberated from war and entered a period of prosperity. The birth of a young prince brought further joy to the entire kingdom. kingdom. However, the king possessed a foresight that he was unable to change. Arnold was sent to the human continent as a secret guardian to wait for a specific arrival. Back in the present, Mr. Mu holds Kaio's hands and explains his long-term arrangements. He reveals that Kenoria now possesses significant economic strength in this world. He has established an extensive intelligence system and a powerful mercenary army. Mr. Mu asks for forgiveness for keeping these secrets while following the king's orders. The elder knight holds a red and gold scepter as he continues his explanation. He notes that Kaio likely already had suspicions regarding Rei's identity. Mr. Mu prepares to hand over the symbol of authority to the rightful heir. Kaio is officially presented with the commander's scepter of the secret guardians. Kaio wonders if Rei is truly a pivotal character in this grand plan. Mr. Mu begins to explain the details of Rei's specific role. Suddenly, the old man's expression twists in sharp, sudden pain. Mr. Mu begins coughing violently while clutching at his chest. Kaio rushes forward to catch the elder as he begins to collapse. Mr. Mu's hand falls limp as he loses consciousness and falls toward the floor. Guards wearing sunglasses rush into the room to provide immediate assistance. Someone strangely offers a tray of green lollipops to help the situation. Kaio and Mr. Mu are left staring at the candy in complete confusion. Outside the building, a call is made for an ambulance to arrive quickly. A small, cat-like figure watches through the window, urging the old man to wake up. The scene shifts to the city skyline glowing under a bright full moon. A royal cape billows in the wind atop a high-rise building. Kaio stands on the rooftop in full regalia, overlooking the urban landscape. He narrows his eyes with determination for the sake of his people. Drawing his sword, he vows to retake his home kingdom as soon as possible. Sensing someone behind him, Kaio turns his head to see who has arrived. A set of dark boots clicks against the rooftop surface as a figure approaches. Ruoxi appears in a tactical outfit, aiming a high-tech firearm at him. Kaio is stunned to see Miss Mu confronting him with such hostility. She angrily declares that he is not fit to be their king. Ruoxi levels her weapon directly at Kaio with a cold, focused expression. Her finger tightens on the trigger as she prepares to take action. Kaio watches her closely as the tension on the rooftop reaches a breaking point. The two face off against each other high above the city streets. Ruoxi unleashes a barrage of energy shots toward the young lord. She is shocked when her rapid-fire attack fails to land a single hit. Kaio utilizes a teleportation technique to instantly move out of the line of fire. He reappears directly behind her, catching her completely off guard. Kaio calmly asks for her reason for wanting him dead. Ruoxi looks back at him with a gaze filled with betrayal and anger. She swings her weapon back around to face him once again. Ruoxi accuses him of being the one who poisoned her grandfather. Kaio is horrified by the implication that Mr. Mu has passed away. In a fit of rage, Ruoxi fires her weapon at point-blank range. Ruoxi unleashes a barrage of gunfire toward Kaio as they face off on the rooftop. She becomes increasingly frustrated as her target continues to utilize his high-speed movement techniques to evade her. Kaio suddenly reappears directly behind the tactical operative, catching her off guard. He sternly demands that she cease her aggressive actions immediately. Ruoxi fires another shot that strikes the commander's scepter held by the young man. The impact causes the object to shatter, revealing that the item was merely a decorative replica. Ruoxi looks on with a cold gaze, taunting him for protecting a fake. Kaio is visibly shaken, insisting that the artifact was handed to him by Mr. Mu himself. He activates his abilities, causing his form to begin fading from view. Utilizing his speed, he lunges forward to close the distance between them. Kaio successfully maneuvers to disarm the operative during the brief encounter. He executes a tactical throw to neutralize the threat and ground his opponent. The weapon clatters onto the rooftop as Ruoxi loses her grip on it. She remains defiant, claiming that the secret guardians of the kingdom are far more capable than standard knights. A small mark is visible on her cheek following the physical confrontation. Ruoxi expresses her anger regarding her grandfather's sacrifice for a kingdom that seemingly betrayed him. She draws a concealed blade and prepares for another close-quarters strike. The sound of metal clashing rings out as her attack is suddenly parried. A mysterious man in a mask and wide-brimmed hat intervenes, criticizing the impulsive nature of the fight. The newcomer stands between the two, halting the conflict. He adjusts his hat and reveals that he knows the real scepter has gone missing. The masked stranger warns that multiple factions are currently searching for the true symbol of command. He cautions that internal infighting will only lead to the ultimate downfall of Kenoria. Kaio considers the possibility that a cunning enemy is manipulating them into destroying one another. Ruoxi pauses to think carefully about the stranger's revelation. A swirling vortex of blue energy begins to manifest on the rooftop. Ruoxi watches the spatial phenomenon with a look of intense focus. The energy burst illuminates the night sky as a portal or transport effect takes place. Ruoxi reflects on the situation, realizing she may not be able to trust anyone involved. Kaio attempts to call out to her, hoping to find common ground. He continues his attempt to initiate a calm conversation. Ruoxi turns away, deciding that she must rely solely on her own judgment from now on. She executes a tactical jump from the ledge to exit the area. Kaio watches from the rooftop as she disappears into the shadows below. The operative glides away, vowing to uncover the truth of the conspiracy. Kaio is left standing alone under the moonlight to process the evening's events. He ponders the identity of the person who poisoned Mr. Mu and their potential motives. The sound of footsteps signals the approach of another individual. Kaio turns to find Diane standing behind him on the roof. Diane, dressed in formal attire, expresses her relief at finding the prince unharmed. She looks at him with a soft expression, noting how long it has been since their last meeting. She offers a warm smile, clearly happy to have located him. Kaio maintains a serious demeanor, questioning why she has arrived at this location. Diane stands gracefully as she begins to explain her presence. She maintains eye contact, stating that her primary goal was to see him again. She requests a friendly embrace to mark their reunion. Kaio remains stoic and begins to decline her request for closer proximity. He directly informs her that he cannot reciprocate her feelings, because his heart belongs to someone else. Diana is shocked to learn that Kaio might have someone else behind her back. Kaio pushes her away, making it clear his personal life is none of her business. Diane is crushed as she realizes the rumors about his lack of interest in her are true. She questions why she isn't good enough and wonders if there's someone better. Diane suspects he might be rejecting her because her father's past. She asks if she's nothing more than the daughter of a traitor in his eyes. Kaio tells her to stop, refusing to listen to her self-pity any longer. He explains that he has always respected her and never judged her for her father's actions. Diane demands to know why he won't accept her feelings if that's the case. Kaio bluntly admits he has never viewed her in romantic light. He warns her to return home before her presence on the continent causes more trouble. Diane refuses to back down, her expression hardening as she insists she won't leave. She pulls him close, desperate to make him understand her devotion. She suddenly lunges forward to close the distance between them. Diane attempts to force a physical connection under the city lights. Kaio immediately pushes her away, clearly uncomfortable with her advances. He calls out her name, his patience finally wearing thin. Kaio demands she show some respect and maintain a proper distance. Diane looks at him coldly, asking if the expert on poison really came just to lecture her. Kaio directly accuses her of being the one responsible for poisoning Mr. Mu. Diane offers a chilling look, neither confirming nor denying the charge. She claims that even if she poisoned the whole world, she would never harm him. Kaio has heard enough and cuts the conversation short. He tells her to behave herself as he turns his back on her. Diane stands in silence, her rejection fueling a dark resolve. Her gaze turns murderous as she thinks about the woman Kaio actually cares for. Under the full moon, she vows to be the only woman by his side. She clenches her fist, declaring that all other rivals will be eliminated. A witness nearby captures the interaction on a smartphone, hoping to get a reward for the gossip. The spy checks the footage while hidden near the rooftop. Back at the residence, a woman in a pink dress relaxes with her pet dog. The sound of the front door opening catches her attention. She greets Kaio with a warm smile, happy to see him home. Noticing his haggard appearance, she asks if he's feeling unwell or hungry. She mentions how late he is and wonders if something bad happened. Kaio suddenly reaches out and pulls her toward him. He holds her close, seeking comfort after his tense encounter with Diane. Kaio tells her to stay home and take a leave of absence starting tomorrow. She is confused by his sudden protective behavior and asks for a reason. Kaio remains silent, keeping his grip firm as he worries for her safety. The moment's interrupted when Ruoxi bursts in, urgently calling her name. Ruoxi ignores Kaio and demands that she come with her right away. Ruoxi grabs her hand, attempting to pull her out of the room. She warns the girl that she is in immediate danger and needs to leave. Kaio grips her other hand, refusing to let her go with Ruoxi. He orders Ruoxi to let go of her at once, escalating the tension. Ruoxi glares back, stating she will be the one to protect her. Kaio and Ruoxi are locked in a heated tug-of-war over the woman in the pink dress, both refusing to let go. A mysterious woman in a dark gown appears, surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy as she prepares to take them all together. The trio is caught completely off guard as a blinding flash of light erupts between them. The woman in pink is swept up in the magical surge while Kaio tries to hold on. A massive explosion of energy whirls through the room, signaling a forced teleportation. The sheer force of the spell knocks furniture over and scatters items across the floor. In an instant, the entire group vanishes from the apartment, leaving nothing but a mess behind. They plummet through the air, screaming as they are spat out of the portal into a dark forest. The woman in pink winces as she hits the ground hard, clearly shaken by the rough landing. She looks up and checks on Ruoxi's condition while trying to recover from the shock. Kaio immediately reaches out to pull the woman in pink to her feet. He stands protectively in front of her as they realize they are being watched from the shadows. They find themselves at the base of a jagged cliff, facing the powerful woman who kidnapped them. A dark crow squawks and flies toward the antagonist, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The mysterious woman stands calmly with the bird, looking down at them with a smirk. Kaio glares at her with intense hatred, recognizing the person who disrupted his life. She mocks him, commenting on how much he has changed over the years. She steps forward, insulting the woman in pink by calling her a silly little girl. Ruoxi steps up and demands to know her identity, warning her to watch her mouth. The antagonist just laughs at Ruoxi's threat, finding the situation amusing. She claims that Kaio has never had a taste for fierce women like the operative. The dark-haired woman smiles deviously, narrowing her focus onto her true rival. The woman in pink realizes she is the specific target of this stranger's jealousy. The antagonist continues her verbal assault, telling the girl she looks uglier the more she looks at her. Terrified by the malice in the woman's eyes, the girl begins to tear up. Kaio places a hand on her shoulder and tells her not to be afraid of the threat. He firmly declares that this is the only woman he loves, making his choice clear. He demands that the antagonist stop her obsession with him once and for all. To end the argument, Kaio leans in and kisses the woman in pink right in front of his stalker. The antagonist watches the display with a cold, heartbroken expression. She refuses to accept that he has fallen for someone else after her years of devotion. Pushed to her limit, she yells for them to stop, declaring she has no choice but to attack. She lunges forward, determined to find out what makes her rival so special. The antagonist charges a magical strike in her palm, aiming directly at the girl. Ruoxi draws a weapon and swings, desperate to protect her companion from the incoming blow. With a flick of her wrist, the antagonist easily slaps the weapon aside with a burst of energy. She channels a massive amount of blue light, preparing a far more devastating spell. A cruel smile spreads across her face as she prepares to unleash her power. A wave of energy shoots across the clearing with a loud whoosh. Kaio jumps into the path of the blast, taking the full impact to shield the woman in pink. He is thrown back by the explosion, coughing up blood as he sustains a serious injury. Despite the pain, he orders Ruoxi to take the girl and get out of there immediately. Ruoxi and the woman in pink can only watch in horror as Kaio struggles to stay standing. The antagonist holds a flickering flame, boasting about being the top poison expert in the land. She admits she never wanted to use her deadly skills on the man she loves. She explains that this specific poison isn't meant to kill him, but to make him hers. Ruoxi's eyes widen at the mention of poison as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. She realizes this woman must be the one who poisoned her grandfather. The antagonist mocks the mention of the old man with a cold stare. She confirms the suspicion, admitting she sent the uncooperative old man a lethal greeting gift. The antagonist smiles coldly, wondering if her victim has finally succumbed to the toxins. Ruoxi lunges forward with her blade, determined to take down the poisoner. The villain dismisses the attack, claiming she has no time for such distractions. Using her dark abilities, she begins to teleport the injured Kaio away. Ruoxi strikes the empty air as the woman vanishes into a swirl of energy. Miss Mu cries out in distress as she watches Kaio disappear. With a final farewell, the antagonist and her captive completely fade from the forest. Ruoxi reaches out in frustration, but the portal is already closing. The remaining energy dissipates into the ground, leaving no trace behind. The two women are left alone in the clearing, surrounded by rising smoke. Ruoxi checks on Miss Mu to ensure she's unharmed. Sensing the urgency, she tells the girl they must leave immediately. Ruoxi activates a glowing charm to bridge the distance to their next destination. They rush through a brilliant light as the teleportation takes hold. The pair emerges from a glowing tunnel and heads toward the stairs. They reach a stone ritual site just as a small flame flickers out. A newcomer arrives on the scene, stepping onto the weathered stone. Ray and his team realize they've arrived too late to stop the abduction. He surveys the area, searching for any clues left behind. Ray discovers a single feather on the ground and picks it up. Recognizing the item, he immediately realizes who is behind the attack. His companion asks if something is wrong as they observe his reaction. Ray admits that they are now facing a level of danger they hadn't anticipated. He knows Kaio's life is hanging by a thread and time is running out. Despite the risks, he vows to save his brother no matter what. The gravity of the situation settles over the group as they prepare for a rescue mission. Ray commands everyone to move out, as there isn't a second to lose. The team sets off with grim determination, focused on their target. Elsewhere, Kaio lies motionless on a bed, completely paralyzed by the poison. The antagonist looms over him, noting that he is now unable to resist her. She tells him that this state will ensure he stays by her side. A twisted smile crosses her face as she imagines keeping him like this forever. She speaks of their childhood memories, frustrated by his current lack of affection. The woman declares herself the only queen he will ever have as she leans in close. Suddenly, the sound of a heavy chain clashing rings through the room. A metal accessory is thrown around the woman's neck, catching her off guard. A young blonde boy stands behind her, holding the other end of the chain. He casually mentions that he was hoping to get more rewards for his work. He lectures her on the futility of forcing someone's feelings before his phone starts ringing. The boy answers a call from his boss while still maintaining his grip on the situation. He reports the assassination attempt on Kaio to his superior. Infuriated, the antagonist vows to deal with the meddling child. She unleashes a blast of energy to blow him away. The boy looks up, seemingly unbothered by the sudden display of power. He complains about the interruption while he's trying to have a conversation. The dark energy has absolutely no effect on him, leaving him completely unscathed. The woman stares in disbelief, shocked that her ability failed to work. The boy yanks the chain, forcing the antagonist to the ground. He effortlessly tosses her into a large bag, warning her not to underestimate him. With a quick incantation, he seals the bag and shrinks it down. He carries the restrained villain away, ignoring her muffled cries for help. The boy looks back at the paralyzed Kaio one last time. He reassures the unconscious man that help will be arriving very soon. Footsteps echo through the hallway as someone rushes toward their destination. Suri and her companion discuss a mysterious, distorted phone call they receive. The silence is shattered as a door is thrown open with a loud bang. The group is stunned to find the young hare in such a critical state. Kaio lies incapacitated, his condition appearing to worsen by the second. Ray quickly assesses the situation, questioning what happened to the unconscious boy. With a grim expression, Ray prepares to take immediate action to save him. He draws a sharp medical tool, ready to perform a dangerous procedure. Despite the urgency, the others are hesitant about the drastic measures being taken. Ray warns them that the recovery process will be incredibly painful but necessary. He demands they move move quickly, as the hare's life is hanging by a thread. The team gathers around the bed, holding Kaio down to begin the treatment. They secure his hand firmly to ensure the procedure can be completed without error. Ray brings the blade down, focused on the delicate task at hand. A small incision is made to draw out the source of the ailment. A glowing green parasite begins to emerge from the wound on Kaio's hand. Kaio winces in agony while Suri watches on with extreme concern. Ray stays focused, ignoring the tension in the room to finish the extraction. He carefully uses his tool to pull the toxic entity completely out of the body. The magical pest is successfully removed, ending the immediate threat. With the danger past, Ray finally allows himself a moment to breathe. Slowly, Kaio regains consciousness and opens his eyes to see his friends. The group rejoices as the young hare finally wakes up after the harrowing ordeal. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the grand estate of the Mu family. Miss Mu stays by her grandfather's side, desperately trying to get a response. The elderly man struggles for breath, his health rapidly declining. Tears well up in Miss Mu's eyes as she begs him to hold on a little longer. Ruoxi watches the heartbreaking scene from a distance, feeling helpless for her friend. She reflects on the gravity of the situation and the truth behind Miss Mu's identity. The grandfather remains unresponsive, his condition looking increasingly dire. Rapid footsteps signal the arrival of much-needed assistance at the estate. Ruoxi turns to see that help has finally arrived in the nick of time. Kaio and Ray rush into the room to attend to the dying man. Kaio commands Ray to begin the healing process for Mr. Mu immediately. Ruoxi is relieved to see Kaio up and moving after his own brush with death. She stares at him, her eyes filled with a mix of relief and lingering worry. Kaio offers a reassuring gesture, telling Ruoxi that he is perfectly fine now. Miss Mu turns the conversation to the antagonist who caused all this chaos. Kaio reveals that the culprit, Diane, is actually someone he knew from childhood. Ruoxi listens intently, wondering if there was more to their past connection. The group discusses the identity of the poisoner as Ray finishes his work. Miss Mu suggests that there might have been a deep bond between Kaio and the enemy. Kaio frantically tries to explain that their relationship was never like that. Suddenly, the elderly Mr. Mu begins to stir and call out for his granddaughter. Miss Mu rushes to embrace him, overwhelmed with joy that he is awake. Ray smiles, satisfied that his medical skills saved another life today. The grandfather coughs as he is helped up, finally recovering from the toxin. He looks around the room at the people who came to his rescue. Mr. Mu expresses his deep gratitude to the young hare and his skilled companion. Ray and Kaio remain humble, insisting that they were only doing what was right. The elderly man insists it was his duty to serve, but warns there is still a looming issue. Mr. Mu coughs weakly, expressing his concern that his current health will prevent him from completing the secret guardian handover. Kaio steps in to reassure the old man, telling him to prioritize his recovery above all else. The group prepares to leave, wishing Mr. Mu a good rest and saying their farewells for the time being. Mr. Mu instructs Sinyo to escort the Highness and his companions out of the room. As they walk through the hallway, Kaio feels a bit uneasy and wonders if Ruoxi is still upset with him. Sinyo stops Kaio and asks him to keep the situation regarding the missing scepter a secret for the moment. She explains that her grandfather is too fragile to handle any more stress, so they must handle the search themselves while he recovers. Sinuo offers a deep bow, sincerely apologizing for the misunderstandings that occurred previously. Kaio tells her not to blame herself, insisting it was all just a mistake, and urges her to return to her grandfather's side. After closing the door on the departing guests, Sinuo returns to the bedroom to check on her grandfather. Mr. Mu asks if the group has finally left as he lies resting in bed. He admits that despite his dazed state, one particular detail has been weighing heavily on his mind. He identifies the woman who applied for the cat-sitting job as the person responsible for poisoning him. Mr. Mu warns Sinuo not to let Kaio find out about this, fearing the trouble it might cause. Sinuo breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the consequences would be dire if Kaio ever learned of her own past actions against him. The scene shifts to the imposing office building of OMG Entertainment. Inside the Happy Days suite, a man in a red shirt sits at his desk, focused on his reading. A blonde boy rushes into the room in a total panic, shouting for Your Majesty. The man looks up, questioning why the boy is in such a frantic hurry. The boy is visibly excited, holding up his phone to show off a discovery. He urges the man to look closely at the screen he's handing over. Taking the device, the man notes that the boy captured this specific evidence last night. His eyes widen behind his glasses as he processes what he sees. The phone displays a photo of Kaio and Diane in a very close proximity under the city lights. Infuriated by the sight, the man slams the phone onto the desk in a fit of rage. The device hits the surface with a loud clang, nearly breaking from the impact. The blonde boy is shocked by the outburst, upset about the man's reaction and his phone's safety. He begs the man not to take his anger out on the hardware as the phone begins to buzz. Taking off his glasses, the man changes the subject, asking about the person who tried to eliminate Kaio. The boy realizes he nearly forgot the most important part of his report. Two guards bring a bound and restrain Diane into the office. The man examines her, confirming her identity as the one they were looking for. He interrogates Diane, demanding to know why she wants Kaio dead. The boy chimes in, suggesting that the motive might be a case of unrequited love. love. The man stares her down, processing this new information. Diane remains defiant, claiming that Kaio is everything to her despite her actions. The man decides to drop the interrogation for now, losing interest in her personal drama. He makes it clear that he has no interest in her relationship with Kaio. Reaching for a blade, he prepares to take action. With a quick movement, he slashes the bindings around Diane's wrists to set her free. He issues a stern warning, telling her that if she ever harms Ruoxi, she will face his wrath. He begins to walk away, noting that while they could cooperate to get Ruoxi, he isn't like her. He declares his love for Ruoxi, stating he only wants her to find true happiness with whoever she chooses. Diane scoffs at his speech, but admits that as long as they share a goal, they can work separately. Putting his glasses back on, the man reiterates that he won't cause her trouble as long as Ruoxi remains safe. Diane turns to leave, wondering why everyone is so obsessed with protecting Ruoxi. The man dismisses her coldly as she walks out of his office. She slams the door behind her, leaving the blonde boy standing in the middle of the room. The boy asks if it's really wise to just let her walk away like that. The man bangs the desk, telling him not to worry about her for the time being. Suddenly, he pulls the boy close and asks for more details about the photo of Kaio and Diane. He stares intensely, desperate to know how Kaio reacted during that moment. The boy blushes and stammers, claiming he's too young to understand such things. The man sighs in frustration, calling the boy completely useless. The boss and his subordinate discuss a woman whose intentions are clearly far from noble. The boss expresses a deep-seated fear that Ruoxi is currently in serious danger. The blonde henchman questions why the boss would care after his previous harsh actions. They continue their heated argument in the middle of a massive, high-rise office. The boss looks on with a cold, focused gaze, dismissing any claims of empathy. His subordinate looks visibly flustered and tries to talk some sense into him. Suddenly, the boss demands the boy approach him for a more direct command. They huddle at the desk as the boss details a new set of instructions. The blonde boy complains about being constantly sent on these life-threatening missions. The boss dismissively pats his subordinate's head, asserting his dominance in the situation. To settle the dispute, the boss pulls out a drawer packed with snacks as a bribe. The bribe works instantly, and the boy is suddenly ready to take on any task. Later that night, the scene shifts to the quiet exterior of Ruoxi's house. A soldier approaches Kaio to give him an urgent update on their progress. The subordinate confirms that he has successfully completed the task assigned to him. He presents a property deed, proving that the house has officially been purchased. Kaio takes the document but warns his man to keep this entire transaction a secret from Ruoxi. The man leans in to whisper a piece of shocking gossip he discovered at the real estate office. He reveals that Ruoxi's father has been left completely homeless after a recent betrayal. Kaio is visibly stunned by the news of the father's sudden downfall. It turns out a woman swindled the man out of all his property money before vanishing. The subordinate finds the situation incredibly ironic given the father's past behavior. He laughs at the idea of karmic justice finally catching up to the man. Despite the history, Kaio remains firm that they should help Ruoxi's father in his time of need. Kaio reiterates that Ruoxi must not find out about this intervention for the time being. The subordinate notes that Kaio always goes above and beyond to protect her. Kaio playfully strikes his man with the folder to get him to stop talking. He declares that Ruoxi belongs with him and her problems are his to solve. The henchman is taken aback, questioning just how deep their relationship has truly gone. The two share a comedic moment as the subordinate begs for more details about the romance. He vows to find the missing scepter as soon as possible for the sake of their future. Kaio puts him in a playful headlock to silence his teasing remarks. Another ally enters the room, looking for Ruoxi's current whereabouts. Meanwhile, Ruoxi stands alone outside a city building, checking her phone as night falls. She answers a call from Kaio, assuring him that everything is perfectly fine on her end. She explains that she is just finishing up some overtime and will be heading home shortly. After finishing the conversation, she says her goodbyes and hangs up the phone. Suddenly, Diane appears out of the shadows, catching Ruoxi completely off guard. Diane stares her down with a look of pure contempt and arrogance. Ruoxi grits her teeth, determined not to let this woman intimidate her. Diane mocks her, claiming she expected a much more fearful reaction. Ruoxi's internal fury ignites as she prepares herself for a confrontation. Diane reveals that she hasn't come just to talk, but has a specific goal in mind. Diane boldly claims she is there to help Kaio reclaim his country and his throne. Ruoxi is left speechless by the sheer audacity of such a blatant lie. Diane boasts that her ultimate victory over the situation is already guaranteed. She leans in close to taunt Ruoxi, questioning what a commoner like her could possibly offer. Diane dismissively grabs Ruoxi's chin, insulting her appearance with a condescending smirk. Ruoxi loses her patience and violently slaps the woman's hand away. She stands her ground, warning Diane that she isn't allowed to touch her. Diane lunges forward, threatening to use force to make Ruoxi submit to her. Ruoxi doesn't hesitate and readies a counter-strike against her aggressor. In a swift motion, Ruoxi delivers a sharp slap across Diane's face. Diane is left standing in total shock, stunned that she was actually hit. Diane's eyes burn with a cold fury as she stares down her rival. Losing her cool, Diane raises a hand to strike while threatening to end Ruoxi once and for all. Before the blow can land, a hand shoots out and firmly intercepts Diane's wrist. Kaio steps into the fray, physically restraining Diane to prevent her from harming Ruoxi. With a chilling gaze, Kaio asks Diane if she truly thinks she's a match for him. The confrontation continues under the city lights as Kaio refuses to let Diane's arm go. Diane lowers her head, claiming she never intended for them to be enemies. She tries to appeal to him by mentioning the sacrifices she made to secure the secret guardian's scepter. Kaio remains completely unaffected by her emotional plea. He issues a final, stern warning for Diane to never lay a finger on Ruoxi again. Unbeknownst to them, the blonde boy is lurking nearby, watching the entire scene unfold from the shadows. He notes that his boss's predictions were correct, but decides it isn't the right moment to intervene. Suddenly, a small pug appears out of nowhere and sinks its teeth into the henchman's leg. The blonde boy is caught completely off guard by the sudden cannon attack. The persistent dog refuses to let go, dragging the spy away from his hiding spot. The pug, QQ, looks toward Ruoxi, determined to defend his mistress from any threat. Seeing Diane confronting Ruoxi, the dog prepares to launch a full-on assault. The small dog charges across the pavement with surprising speed. Diane continues to plead with Kaio, begging him to believe her side of the story. Her plea is cut short when QQ leaps into the air and bites down on her arm. Ruoxi watches in stunned silence as her pet unexpectedly joins the battle. Enraged, Diane grabs the pug by the neck to pry him off her skin. She screams at the animal, furious that a mere dog would dare to attack her. In a fit of rage, Diane throws the small dog high into the air, telling it to get lost. Ruoxi cries out in panic as she watches her beloved pet flying through the night sky. Kaio immediately springs into action, leaping toward the falling dog. With incredible reflexes, Kaio manages to catch QQ safely before he hits the ground. The pug is visibly shaken, but safe in Kaio's arms as Ruoxi expresses her relief. Ruoxi checks on the dog, and Kaio confirms that the animal hasn't suffered any serious injuries. Holding her pet close, Ruoxi is grateful that her silly companion is all right. Kaio turns back to Diane, declaring that Ruoxi and the dog are his family. He delivers a final ultimatum, promising he won't hold back if she ever targets them again. Diane is devastated, unable to believe that she ranks lower in Kaio's eyes than a common dog. Trembling with hurt and anger, she tells him that he has finally gone too far. A surge of violet energy erupts from Diane's body as she gives in to her rage. She channels the dark power into her hand, intending to strike them down. Diane unleashes a blast of purple energy directly at the unsuspecting Ruoxi. Sensing the danger, Kaio quickly grabs Ruoxi and pulls her out of the line of fire. The lethal energy beam streaks past them, narrowly missing its mark as the pair dodges. Diane is shocked to see that they managed to evade her high-speed attack. Kaio glares back, appalled that Diane actually attempted to take their lives. Diane stands her ground, challenging Kaio to see if he wants her dead now. Kaio can only look at her with disgust, calling her completely insane. Even in the face of such danger, the brave pug vows to do everything he can to protect Ruoxi. A deafening roar suddenly shakes the entire area, stopping everyone in their tracks. A massive, glowing golden dragon manifests directly behind an unsuspecting Diane. Diane freezes, sensing a presence far more powerful than her own. Both Kaio and Ruoxi are left speechless by the sudden appearance of the mythical beast. Without warning, the dragon's massive claws snatch Diane up in a crushing grip. The dragon takes flight, carrying a screaming Diane high above the city skyscrapers and into the night. Ruoxi stands frozen, her legs feeling like jelly after the intense encounter. Kaio approaches her, apologizing for constantly getting her caught up in dangerous situations. He reminds her firmly that she belongs to him ever since he gave her the seal. Kaio pulls her close, offering a sense of security and protection. He looks into her eyes, wondering if she truly remembers their shared past. A memory surfaces of a younger Kaio and Ruoxi sharing a quiet moment of connection. In the flashback, a tearful Ruoxi explains that she never wants to feel alone again. Her sadness eventually turns into a bright, cheerful smile. Back then, Kaio comforted her and vowed to take away her worries. Returning to the present, Kaio drops down to one knee on the hard pavement. He thanks Ruoxi for always staying by his side and tells her how much she illuminates his world. Holding her hand gently, he prepares for a life-altering question. He shows his devotion by bringing her hand toward his face in a gesture of respect. Ruoxi is overjoyed, nodding enthusiastically and accepting his proposal. Suddenly, Kaio's expression shifts to one of complete shock. Ruoxi looks on, confused by his sudden change in demeanor. Instead of a ring, Kaio holds up a dangerous poisonous sword shard he found. He examines the sharp fragment, realizing it needs to be disposed of immediately. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Ruoxi turns and bolts away as fast as she can. QQ the dog watches in confusion as his mistress loses her composure. In her haste, Ruoxi fails to clear a small wooden fence. She ends up face-planting directly into the nearby bushes. Kaio simply shakes his head at her characteristic clumsiness. He catches up to her, holding her steady to calm her nerves. To get moving, he lifts her up and carries her over his shoulder. He teases her about gaining weight, which immediately gets a reaction. Ruoxi blushes furiously, her face turning a deep shade of red. She demands to be put down, struggling against his firm grip. Back at the base, Ray taps his foot impatiently while waiting for the pair. He wonders where they could have gone for so long. His teammate tells him to be quiet and show some patience. Suddenly, the door handle clicks as someone finally arrives. Ray and his companion notice that the two have finally returned. Kaio walks into the room, still carrying Ruoxi over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The subordinates comment on the prince's growing ability to charm those around him. One of the men scoffs, calling the entire display of affection childish. Kaio eventually sets Ruoxi back on her feet as they enter the living space. Ruoxi remains flustered and pouts while Kaio stands stands tall beside her. The team watches the awkward tension between the two with great interest. Kaio smiles at his group and suggests that everyone should head off to sleep. Ruoxi continues her silent protest while Kaio keeps a hand on her arm. Ray feels the atmosphere is a bit stiff and assumes Kaio is feeling awkward. He decides he needs to intervene to help the couple find some space together. He boldly suggests that the prince should just share a room with Ruoxi for the night. The rest of the team reacts with absolute shock at the forward suggestion. Kaio doesn't hesitate for a second and calmly agrees to the idea while patting Ruoxi's head. Ray is stunned by how quickly the prince accepted his plan. However, Kaio then turns the tables by inviting Ray to join the group rest as well. Ray stops in his tracks, completely baffled by the turn of events. Both subordinates immediately start protesting the strange group sleeping arrangement. Ruoxi imagines the chaotic scenario, her face turning bright red from the thought. Kaio asserts his authority, asking if they really dare to disobey his direct order. Ruoxi has a brief, silly vision of everyone resting together before the reality of the situation hits her. The subordinates look at Kaio with a mix of judgment and utter disbelief. Kaio looks frustrated, asking his subordinates to take the situation seriously instead of letting their minds wander. A dragon flies over the city as the group realizes Diane has been taken. In is likely planning something. Ray and Suri listen intently as Kaio warns them that an attack could happen tonight. Ray places a hand on Kaio's shoulder, expressing concern about the potential danger. Concerned for Kaio's safety, Ray insists on staying by his side throughout the night. Kaio immediately shuts the idea down, ordering Ray to share a room with Suri instead. Suri is completely taken aback and flustered by the sudden arrangement. Despite Suri's protests, Kaio stands his ground while Ray watches the exchange. Kaio explains that splitting up is a strategic move to ensure at least some of them remain safe. Suri remains silent, looking visibly annoyed and red-faced at the command. Ray teases Suri about her awkwardness, reminding her that it is an official order. Suri shoots a sharp, unhappy look at Ray in response to his teasing. Fed up, Suri demands that Ray keep a distance of at least 1 meter from her at all times. The scene transitions to the full moon shining brightly over the dark trees outside. Moonlight reflects off the window and the surrounding foliage as the night settles in. Ruoxi smiles in her sleep, clearly lost in a very pleasant dream. In the next bed, Ray lies awake looking extremely embarrassed by the sounds of Ruoxi's sleep-talking. Ruoxi continues to talk in her sleep, looking completely peaceful and unaware of her surroundings. Ray hides under the covers, wishing for some decency as the vocal dreaming continues. Ray turns bright red, wishing the ground would just swallow him whole to escape the awkwardness. The room layout shows the 3 beds arranged together as everyone tries to get some rest. Suddenly, Ruoxi shouts out in her sleep, looking distressed as she calls for help. Kaio's eyes snap open instantly at the sound of her voice. Ray also wakes up in a panic, looking over at Ruoxi with deep concern. Kaio leans over to check on Ruoxi, who is still caught in the middle of her dream. Ray questions Kaio's sudden proximity, while Kaio wonders where else he would be during emergency. Kaio facepalms in pure embarrassment once he realizes the nature of Ruoxi's dream. Ruoxi remains fast asleep with a silly, content expression on her face. The scene shifts to the hallway where strange noises are heard coming from the guest room. A close-up shows the nameplate on the door where the others are staying. Inside the room, Suri is asleep in the bed while Sissel is stuck resting on the floor. Sissel looks up from the ground, complaining about how cold the room has become. Suri tells him to be quiet and stay exactly where he was told to stay. Sissel promises to behave if she just lets him move off the freezing floor. Suri reminds him they are currently on a mission and refuses to change the sleeping arrangement. Sissel continues to plead, emphasizing how uncomfortable the hard floor is. Suri hits him with a pillow to get him to stop talking. She tosses him an extra blanket to help him deal with the temperature. Sissel wonders what other excuse he can possibly use to get onto the bed. A mischievous glint appears in Sissel's eyes as he thinks of a new plan. He begins faking a stomach ache, groaning loudly to get Suri's attention. Suri finally sighs in defeat and tells him he can get on the bed. Sissel smiles, believing his little act has finally paid off. Suri has a determined look in her eyes as she prepares a special countermeasure. Sissel is suddenly tied up in heavy ropes, looking completely baffled by the situation. Suri forces the bound Sissel to stay on the edge of the bed and orders him to sleep. Sissel complains about her being a cruel woman, while she ignores him. Sissel watches as Suri quickly falls into a deep sleep right next to him. He chuckles to himself, noting that she made a mistake by not covering his mouth. Sissel leans over and gives her a quick, playful peck on the cheek. Suri's eyes snap open immediately, catching him in the act. Loud crashes and yelling can be heard from behind the closed door as Suri reacts. Morning eventually arrives with birds chirping on a branch outside the house. Ruoxi wakes up feeling something very hard and strange underneath her back. She realizes with a start that she has fallen off the bed and onto the floor. Ruoxi looks completely bewildered as she tries to process her morning tumble. Kaio notices Ruoxi has finally opened her eyes. She realizes she spent the entire night resting on him and feels incredibly embarrassed. Ray walks into the room and awkwardly suggests he'll go make breakfast while Kaio tells her to move. Ray wonders if Kaio is setting this situation up on purpose just to mess with him. He can't stand watching their antics anymore and decides to step out. A tired yawn escapes as the group begins their morning. Sissel and Ray compare notes on their terrible night of rest. Sissel admits he misses their usual sleeping arrangements. Ray completely agrees, feeling the exhaustion. The two stand in the hallway, looking completely drained. Suddenly, Suri starts shouting through the door for Sissel to return a stolen keepsake. Ray is confused and asks Sissel what he's talking about. Sissel stays silent while Ray looks at him with growing suspicion. A star-patterned charm is seen tucked into Sissel's belt. Suri slams the door open, looking absolutely livid. She grabs Sissel by his robe and pulls. She demands he opens his eyes and explains what's in his belt. Sissel tries to play it cool, claiming he has nothing to do with it. He eventually makes a run for it as a fiery Suri chases him down. Sissel screams for help from the rest of the group as he flees. Ray just closes his eyes, refusing to get involved in the chaos. A bike tire screeches as the scene shifts to the street. Kaio is pedaling a bicycle with Ruoxi sitting on the back. He checks if she's ready and prepares to take off. Ruoxi is worried about the safety of riding with a passenger. They move through the busy city streets. Ruoxi looks back and sees something concerning. She warns Kaio that the police are right behind them. Instead of stopping, the bike suddenly picks up immense speed. Ruoxi screams in shock as they actually start flying. She panics, worrying about being seen in the air. Kaio flashes a confident smile and promises to keep her safe. The bike soars high above the skyscrapers and into the clouds. Ruoxi is amazed to find herself surrounded by white mist. Down on the ground, bystanders notice heart-shaped clouds forming in the sky. Kaio reassures her that the clouds are providing perfect cover from prying eyes. They arrive at the Zhaoan TV station. The bike lands smoothly on the sidewalk. Kaio tells Ruoxi to make sure she has her bag from the front basket. She grabs her things and prepares for her shift. Kaio gives her a final warning to be careful while she's at work. Ruoxi feels confident about her safety. She reveals a restricted tool she brought for protection against Diane. She claims that even the strongest people fear a sharp edge. Kaio immediately confiscates the item and tells her to just focus on her job. Ruoxi looks toward the station entrance where a crowd has gathered. She waves goodbye to Kaio and heads inside. The clock on her computer shows that the morning has flown by. Ruoxi slumps into her office chair, finally finished with her tasks. She decides to order some takeout since it's too hot to go out. Someone suddenly calls her name from across the room. Her colleagues ask if she's joining them for a meal. One of them approaches her with a big smile, asking for a favor. Ruoxi's colleague asks for concert tickets as a favor, hoping for a hookup. A delivery man arrives at the station asking for Ruoxi. Ruoxi assumes it's her lunch and points her out to the courier. She takes the bag, but the man reveals there's one more item for her. He presents a massive bouquet of red roses, sent by a mysterious admirer. The man wishes her a happy lunch as she takes the heavy floral arrangement. Ruoxi wonders if the gift is from Kaio, while her coworkers watch with jealousy. She tells them they wouldn't understand, keeping the sender's identity to herself. The other women decide to head out to eat alone, feeling left out. Ruoxi spots a small card tucked deep within the red petals. The note claims to be from a man as beautiful as a flower, which she assumes is Kaio's style. Dusk falls over the city skyline as the workday comes to an end. Ruoxi returns home and sets her shoes aside while still holding the bouquet. She immediately thanks Kaio for the beautiful flowers as he approaches. Kaio looks completely baffled and asks her what flowers she's talking about. He clarifies that he wasn't the one who sent them, leaving Ruoxi stunned. The group members react with shock as they realize someone else is pursuing her. They exchange suspicious looks, wondering who the secret admirer could be. Kaio stares off with a sweat drop, his mind racing through the possibilities. Ruoxi stands in awkward silence, processing the confusing turn of events. The scene shifts to the OMG Entertainment building towering under the night sky. A hand firmly grasps a golden scepter topped with a glowing blue gemstone. The group stands over the unconscious woman they successfully captured. A young subordinate reminds the leader that this woman tried to eliminate Ruoxi. The leader confirms he was already aware of her hostile intentions. The boy expresses concern that the captive will never change her dangerous ways. The leader looks down at her, suggesting that there are ways to handle enemies besides ending them. The subordinate looks up in confusion, not understanding the plan. The man asks if the boy truly thinks elimination is the only solution. He rests a hand on the boy's head, preparing to demonstrate a unique technique. The man steps forward, mocking the idea that his subordinates still haven't learned his methods. He orders the others to stop as he prepares to unleash his power. The boy worries he's being looked down upon again as he watches closely. The leader channels a surge of energy toward the captive to neutralize her threat forever. A brilliant light consumes the woman as her form is magically compressed. The energy rumbles across the floor as the transformation is completed. The subordinate is amazed by the legendary technique that turned the opponent into an egg. The man scolds the boy, telling him his head is filled with nothing but nonsense. Despite the lecture, the boy is genuinely impressed by the cool display of magic. The leader smiles and jokingly threatens to confiscate the boy's snacks. The subordinate panics at the thought of losing his favorite treats. Suddenly, the egg-like object begins to crack and glow with a vibrant pink light. The man watches in surprise as the shell starts to break apart on its own. The young assistant stares wide-eyed at the unexpected reaction from the orb. A massive burst of electricity zaps out as the shell shatters completely. The leader stands in stunned silence at the resulting transformation. In place of the enemy, a small young girl sits on the floor rubbing her eyes. The man admits the result is far cuter than he had originally imagined. The little girl looks up at him with a blush and calls him daddy. The subordinate gives a double thumbs up, finding the turn of events incredible. The man breaks into a cold sweat, completely caught off guard by the child's claim. The young girl reaches out her arms, eagerly demanding a hug from her new father. The blonde boy covers his eyes in disbelief, comparing the current child version of Diane to the dangerous woman she used to be. The OMG leader remains calm, believing that since humans are born kind, this version of her will never harm Ruoxi. He orders the child to stop sitting on the cold floor and learn how to stand on her own feet, while the subordinate watches in shock. A hand reaches out to give the girl's dark blue dress a gentle pat as she tries to follow instructions. The little girl puffs out her cheeks with pride, announcing that she managed to stand up all by herself. The blonde boy looks on with a sweat drop, wondering if the boss is actually serious about adopting her. Suddenly, a tiny hand reaches out and grabs onto the boy's hand for support. He turns his head in surprise, feeling the unexpected contact from the former villain. With a bright and happy expression, the girl looks up at him and calls him her brother. The boy screams in pure shock, completely overwhelmed by the sudden change in their relationship. He asks the leader for clarification, desperate to know if this girl is really going to be his new sister. The leader shoots him a stern look, asking if he has a problem with the girl's request. Looking confused and hurt, the child wonders if her new family doesn't actually care about her. The leader justifies his actions, seeing no issue with turning an old enemy into a loyal family member. Realizing the potential benefits, the boy decides that having a little sister could actually mean having a new assistant. The child starts to tear up, sobbing to her daddy about how he doesn't seem to love her. The leader quickly picks her up and tries to hand her off to the boy to deal with the crying. The boy puts on a friendly face and invites his new sister to go play with him. As they leave, the leader reminds him to secretly influence her to protect Ruoxi at every opportunity. The boy tries to protest, pointing out that he is still just a kid himself and shouldn't have this much responsibility. Despite his internal complaints, he forces a nervous smile and accepts his new duty. Nearby, a heart-shaped keepsake rests inside a display case, glowing with a soft light. The leader looks over some intelligence reports, deciding that Kaio is far too suspicious to be trusted. The subordinate boy lets out a heavy sigh, clearly exhausted by the day's strange developments. Back at the office, a co-worker teases Ruoxi about her popularity while she tries to explain the mystery flowers. Kaio watches with a dark expression as the co-worker takes a sniff of the suspicious bouquet. A woman with long pink hair steps in, holding the red roses and telling the others to keep their mouths shut. The bouquet is suddenly slapped down onto the floor, scattering the petals. The green-haired man looks down at the mess, demanding to know who actually sent the gift. Ruoxi looks worried, fearing that the presence of these flowers will cause a major misunderstanding with Kaio. Kaio places a hand on her shoulder and reassures her that he trusts her completely. The pug, QQ, suddenly jumps into action and begins dragging the bouquet away by the wrapping. QQ lets out a massive sneeze as the pollen from the roses hits his nose. The dog realizes that something is very wrong and decides he needs to alert his mistress immediately. He starts barking aggressively at the flowers as they lay on the floor near Kaio's feet. Ruoxi looks down at her pet, confused about why he is acting so strangely toward the gift. Kaio kneels down to comfort the dog, wondering if there is something hidden within the arrangement. The pug uses his paws to push the black wrapping aside, revealing the contents of the bouquet's base. The pink-haired woman watches closely, sensing that the dog's instincts might be right. Kaio picks up the flowers once more, wondering if Diane is still trying to target Ruoxi from the shadows. Deep within the stems, a golden, metallic object begins to shimmer and catch the light. Ruoxi gasps as she notices the secret item tucked away amongst the red roses. They pull out a magnificent, golden scepter topped with a massive purple gemstone. The entire group stands in stunned silence, staring at the legendary artifact they just uncovered. Ruoxi identifies it as the secret guardian's scepter and questions how it could be here if Diane was supposed to have it. The green-haired man suggests that they should test the scepter to see if it is actually the real deal. Kaio takes the artifact in his hand, and it immediately begins to glow with a powerful, magical aura. Ruoxi looks conflicted, worried about what Kaio will have to sacrifice to keep such a powerful item. Kaio taps the scepter against the pug, and the dog immediately faints from the overwhelming sensation of the magic. The golden scepter shines with a mysterious light as its intricate details are revealed. Ruoxi gazes at the artifact with a look of pure shock as the energy shifts. Panic sets in as she calls out to Kikyu, who has collapsed on the floor. The operative looks down in distress, worried about her companion's sudden condition. Kaio remains calm, holding the scepter while checking on the pug's vital signs. It turns out the pet has simply absorbed an excess of spirit power and needs a long nap to recover. Ruoxi cradles the sleeping animal in a blanket, blaming herself for not being more attentive. She decides to excuse herself from the group to take the dog to bed. As she walks away, she maintains a somber expression, clearly troubled by the day's events. Kaio watches her leave, noting that she seems particularly unhappy. A sudden realization strikes him as he formulates a plan to cheer her up. His internal thoughts show a more playful side as he considers his next move. One of the subordinates excitedly asks if the scepter they found is the genuine article. Kaio confirms its authenticity while holding the legendary item with care. The subordinate suggests heading to the Mu family immediately for the official handover ceremony. Kaio dismisses the suggestion, stating that the ceremony is not his current priority. He tells his team to handle their own business while while he goes to check on Ruoxi. The hare wastes no time, quickly heading up the stairs to find his partner. The subordinates are left behind, commenting on how much their leader has changed recently. Upstairs, QQ is tucked safely into a bed to sleep off the magical energy. The pug remains in a deep, peaceful slumber, completely unaware of the surrounding drama. Ruoxi sits alone on the edge of the bed, lost in a vacant stare. She worries that the appearance of the scepter might lead to Kaio leaving her side. Her conscience manifests as a small angel, urging her to have more faith in their bond. A darker mental projection counters this, telling her to act as if she doesn't care. The two internal voices argue back and forth about her true feelings for the hare. Ruoxi remains caught in the middle of this internal conflict, feeling overwhelmed. She begins to vent her frustrations out loud, unaware that Kaio has entered the room behind her. Ruoxi continues her rant, expressing her fear that he will choose Diane over her. Kaio interjects by grabbing her arms, questioning why she thinks Diane gave him the scepter. Ruoxi is startled by his sudden presence. Realizing she was caught talking to herself, she feels an intense wave of embarrassment, wishing she could disappear on the spot. However, she decides to stand her ground and be honest about her insecurities. She questions who else could have hidden the scepter in the roses if not Diane. Kaio points out that Diane was busy being captured and suggests Owan might be behind the trick. Mentioning Owan makes Kaio visibly annoyed, showing a rare moment of jealousy. Ruoxi considers the possibility that Owan was involved in the scepter's appearance. She wonders why anyone would just give away such a powerful and important item. Kaio maintains close proximity to her, openly admitting his feelings of jealousy. He reassures her that she is the only person he intends to spend his future with. Ruoxi looks at him with newfound resolve, wanting to make amends for her doubts. The two stand in close physical alignment, closing the distance between them. They maintain a clinical level of proximity as the atmosphere in the room shifts. Standing by the window, they continue their private conversation in the moonlight. A mental image shows the dog still sleeping soundly, while the two discuss their relationship. Ruoxi voices a concern about the others being able to hear them from downstairs. Kaio uses the scepter to cast a silencing spell, ensuring their privacy is maintained. A magical aura surrounds them as they continue their academic discussion of their partnership. Ruoxi stays focused on her paperwork, tapping her fingers as she reviews the documents. She suddenly stops, her mind drifting back to recent events. A memory of a brief, supportive touch from Kaio during a meal brings a flush to her cheeks. She worries that the others notice their closeness and finds the thought quite embarrassing. Back at her desk, she still feels the warmth of his presence and wonders about his current whereabouts. She tries to shake off the distraction, forcing herself to concentrate on her work tasks. Her workstation is set up with a calendar and a monitor displaying her latest projects. Miss Mu approaches and interrupts her thoughts, causing Ruoxi to stand up quickly. Miss Mu introduces a young new intern named Qian Jiating to the team. Ruoxi looks on, surprised by the sudden introduction of a new colleague. Miss Mu gives a wink, telling the two of them to get acquainted before she heads back to her office. The supervisor leaves the two alone to start their professional introduction. Ruoxi politely introduces herself and offers a friendly greeting. The intern introduces himself as Jiating, appearing a bit nervous. They exchange a formal greeting, though Jiating seems quite flustered by the interaction. He explains that everyone calls him by his nickname, looking a bit shy. Ruoxi can't help but find his demeanor similar to her pet QQ. Internally, she struggles to maintain her composure because she finds him so adorable. She clears her throat, attempting to regain her professional focus. Ruoxi gestures for him to take a seat while she prepares for their next task. Xiaoting nods obediently and settles into his new workspace. He thinks to himself how gentle and kind his new mentor seems to be. Ruoxi tries to pull herself together, reminding herself that he is a colleague, not a pet. A knock at the door signals the return of their supervisor. Ruoxi looks up to see Miss Mu standing at the entrance. Miss Mu instructs Ruoxi to take charge of the intern and show him the ropes of the office. Ruoxi acknowledges the request, ready to take on the responsibility. Miss Mu encourages Ruoxi to have more confidence in her own abilities. Ruoxi reflects on her tendency to be hard on herself. She stands tall and promises to do a thorough job training the new arrival. Miss Mu smiles, pleased to see Ruoxi taking initiative. The supervisor offers a close word of encouragement, telling Ruoxi to always believe in herself. Ruoxi feels slightly overwhelmed but appreciates the direct support from her boss. Miss Mu gives her a supportive pat on the head before sending her back to work. Ruoxi smiles, feeling a renewed sense of purpose and confidence. She checks her appearance in the mirror, wanting to look professional for her intern. Ruoxi heads toward the restroom to freshen up before the next meeting. While there, she overhears other employees talking about her assignment. The coworkers are making disparaging remarks about Ruoxi's appearance and status. They continue to mock her behind her back, causing Ruoxi's expression to darken with anger. Infuriated by their petty gossip, Ruoxi storms away from the group. She returns to her desk, visibly upset and fuming over the insults. Xiaoting notices her distress and asks what happened to make her so angry. He looks determined, offering to help her deal with whoever upset her. Ruoxi tries to calm him down, advising him not to be so impulsive at work. She hands him some study materials to redirect his focus to his training. Xiaoting takes the papers, but he secretly vows to find a way to stand up for his mentor. Ruoxi compares Xiaoting's innocence to her pet dog QQ, who looks on with a sad expression. Xiaoting reveals his impressive background, mentioning he was born in a major cultural hub. Ruoxi is momentarily stunned by the intern's unexpected residency status. Feeling like he overshared, Xiaoding immediately regrets his words and tries to play it cool. He worries that his impressive background might make Ruoxi dislike him or think he's showing off. Ruoxi has a sudden realization about his heritage and its rich cultural significance. She gives the hardworking intern an encouraging pat on the head, praising his capabilities. Motivated by his dedication, Ruoxi resolves to work just as hard as her new assistant. Xiaoding is absolutely thrilled by the gesture, feeling a deep sense of admiration for his mentor. The intern is left in a state of pure bliss, practically floating with joy after the positive interaction. Meanwhile, two mysterious observers watch the scene unfold from behind a nearby door. The young boy finds his companion to be more of a liability than a help as they hide. He looks on with a sense of annoyance at the chaotic energy of his partner. The girl is eager to take action and get revenge on anyone who dares to pick on Ruoxi. Nearby, two coworkers continue to spread malicious rumors and gossip about Ruoxi's behavior. The young boy remembers his mission to protect Ruoxi from the negativity of these women. He decides it is time to teach the bullies a lesson they won't soon forget. One of the coworkers settles into her desk, completely unaware of the impending prank. She is suddenly startled when her computer screen acts up without warning. The monitor lights up with an eerie glow, catching the woman's full attention. As she leans in for a closer look, the atmosphere in the office shifts dramatically. Her eyes widen in pure terror as something unnatural begins to manifest. A frightening figure begins to crawl right out of the digital display to scare the coworker. A terrified scream echoes throughout the entire skyscraper, alerting everyone in the vicinity. Both bullies are left shaking in fear, convinced they have just seen a real ghost. Other employees watch in confusion, wondering if their coworkers have finally lost their minds from overwork. The two pranksters peek out from their hiding spot to witness the success of their scare tactic. The girl is incredibly proud of her performance, flashing a victory sign to her brother. The boy is less impressed, lecturing her on her temper despite her small stature. He questions why she chose such an extreme method to frighten the office bullies. She innocently explains that she got the idea from a horror movie they recently watched together. He immediately bans her from watching any more scary movies in the future. She winks playfully, revealing that he was actually the one who enjoyed the films the most. Elsewhere, Sissel suggests to Kaio that they need to step up their game with Ruoxi. Kaio remains composed, asking his companion to get straight to the point of his visit. Sissel reveals a pair of tickets to a major concert, claiming it's the perfect way to win her over. Kaio is highly skeptical that a loud concert is actually what Ruoxi needs right now. Sissel shows him a guide on his phone detailing how to win someone's affection through shared experiences. He confidently explains that the atmosphere of the event will make their bond soar. A small disagreement breaks out over who will actually be performing at the event. Sissel brags about how fast the tickets sold out, emphasizing their extreme value. Kaio begins to consider that the concert might actually be a good way for Ruoxi to unwind. He decides to take the initiative and do something special to support her during this stressful time. And flashy idol poster with the words "Waiting for you" hangs on the wall, catching everyone's eye. Ruoxi sits at her desk, deep in thought about a mysterious scepter sent by Awan. Xiaoding's phone buzzes with a notification while he works, signaling that his favorite idol is online. Both Ruoxi and Xiaoding are distracted by their own thoughts and gadgets during their work session. Xiaoding tries to be sneaky, hiding his phone behind a folder to catch a glimpse of the stream. The idol on the screen strikes a pose, captivating the young intern. Seeing his favorite star, Xiaoding descends into a fanboy trance while staring at his screen. Ruoxi suddenly interrupts, asking if he's finished his task, sending Xiaoding into a panic. He tries to laugh it off and hide the phone, but his nerves are clearly getting the better of him. In his haste to hide the evidence, he knocks over a stack of books and papers. Ruoxi gives him a chillingly sweet smile that makes it clear she knows exactly what he was doing. Xiaoding freezes up, looking like a student who just got caught skipping class. Feeling like a strict school teacher, Ruoxi sighs and rubs her forehead in frustration. She tells him to finish the reading at home, because they have more pressing business to attend to. Xiaoding immediately cheers up, ready to move on to the next exciting assignment. As they head out, Ruoxi is intercepted by a group of insistent coworkers. They demand to know if she secured tickets for Sissel's upcoming concert like she supposedly promised. One of the women looks particularly annoyed, crossing her arms as she waits for an answer. Ruoxi is completely blindsided, having never actually agreed to get them anything. When she admits she doesn't even have a ticket for herself, the coworkers lash out in anger. The bullies begin whispering among themselves, questioning Ruoxi's actual relationship with Sissel. They spread rumors that she's just lying to cover up for a secret boyfriend. The women laugh mockingly at Ruoxi, enjoying their attempt to humiliate her. Ruoxi clenches her fist, barely containing her rage at their petty slander. Suddenly, a hand slams down hard on the table, silencing the gossipers. Xiaoding stands tall, glaring at the bullies for insulting Ruoxi and Sissel. Ruoxi looks up in surprise at her intern's sudden defensive outburst. The coworkers are stunned into silence by the young man's intense gaze. Xiaoding quickly composes himself, pretending he was simply trying to squash a mosquito. He then drops a bombshell, casually announcing that he has plenty of tickets to the show. The bullies instantly flip their attitude, their eyes turning into hearts at the prospect of free tickets. Ruoxi watches the scene unfold, concerned that her intern is getting too carried away. Xiaoding winks at her, revealing that his family is actually the main sponsor for the concert. The co-workers are completely won over, seeing the intern as their new best friend. He offers tickets to everyone in the office, even suggesting cash transfers for those who can't attend. The office staff showers him with praise, welcoming the wealthy intern with open arms. One co-worker begins plotting a way to join his rich family after seeing his display of wealth. Ruoxi worries about the trouble Xiaoding might face later for being so impulsive. Xiaoding reaches into his bag and pulls out a stack of premium purple concert tickets. He hands them out with a slight blush, enjoying the positive attention he's receiving. The women happily accept the gifts, their previous hostility completely forgotten. Xiaoding watches them leave, thinking that the pain of losing something is far worse than never having it. Meanwhile, the two mysterious children watch Kaio's home from the shadows, staying invisible. Inside, Kaio prepares a meal, sharpening a large kitchen knife with a focused expression. The girl is terrified by the sight of the blade, clinging to her brother in fear. To the children, Kaio looks like a menacing figure as he stands there with the culinary tool. Kaio's pug, QQ, suddenly starts barking at the seemingly empty space where the children are hiding. The dog sniffs around the boy's feet, sensing the intruders despite their invisibility. The boy tries to shoo the dog away, desperate to keep their presence a secret. The girl can't resist and picks up the pug, making it look like the dog is floating in the air. Kaio looks over in confusion, wondering why his dog is making such a ruckus. He is stunned to see QQ seemingly hovering mid-air without any support. The children realize they are in trouble as Kaio approaches the floating pet. They decide they need to make a quick exit and plan to mask their scent better next time. Kaio reaches out to grab his dog, still puzzled by the strange phenomenon. The girl holds onto the dog for one last moment before they flee the scene. The boy forces her to drop the pet so they can escape before being discovered. Kaio catches the pug and begins petting it, though he's still holding the knife in his other hand. The sight of him with the blade leaves a lasting, frightening impression on the watching children. Convinced that the dog is in danger, the girl declares that they must return to save him. Kaio holds the dog while the invisible boy watches, surprised his magic is being tested by the man's gaze. The boy tries to act tough to keep their presence a secret, telling the girl to be quiet or he'll eat her. The girl remains completely unfazed and offers him a large lollipop to win him over. Unimpressed by the sweets, the boy asks if those treats were actually intended for the dog. The girl happily taps a bag of snacks, claiming she has plenty more to share with everyone. The boy decides to seize all her snacks to prevent her from causing any more trouble. He greedily helps himself to the treats, while the girl looks on with a disappointed expression. Ruoxi enters the room looking refreshed and ready to enjoy a quiet evening. The pug, QQ, looks up with excitement, clearly eager for some attention from its mistress. The dog affectionately rubs against Ruoxi's legs to welcome her back. Kaio greets Ruoxi with a freshly prepared meal of sweet and sour fish, encouraging her to go get change. Using her chopsticks, Ruoxi picks up a perfectly glazed piece of the fish to start her dinner. She thoroughly enjoys the meal, looking delighted by the high-quality cooking. Kaio watches her eat, and she playfully offers him a bite of the food in return. Ruoxi praises Kaio's culinary skills, noting how much his cooking has improved recently. The dog watches the food longingly, but is reminded to show restraint and watch its weight. Ruoxi feels a bit embarrassed when she realizes she has a grain of rice stuck to her face. Kaio tells her to take her time, explaining that he prepared the entire feast specifically for her. Ruoxi gets caught up in a romantic daydream, imagining a more dramatic and intense version of the moment. She quickly tries to snap herself out of the fantasy she is building in her head. Her imagination continues to run wild as she gazes at Kaio with hearts in her eyes. In her dream, Kaio is surrounded by roses and acts like a classic romantic lead. The fantasy escalates as she imagines him gently reaching out to pull her closer. The idealized scenario continues with a soft, romantic atmosphere filled with blooming flowers. She envisions him whispering compliments to her in this perfectly staged daydream. Ruoxi struggles to maintain her composure as her thoughts become increasingly distracted by her imagination. She finally manages to snap out of it and force herself back into the real world. She questions what she was thinking and tries to cool down her blushing face. Ruoxi scolds her inner self for letting her imagination get so out of hand during dinner. She blames Kaio's natural charm for leading her thoughts astray so easily. Kaio notices she is distracted again and wonders what is on her mind this time. He interrupts her thoughts to tell her that he actually brought a special present for her. Ruoxi is surprised and mentions that she also has a gift to share with him. She remembers the envelope Xiaoding gave her and goes to retrieve it from her bag. She reaches into her purse and pulls out the pink envelope containing the special tickets. A flashback shows Xiaoding receiving the high-end concert tickets from his personal assistant. He presents the special envelope, which is clearly marked with a prestigious VIP seal. Xiaoding nervously asks Ruoxi to accept the gift he prepared specifically for her. He imagines himself sitting with Ruoxi and her boyfriend, hoping to catch his idol's eye. Ruoxi reflects on Xiaoding's surprising wealth and feels excited about a romantic concert date. Back in the present, Kaio stands ready with a gift bag of his own to present to her. Ruoxi suggests they both reveal their surprises at the same time on the count of 3. She's filled with anticipation, eagerly wondering what kind of gift Kaio has picked out for her. Sissel commands the stage, bathed in a brilliant purple spotlight. Kaio hides a gift behind his back as the duo prepares for their big reveal. Kaio agrees to the simultaneous exchange with a confident look. Ruoxi starts the countdown, eager to show off her surprise. The moment of truth arrives as they both present their gifts at the same time. Ruoxi freezes in shock, seeing a small jewelry box and wondering if a proposal is coming. Kaio smiles warmly, encouraging her to see what's inside. Ruoxi stares at the box, feeling overwhelmed and completely caught off guard. Her mind races with panic as she worries about her appearance during such a major milestone. Ruoxi spirals into a comedic crisis, lamenting her lack of makeup and messy hair. She quickly regains her composure, deciding to accept whatever Kaio has planned. Kaio opens the box to reveal a pair of matching rings. Ruoxi's heart races as she looks up at him, overcome with emotion. She imagines a romantic proposal, ready to say yes before he even asks. Kaio prepares to explain the meaning behind the jewelry. Ruoxi waits with bated breath, convinced her dreams are about to come true. Kaio explains the rings are meant to clearly define their relationship to others. The realization hits Ruoxi that this isn't the proposal she expected. Noticing her frozen expression, Kaio asks if she isn't happy with the gift. Ruoxi quickly assures him she's willing, even as she feels a bit silly for overthinking. Kaio promises to give her an even more significant ring in the future while comforting her. Ruoxi holds out her hand, insisting he put the ring on her right now. Kaio carefully slides the ring onto her finger. He watches her with a tender smile, satisfied with her reaction. Ruoxi admires the sparkling ring, feeling a sense of joy despite the confusion. Kaio gently wipes away a tear, asking why she's so emotional. She gazes at the matching set, overwhelmed by the thoughtful gesture. Kaio puts on his own ring, matching hers perfectly. The two their hands together to admire the new keepsakes. Ruoxi beams with happiness, finally enjoying the romantic moment. QQ sits nearby, surrounded by his own treats while watching the couple. As the couple prepares to head out, the invisible spies continue their mission from the table. Ruoxi arrives at the massive stadium, mesmerized by the sea of glowing purple lights. Kaio stays close to Ruoxi as they prepare to watch the superstar's performance. Sissel takes center stage, electrifying the audience with his grand entrance. The idol delivers a powerful performance that has the entire crowd captivated. Fans wave their glow sticks in unison, swept up in the music and the atmosphere. Sissel pauses to address the crowd, thanking everyone for their support. He signals for silence, preparing to share something important with his fans. Sissel speaks into his headset, expressing how much it means to see everyone tonight. With a snap of his fingers, he announces that a special surprise is coming. A heart shape made of red roses appears on the stage floor under the spotlight. The stage is covered in beautiful red roses, catching the eye of everyone in the arena. Ruoxi looks on in shock while Kaio explains that Sissel has his own way of doing things. The spectators are baffled by the elaborate floral display. A massive wall of roses spells out a message of love for the idol. Sissel continues his performance, looking every bit the professional superstar. Ruoxi imagines a younger Sissel being a natural romantic even as a child. She wonders if the target of this grand gesture is actually feeling moved. Suri, however, looks completely unimpressed and even a bit repulsed by the spectacle. Ruoxi questions Kaio about his childhood connection to the idol. She notices that Kaio has become unusually stiff and unresponsive during the show. A sudden realization hits Ruoxi as she spots something unexpected on the big screen. The surrounding fans are confused, wondering who the person named on the screen actually is. Ruoxi is overwhelmed by the sudden attention and thinks there must be some sort of error. She turns to Kaio to clarify the situation, appearing visibly flustered. Kaio pulls her into a warm, protective embrace to calm her nerves. Suri watches the unfolding drama from the crowd, suspicious of Sissel's next move. On stage, Sissel clarifies that he was merely acting as a messenger for someone else's feelings. He reveals that the entire romantic tribute was actually orchestrated by Kaio for Ruoxi. Ruoxi is stunned to learn that the grand surprise was meant for her all along. Kaio admits that he kept the plan a secret to ensure it would be a total surprise. The stadium erupts into cheers, with the crowd chanting for the couple to stay together. Ruoxi is moved to tears by the sincerity of the gesture. She leans into Kaio, confirming that she absolutely loves the surprise he prepared. The tension finally breaks as Ruoxi realizes why Kaio was acting so strangely before. Sissel quickly moves to the next part of the show, inviting a lucky fan to join him for a game. Every girl in the audience raises their hands, desperate to be the one chosen. Sissel singles out a familiar face in the crowd, putting her right in the spotlight. He pressures her to join him on stage, warning that their cover might be blown otherwise. Though she looks annoyed, Suri has no choice but to follow his lead. The two stand face to face on the stage as Sissel explains the simple rules of the game. He produces a box of snack sticks, setting the stage for a classic challenge. Suri is taken aback by the choice of game, wondering if he is being serious. Sissel prepares to start, noticing he managed to pick the shortest stick available. Suri accuses him of cheating, but the idol maintains his playful attitude. He smirks, reminding her that she was the one who made the selection. They lean in close to begin the game, creating a tense moment under the lights. The audience watches with intense envy as the two face off on the main stage. Suri feels the pressure of the crowd's gaze while the distance between them vanishes. Sissel whispers that this is a moment only the two of them will truly understand. A blinding flash of light hides the pair from view as the arena fills with screams. The idol closes the gap for a dramatic stage moment that leaves the audience breathless. Later, Kaio and Ruoxi walk away from the stadium, discussing the chaotic events of the night. Their companion feels like an outsider and decides it's time to head home. Back at home, QQ the dog is having his own adventure while chasing after a new friend. Outside the media complex, the public buzzes with excitement over the romantic tribute displayed on the big screen. An older man stands in the rain, looking on with a somber expression as the spectacle unfolds. The next morning, Suri stretches and yawns, struggling to wake up early after a long night. In the kitchen, Sissel has taken over cooking duties, confidently tasting his latest creation. Suri is caught off guard by Sissel's presence in the kitchen and questions what he's doing there. She tries to brush off the previous night's events, insisting that a certain moment was just a minor incident. As she turns to leave, Suri's slippers catch on the floor, causing her to lose her footing. Suri gasps in shock as she begins to tumble backward toward the ground. Sissel spots the accident and immediately rushes forward to prevent her from falling. He manages to catch Suri just in time, holding her steady in a dramatic, light-filled moment. Nearby, Kaio and Ruoxi witness the quick save, looking on with various levels of surprise. Sissel checks to see if she's hurt, but an embarrassed Suri demands he let go immediately. Kaio and Ruoxi decide to ignore the chaos and focus on enjoying their breakfast together. Ruoxi takes a bite of the food, severing the peaceful morning atmosphere despite the drama. The peace is shattered when Sissel is suddenly sent flying into the wall by an unseen force. Suri stands fuming, her face red with anger as she yells at Sissel for his behavior. Kaio and Ruoxi can only watch in awkward silence as the breakfast scene turns into a domestic disaster. Sissel winces in pain while Suri continues to scold him for crossing the line. Despite the bickering, Kaio and Ruoxi share a knowing look, seeing the hidden affection behind the fighting. In the living room, Ray sits on the couch with a dog, choosing to watch the news instead of joining the meal. The TV news features Ruoxi's father, who is publicly accusing her of neglecting him and kicking him out. Ray quickly grabs the remote and turns off the broadcast to stop the negative reports. He looks away with a serious expression, knowing the damage this public scandal could cause. Ruoxi is overcome by painful memories of her father's past actions and her mother's tragic fate. The emotional distress causes Ruoxi to drop her spoon, which shatters into pieces on the floor. Kaio immediately pulls her into a protective embrace, trying to shield her from the painful news. He lifts her up and carries her toward the bedroom, telling her to rest and forget about the scandal. QQ the dog watches them leave, seemingly sensing the sadness and offering a small woof of support. Kaio settles Ruoxi into bed and pulls up the covers, urging her to get some much-needed sleep. Ruoxi stares up at the ceiling with a heavy heart, asking for some time alone to process everything. Kaio looks down at her with a determined gaze, promising to take care of all her troubles. After he leaves, Ruoxi finally lets her tears fall, overwhelmed by the cruelty of her father's public lies. Later, the group gathers in the living room to discuss a plan of action regarding the media storm. Kaio demands to know the full story behind the father's sudden and aggressive appearance on the news. Sissel explains that Ruoxi's father's company failed, and he's now making up stories to sell to tabloids for cash. Sissel admits he tried to help by sending money, but it wasn't enough to cover the man's massive debts. Kaio ponders the situation, realizing the man is exploiting his relationship with Ruoxi for profit. He orders a full counteroffensive, intending to release evidence of the father's misdeeds to clear Ruoxi's name. Suri and Sissel stand by Kaio, ready to execute the plan and protect Ruoxi from further harm. Elsewhere, an assistant leads Ruoxi's father to a private office for a meeting with a mysterious figure. The assistant warns the old man to be careful with his words when speaking to the new station director. The father arrogantly brushes off the warning, confident that he is about to receive a big payout. He enters the office and immediately asks for the rest of the money promised for his interview. A dark-haired man sits in the shadows, watching the greedy father with a chilling and calculated expression. The mysterious man conjures a flame, threatening the father with a final payment. He unleashes a powerful magical strike that sends the older man reeling. The father is left with a severe chest wound and blood on his face following the direct hit. Holding the man's glowing heart, the attacker questions his complete lack of humanity for slandering Ruoxi. He uses a surge of magical energy to purify the darkened organ. The man sends the restored heart back into the father's body, ordering him to become a better person. Waking up in tears, the father feels a sudden wave of regret for his past actions. From the shadows, a cloaked figure observes the scene and decides the father is an easy target to manipulate. A dark mist suddenly invades the father's body, overriding his recent change of heart. The sky turns ominous as a sinister influence takes hold of the area. With bloodshot eyes and a dark expression, the father prepares to confront Kaio directly. He speaks confidently into a phone, challenging anyone to try and stop his next move. The media quickly catches up to him as he continues his public campaign against his daughter. Surrounded by a crowd of reporters, the father is questioned about Ruoxi's evidence of his neglect. He doubles down on his deception, blaming Ruoxi's mother for his long years of isolation. Putting on a performance of grief, he asks the press to avoid mentioning Ruoxi's supposedly difficult life. The reporters walk away excited, anticipating a massive bonus for such a scandalous story. An onlooker watches the broadcast with a satisfied smirk, pleased with the growing controversy. The scene shifts to a quiet kitchen as the morning sun filters through the window. Ray informs Kaio that while they release the truth about the father, a new complication has arisen. Kaio demands to know exactly what has happened to stall their counteroffensive. Ray explains that the father is now publicly blaming Ruoxi for her mother's death on a gossip channel. Kaio immediately orders a full investigation into the director of the station, hosting the scandal. Ray notes that the director in question has been inactive for a very long time. Kaio insists that the sudden return of such a figure makes the investigation even more vital. Looking down at a sleeping Ruoxi, Kaio feels responsible for the unhappiness she is enduring. He gently places a hand on her forehead, promising to protect her family while wishing her sweet dreams. In a flashback, a young Ruoxi joyfully holds her mother's hand while walking through a garden. The young girl suddenly trips and falls onto the grass, crying out in pain. With tears in her eyes, little Ruoxi looks up and asks her mother for a comforting hug. Her mother stands firm, asking the child what she was taught about handling difficulties. Instead of picking her up, her mother tells her she must find the strength to stand up on her own. Ruoxi clings to her mother's legs, promising never to forget that important lesson. Her mother reminds her that she must work for what she wants and rely only on herself. The young girl looks ahead with a newfound sense of determination and independence. The dream ends as the focus shifts to a crystalline chandelier in the present day. Ruoxi stands by the window, reaffirming her mother's words about being a strong individual. Elsewhere, the mysterious man wonders if his attempt to purify the father's heart has failed. Two children look up at him with curiosity, wondering about the nature of his magic. The young girl ponders the man's abilities as she watches him work. The blonde boy quickly covers her mouth, telling her it is rude to interrupt their elders. The man suspects that rivals are behind the recent interference with his plans. He holds up a bag of chips, offering them as a reward if the children can provide useful information. The kids are instantly won over by the snack, shouting their agreement to help him. Little Ruoxi looks on with wide, sparkling eyes while discussing the possibility of someone being possessed. She receives a gentle head pat while happily clutching a bag of snacks. The young girl gazes up with excitement, wondering if her snacks share a similar nature to the possessed individual. A man in a sharp pinstripe suit observes her, questioning what she wants from him. Little Ruoxi points a finger and decisively asks for candy instead. A young boy gives her a friendly peck on the cheek, causing her to giggle from the ticklish sensation. Watching the children interact, the man is overcome by a sudden paternal instinct. The blonde boy expresses concern, noting that Ruoxi's father is a normal human who might not survive the current ordeal. Enraged by the threat to Ruoxi, the man crushes a glass in his hand with sheer force. He prepares to take action, with energy crackling around his fingertips. His gaze turns cold as he vows to completely eliminate the enemy. He decides that since Kaio is too weak to protect Ruoxi, he will take matters into his own hands. The two children watch from behind as he marches off to handle the situation. A quiet path winds through a bright sunlit park. Someone reads a newspaper detailing the chaos and cancellations surrounding the high-profile family scandal. A man's hands aggressively crumple a piece of paper into a tight ball. He tosses the trash into a nearby bin with a swift motion. The station director adjusts his tie, looking smug about the next challenge he has prepared. Suddenly, an assailant reaches out and covers the director's mouth to silence him. The director is caught in a tight grip, sweating as he realizes he has been intercepted. He is swiftly restrained and carried away from the public area. A swirling vortex of energy opens up to transport the group to another location. A young bystander points in shock as the figures vanish into thin air. The director remains defiant, insulting his captors despite the situation. The investigator notices the man isn't reacting like a normal human should after being kidnapped. The team realizes that the man standing before them isn't actually Ruoxi's father. Kaio demands to know the true identity of the imposter. The figure tries to play it off, asking for proof that he isn't himself. Kaio narrows his eyes, ready to call the imposter's bluff. A massive, glowing sword is summoned to force the truth out. The imposter panics as the blade comes dangerously close to his face. A dark, misty spirit begins to emerge from the top of the man's head. The host's body collapses as the entity fully detaches itself. A cloaked spirit hovers in the air, mocking the investigators for their efforts. Kaio burns with a fierce aura, realizing the spirit was sent specifically to manipulate public opinion. The cloaked figure confirms they were sent to finish the job. A barrage of star-shaped projectiles is launched toward Kaio at high speed. Kaio effortlessly catches the weapons mid-air using a concentrated energy palm. With a flick of his wrist, he reverses the direction of the projectiles. The spirit is caught off guard as its own weapons fly back toward it. The cloaked entity is struck down, falling to the ground in disbelief. An ally steps forward, warning Kaio to stay alert for any hidden traps. Kaio places a hand over the fallen spirit to neutralize the remaining dark energy. He crushes the source of the corruption, determined to end the threat once and for all. Watching from afar, the man in the suit finally acknowledges Kaio's strength. Kaio confronts the trembling man in the suit, demanding to know his identity. He pressures the man to clarify the lies spread to the media regarding Ruoxi and her parents. Overcome with guilt, the man slaps himself while confessing to a past affair that led to the family's tragedy. Kaio coldly tells him that now is the time to finally repent for those actions. Outside, a rowdy crowd of reporters gathers as word spreads that Ruoxi's colleagues are arriving. Reporters corner two women to get their opinions on the current controversy surrounding Ruoxi. One woman maliciously claims that Ruoxi is frequently involved with different men, attempting to damage her reputation. Her companion begins to add more gossip before being cut off. A blue-haired colleague steps in to defend Ruoxi, telling the media that the truth will eventually prove her innocence. She sternly dismisses the gossiping reporters and tells them to focus on real news instead of rumors. A reporter receives an urgent phone call about a press conference being held by Mr. Lee. Inside the hall, a panel of men prepares to address the gathered media members. A man at the table begins the session, stating they are there to finally reveal the truth. Mr. Lee stands up and bows deeply, admitting to everyone that his previous statements were all lies. Ruoxi's friends ask if she is okay, offering to let her watch the broadcast from a distance. Ruoxi decides she must face the situation decisively and refuses to hide any longer. She takes a deep breath and prepares to step out into the public eye. As she approaches the stage, reporters demand that Mr. Lee tell the full story. Mr. Lee breaks down in tears, confessing that he abandoned his daughter and her mother for another woman years ago. An angry reporter throws a book at him, calling him a disgrace for his past choices. A man nearby reacts in shock to the reporter's sudden physical outburst. Kaio stands by Ruoxi's side, assuring her that this entire ordeal will be over very soon. Ruoxi looks ahead with a steady gaze, ready to handle the remaining confrontation herself. Seeing her resolve, Kaio wonders if she still needs his protection in this moment. He reaches out and takes her hand to provide a silent gesture of support. Ruoxi smiles at him, feeling more courageous because he is standing with her. Kaio promises to support whatever decision she makes regarding her father. The pair walks together toward the stage as the announcer signals Ruoxi's arrival. Reporters immediately swarm her with microphones, shouting questions and demanding a response. Mr. Lei looks toward his daughter with a look of deep regret. Ruoxi pauses for a moment, her footsteps halting as she nears the podium. She feels a brief moment of hesitation, questioning if she can really go through with this. She is startled when Kaio reaches out to steady her once again. He holds her hand firmly, reminding her that he is right there by her side. Ruoxi places her hand on the microphone, ready to speak to the crowd. She looks out at the audience, determined to end the scandal once and for all. Ruoxi tells her father that he is no longer family to her, and that she will only provide for him out of obligation. Mr. Lai reaches out and grabs her arm, pleading with her to give him another chance. Ruoxi immediately pushes his hand away, stating that the emotional wounds he caused will never heal. She turns to Kaio and tells him it is time for them to leave the building. Reporters continue to shout questions as the pair quickly exits the press conference. Outside, Kaio and his companions acknowledge that the difficult matter is finally concluded. Ruoxi stops walking as she reaches a quiet garden area with a pond. She stands by the water, questioning if her decision to disown her father was too selfish. Kaio embraces her from behind, reassuring her that she did what was best for her own well-being. She looks up at him while reflecting on the years of disappointment her father caused. Finally, she looks at her reflection in the water, thinking of the mother she lost because of her father's betrayal. Kaio supports Ruoxi during a quiet moment, holding her close to offer comfort. He embraces her warmly, expressing how happy he is to have her in his life. The sky clears up as flower petals drift through the air, signaling a fresh start for the pair. In a private office, a man observes the situation from afar and realizes his protection might no longer be required. A small boy with sparkling eyes asks if it's finally time to return to their home in the Dragon Forest. The man takes a puff from his cigar, questioning why the little one is so eager to leave. The boy insists that since they are dragons, there is no reason to stay in the world of mankind. Instead of agreeing, the man gives the boy's cheek a sharp pinch, reminding him of their responsibilities. Rubbing his face, the boy notes that Ruoxi is no longer in danger now that Kaio is looking after her. Nearby, a young girl sleeps soundly on a couch, completely oblivious to the discussion. The boy gets a sudden wake-up call when a heavy book is slammed right onto the top of his head. Looking out at the city, the man vows to continue protecting Ruoxi for the rest of her life. The young boy watches from the window, wondering if Kaio is truly reliable enough to be her sole protector. The scene shifts to the elegant and traditional courtyard of the Mu family estate. Ruoxi's colleague stands by a pond, checking her phone and thinking back to their childhood. In a memory, the colleague sits alone in a classroom, feeling isolated from the other children. A group of bullies surrounds her, making cruel comments about her not having parents. A young Ruoxi suddenly steps in, holding a ball and telling the bullies that every child is an angel. One boy continues to be rude, labeling the lonely girl a little devil, despite the intervention. Ruoxi stands her ground, demanding that the boy take back his nasty words and apologize immediately. Fearing that the teacher might be notified, the bullies quickly apologize and back off. Ruoxi accepts the apology but firmly tells the group to go away and leave her friend alone. Once they are alone, Ruoxi reaches up to grab a special treat she had been hiding. She reaches out her hand, offering a small piece of candy to the girl she just rescued. The colleague looks up in awe, surprised by the kindness shown by her new defender. Ruoxi gives her a bright, cheerful smile while presenting the sweet gift. Back in the present, the colleague looks at a piece of candy in her hand, wondering about Ruoxi's habits. She unwraps the treat with a nostalgic smile, appreciating the gesture. She makes a silly face, wondering if Ruoxi is treating her like an elder family member. Looking out at the garden, she reflects that this selfless kindness is the true essence of Ruoxi. A massive bolt of blue lightning strikes the heart of a modern city, causing a devastating explosion. Feeling the ground tremble in the woods, Kaio suspects an earthquake is hitting the area. Sensing a deeper disturbance, Kaio stands before a set of massive, ornate doors. Kaio's expression hardens as he concludes that a person named Hughes is likely behind the chaos. A strange, mustachioed pug-like creature lies on the floor, dramatically crying for help. As Kaio picks up the creature, a brilliant light begins to surround him. Kaio transforms into a regal knight, calling for the Knights of Kinaria to assemble immediately. Elsewhere, a man in military uniform has his photo taken during a professional shoot. The man finishes his session, surrounded by flowers as he prepares for his next move. At a nearby location, two people are shocked to find that their companion, Sissel, has suddenly vanished. A pink-haired woman is startled while serving desserts, sensing a sudden change in the atmosphere. A young maid frantically asks her boss for time off, sensing an urgent call to action. The pink-haired woman appears on a rooftop in full commander gear, watching the storm over the city. Two knights kneel before their commander, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Kaio stands under a purple sky, worried that their comrade Ray hasn't responded to the summons. Preparing for a tough battle, Kaio asks his team if they're ready to face the coming threat. The knights vow to never back down, affirming their dedication to their cause. With determination, Kaio leads his team forward into the heart of the conflict. At a news station, Ruoxi is tasked with providing a live broadcast of the unexplained phenomenon. Ruoxi accepts the assignment, ready to head to the danger zone. She grabs her things and prepares to leave the office immediately. A colleague stops her at the door to offer some final words of caution. Miss Mu hands Ruoxi a special satellite phone for emergencies, knowing normal networks will be down. Offering a reassuring gesture, Miss Mu explains how critical the device is during anomalies. Ruoxi is deeply touched by Miss Mu's foresight and care for her safety. The knights reach a massive fissure in the ground that is pulsing with dark energy. Kaio identifies the toxic black clouds leaking from the crack as miasma. He immediately orders his team to block off the area to keep the citizens safe from the fumes. The knights prepare their magical abilities, disgusted by Hugis's reckless actions. A group of eager reporters rushes toward the scene, seeking the story behind the phenomenon. The knights are horrified to see civilians putting themselves in such extreme danger. A massive explosion rocks the fissure, sending debris and fire everywhere. Kaio realizes the enemy has no regard for human life and narrows his eyes in anger. He quickly casts a containment spell to prevent the reporters from getting any closer. The media crew finds themselves blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to cross into the danger zone. Kaio stands his ground in a landscape of fire and ruined buildings. His knight warns him of a presence nearby as a new threat emerges from the flames. A giant, skeletal figure in a dark hood appears, mocking Kaio for serving a little girl. While his allies bristle at the insults, Kaio tells them to stay calm and not act rashly. The villain continues to taunt Kaio, calling him a weak and cowardly prince. Their missing comrade, Ray, is revealed to be held captive by glowing energy restraints. The skeletal monster proposes an exchange, using Ray as leverage against Kaio. The knights are confused about how someone as strong as Ray could have been captured. The pink-haired knight volunteers for the rescue, but her teammate insists it's too dangerous. Suspicion arises among the group as one knight suggests Ray might not be trustworthy. Kaio takes command, deciding to go himself while the others maintain the defensive shield for the humans. His teammate looks on with deep concern as Kaio walks toward the enemy. Ruoxi fights her way through the crowd of reporters to get a better look at the scene. She is stunned to see Kaio standing in the middle of the disaster zone. Ruoxi watches in disbelief as Kaio approaches the towering, ominous figure of the villain. Kaio agrees to take Ray's place, a move the villain finds surprisingly decisive. The villain releases the captive Ray, who is safely caught by the other knights. Prince Kaio stands amidst a swirling storm of dark energy as a skeletal monster laughs at his apparent capture. Dark miasma exhaled by the villain surrounds the prince, who remains calm despite the overwhelming pressure. Trapped within glowing golden bands of light, Kaio looks down as the enemy gloats over his predicament. His eyes narrow with a sharp focus, signaling that he is already analyzing the enemy's true intentions. Ruoxi watches the scene from a distance, paralyzed with worry for Kaio's safety. She quickly grabs her phone, deciding to call Miss Mu for immediate assistance. Panic sets in as she desperately explains into the receiver that Kaio is in grave danger. Miss Mu receives the message while in transit, promising Ruoxi that she is on her way. She commands her team to push their transport to full speed to reach the battlefield. Miss Mu remains poised and ready for a confrontation as they soar over the burning cityscape. The skeletal villain mocks Kaio, claiming the prince fell into his hands far too easily. He continues his insults, calling the prince's capabilities meager and unfit for his royal title. Nearby, the other knights watch the capture with visible frustration and anger. One knight holds his comrade back, assuring the team that their leader is actually fine. They focus on a subtle signal the prince is giving them from behind his back. Kaio's hand is positioned in a specific gesture that only his subordinates would recognize. A knight realizes the entire capture is part of a prearranged strategy. The group remains composed, trusting in the plan they established before the chaos began. Ruoxi continues her reporting, noting that the anti-gravity phenomena in the sky defy all scientific explanation. She turns around to find that Miss Mu has successfully arrived at her location. Miss Mu warns the reporter to leave the area immediately due to the extreme danger. Ruoxi stands her ground, insisting that she must stay near Kaio despite the risks. The two share a brief, supportive moment as Miss Mu realizes how important the prince has become to her friend. Ruoxi promises to be careful as she watches the battle unfold from the sidelines. She kneels on the stairs, offering a silent hope that no harm comes to the prince. The skeletal leader and his hooded minions surround the captive Kaio, preparing to finish their mission. The villain laughs about his orders from Hughes, mocking the antagonist's cowardly tactics. He leans in close to the prince, convinced that the young man is no match for his power. Kaio remains silent, deducing that Hughes has allied himself with the neighboring skeleton kingdom. The villain produces a decorative box containing a mysterious glowing keepsake. He explains that the power within the keepsake can strip Kaio of his abilities and turn him into a normal person. Kaio looks up with a defiant and sharp gaze, surprising the monster. The skeletal figure is stunned when the prince suddenly breaks free from his restraints. In a flash, Kaio reaches for the hilt of his weapon with expert speed. He draws his glowing sword, demanding to know exactly what Hughes commanded the villains to do. The skeleton tries to maintain its bravado, claiming that it isn't intimidated by the prince's blade. Kaio stares him down with cold intensity, unfazed by the creature's posturing. With a powerful strike, the prince's blade cuts through the villain with a loud crack. He stands over the remains, having executed the counterattack with clinical efficiency. The severed head of the skeleton continues to laugh, seemingly unbothered by the physical damage. The floating head mocks Kaio's intelligence, reminding him that creatures like him cannot be killed so easily. Kaio considers the implications of lords from the skeleton kingdom serving under Hughes' rule. He lets out a small smirk, questioning the villain's claim of immortality. The prince begins to gather an immense amount of golden magical energy between his palms. The skeletal minions watch in sheer terror as the overwhelming light begins to consume the area. Kaio claps his hands together, unleashing a final blast of energy to grant the monsters a permanent release. A massive explosion rocks the battlefield, vaporizing the skeletal enemies in a flash of light. Ruoxi watches in horror, crying out as she fears the worst has happened to Kaio. Overwhelmed with emotion, she calls out his name through the thick haze. Miss Mu looks on in disbelief, noting that the blast occurred right where their group was standing. Smoke billows around the site as she confirms the intensity of the magical aftermath. From the debris, Kaio emerges unscathed, much to relief of his subordinates. He assures them he's fine and immediately asks about Rei's condition. His ally explains that Rei is merely in a stupor after being exposed to the miasma. Kaio looks down at the incapacitated knight, wondering what he was thinking getting caught in such a mess. Since the skeletons controlling the fog are gone, Kaio orders his team to move out as the mist begins to disperse. Ruoxi keeps a watchful eye on the scene, hoping for a sign that everyone is safe. Kaio and the others finally walk out of the smoky ruins, appearing before the crowd. Relief washes over Ruoxi as she runs toward him, thrilled to see him standing. Kaio turns his gaze toward her as she approaches. Tears stream down her face as she expresses how worried she was during the chaos. He takes her hands, apologizing for the scare and promising it won't happen again. Miss Mu watches the reunion with a lighthearted comment, feeling a bit out of the loop. Later at the residence, a team member stands in a bedroom, contemplating the day's bizarre events. Miss Mu checks on Rei, who is still sleeping off the effects of the toxic air. The group begins to suspect that Rei's recent behavior is becoming increasingly questionable. Miss Mu is startled when someone grabs her arm, signaling it's time to head out. The team decides to leave Rei to rest naturally and head out for some privacy. As soon as the door clicks shut, Rei opens his eyes, revealing he's been awake the whole time and contemplating his status. Back at the site, Miss Mu warns that the authorities will arrive shortly to investigate. Ruoxi asks about the press coverage, but she's told the matter will be kept quiet to avoid public panic. The two women stand face to face as they finalize their plan to depart. Miss Mu gently pats Ruoxi on the head, reminding her that news is only valuable if it can be safely reported. Kaio stands by Ruoxi, watching the interaction with a hint of jealousy. Ruoxi waves a friendly goodbye as she and Kaio prepare to leave the scene. Miss Mu bids them farewell, looking a bit tired after the ordeal. Back at the house, the team greets Kaio and updates him on the situation. The atmosphere remains tense as they discuss the suspicious nature of the recent attacks. Ruoxi decides to lighten the mood by heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner for everyone. Kaio shares a quiet moment with her, reminding her not to overwork herself. Once she's gone, he heads upstairs to check on the recovering knight. Inside the room, Rei sits up, looking conflicted about his role in the group. Kaio enters and notes that Rei was definitely faking his deep sleep. He remarks that a knight of his caliber shouldn't have been taken down so easily by a bit of miasma. Rei looks away, clearly burdened by secrets he isn't ready to share. He grips the bedsheets tightly, wondering if Kaio knows there is more to him than just being a knight. Kaio senses the internal struggle and realizes Rei's mental state is far from stable. They stand in silence for a moment as Kaio tries to offer some perspective on their shared existence. Reaching out, Kaio reassures him that no matter what, he will always have the support of the team. Rei decides to keep his thoughts bottled up for now, Hopping time will provide him with a clear path forward. The two men share a firm handshake, solidifying their bond despite the secrets between them. Outside, the night wind blows against the curtains as the heavy atmosphere finally begins to settle. The scene opens with a view of a quiet residential house during the day. The sound of water splashing echoes from within the building. Ruoxi lies in bed, feeling completely worn out despite her rest. She sits up, struggling with a lingering sense of exhaustion. Looking around the room, Ruoxi wonders about Kaio's current whereabouts. Kaio enters the room while drying off, casually asking if she is ready for a meal. Ruoxi remembers a conversation from the previous night regarding a dessert Kaio prepared. Kaio looks at her and mentions how much he values her presence. He leans in closer to confirm if she still has an appetite for the treats they discuss. Kaio speaks softly to her, expressing his appreciation for her company. The sudden attention leaves Ruoxi visibly flustered and embarrassed. They continue their conversation amidst a backdrop of blooming roses. Kaio's mood shifts instantly as he glares toward an interruption, asking if the intruders have a death wish. Sissel and the others are caught hiding and try to laugh off their failed spying attempt. The pet dog covers its eyes in shame over the group's terrible eavesdropping skills. A bright aura signals the start of a magical transformation. Now armed, Kaio points his sword at the intruders and demands they leave at once. A flash of energy sends the eavesdroppers flying out of the room. The dog scampers away, relieved to have escaped the prince's immediate wrath. Kaio stands tall in his full royal attire, ready for any further disruptions. A heavy heartbeat resonates through the air following the exertion. Ruoxi rushes to his side, worried about his well-being after the sudden outburst. Kaio admits that his energy felt strangely drained for a moment. A loud stomach growl breaks the tension as the two stand together. Ruoxi can't help but giggle at the unexpected and relatable sound. They settle onto the couch where Ruoxi offers him a small snack to recover. Sissel and his companions offer a clumsy apology for their lack of boundaries. Sissel tries to keep the others quiet, promising to never listen in on their private talks again. Kaio remains firm, declaring that the group will be moving out the very next day. Distraught, Sissel cries out that his duty as a knight is to stay by the prince's side. He desperately clings to Kaio's leg, begging for a chance to stay. Anelli watches the display with a hand to his face, ashamed of Sissel's behavior. Ruoxi intervenes to explain that they are simply moving to the house next door. Hearing the news, Sissel immediately drops the act and lets go. Sissel is baffled by the arrangement and asks for clarification. Ruoxi happily describes the new house, noting it is fully furnished and ready for them. The following morning arrives with a clear view of the residence. Ruoxi gets ready to assist the group with their transition to the new place. Kaio watches her with a smirk, teasing her for being overly helpful. He steps behind her, explaining that the others do not actually need any help moving out. Kaio pats her head, pointing out that the group does not have any belongings to move anyway. The dog confirms this, noting that the group truly has nothing to their names. Ruoxi expresses her relief that Kaio now has a stable home and a role to play. Kaio looks at her, deeply moved by her kindness and support. The house stands peaceful under the bright afternoon sun. Kaio brings Ruoxi into a supportive embrace as rose petals fall around them. He tells her how fortunate he feels to have crossed paths with her on this continent. Ruoxi listens intently, appreciating the sincere moment between them. The dog watches from a distance, plotting to resume its eavesdropping once things settle down. Ruoxi suggests that she and Kaio head to the supermarket to pick up some supplies for the group. Kaio agrees to the trip but asks Ruoxi to help him get ready first. The pair shares a quiet moment as Ruoxi assists him with his jacket. She blushes while agreeing to help him with the task. Kaio offers a word of thanks as they prepare to head out. Nearby, a woman in a pink dress sits on a high balcony ledge, looking completely distressed. A pet poodle watches from the window, mourning its owner's dramatic soap opera life. A crowd begins to gather below the building, watching the situation with concern. A pug tries to reassure the poodle that their owner is likely just getting some fresh air. Ruoxi spots the danger and shouts up to the woman, encouraging her to find hope. The woman cries out in despair, feeling her reputation is ruined beyond repair. Suddenly, the woman loses her footing and falls from the balcony ledge. The watching pets are horrified as they witness the drop. Kaio reacts instantly to the emergency, shouting out as he moves to intervene. With incredible speed, Kaio catches the woman midair before she can hit the pavement. Terrified by the near-death experience, the rescued woman clings to Kaio and sobs. In the chaos of the landing, the woman's hand accidentally unzips Kaio's sports jacket. The surrounding witnesses look on with stunned and awkward expressions at the scene. A physiological diagram shows a heart racing from the intense adrenaline of the rescue. Kaio looks completely dazed as he processes the sudden turn of events. The force of the catch sends Kaio and the woman crashing onto the sidewalk together. Ruoxi watches from a distance, shocked to see another woman in Kaio's arms. Kaio remains pinned on the ground, unable to move due to a sudden physical strain from the impact. The woman immediately asks Kaio to be her boyfriend as a reward for saving her life. Kaio struggles with intense back pain, leaving him unable to speak or move away. Misinterpreting his silence as consent, the woman gets even closer to him. Ruoxi looks on with a heavy heart, suspecting Kaio might be too injured to respond. The crowd begins to gossip about how quickly the rescued woman found a new partner. Determined to help, Ruoxi begins running toward the scene to check on them. A massive transport truck suddenly rounds the corner at high speed. Ruoxi realizes too late that she has run directly directly into the path of the oncoming vehicle. She cries out in terror as the truck looms dangerously over her. A flash of movement appears as a mysterious figure rushes into the road. A hand reaches out to pull Ruoxi away from the certain impact. A man in an ornate uniform catches her and moves her to the side of the road. Ruoxi looks at her rescuer, initially wondering if it is Kaio in a different outfit. She quickly realizes it's a stranger and asks what he is doing there. The man reveals himself in a grand display, claiming to be a handsome knight in uniform. A miniature version of the man continues to brag about being the superior Dragon King. Ruoxi ignores the man's vanity and tries to rush back to check on Kaio's condition. The Dragon King stops her, claiming that Kaio has already moved on with the other woman. Ruoxi dismisses his words as impossible and tries to break free from his grasp. Back on the sidewalk, Kaio finally finds the strength to move his body again. He immediately shoves the persistent woman away from him. Kaio explains that a sprained back kept him from speaking and firmly rejects the woman's advances. A pink-haired poodle offers its master advice, suggesting they look for the beauty in life instead of dwelling on the past. Ruoxi pulls Kaio into a tight embrace, admitting she feared he had lost interest in her. Kaio looks down at her with a gentle smile, calling her a doofus for ever doubting his feelings. Ruoxi backs away slightly while coughing, jokingly questioning if he suffered a head injury during the recent chaos. She quickly notices a dark, ominous aura surrounding him and asks if he is actually upset. Ruoxi becomes increasingly worried about Kaio's strange condition, while the Dragon King watches them from a distance. The Dragon King observes the pair with a stern expression, focusing on Kaio's mysterious state. Kaio places a hand on Ruoxi's head to reassure her, explaining he was only joking and could never be mad at her. The group gathers for a celebratory housewarming dinner featuring a steaming pot of stew. During the meal, Ruoxi insists that Kaio should get some rest as soon as they finish eating because of his back injury. Sissel makes a blunt comment suggesting the injury was caused by the couple's intense passion, leaving everyone stunned. Ray remains completely indifferent to the conversation, focusing solely on his meal. A flustered Ruoxi blushes deeply while trying to explain to Sissel that the situation is being misunderstood. A piece of beef is lifted from the pot, ready to be served over a bowl of rice. Kaio offers the food to Ruoxi, encouraging her to try the meat he prepared. Ruoxi smiles brightly as she accepts the gesture and prepares to eat. Night falls over the quiet neighborhood as a bright full moon illuminates the house. Later that night, Kaio sits up in bed with a grim expression, determined to hide his worsening physical condition from Ruoxi. Ruoxi wakes up alone the next morning, rubbing her eyes and wondering where Kaio has gone. She checks the bathroom door, calling out to see if he is inside. When there is no answer, she assumes he must be downstairs preparing breakfast for her. Ruoxi enters the kitchen only to find it completely empty, heightening her concern. She worries that Kaio went to the store alone and might aggravate his back injury by lifting heavy bags. Ruoxi quickly changes and heads out the front door to find him. She plans to stop by a local pharmacy to purchase some medicated lotion for Kaio's recovery. While walking through a public plaza, she scans the area for any sign of her partner. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks, looking completely bewildered by something in the distance. She spots Kaio standing in an alleyway with a mysterious black-haired woman, telling her to follow him. Ruoxi stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend why Kaio would be meeting someone else in secret. She carefully follows them around a corner, watching from the shadows as they move together. Ruoxi continues to observe the suspicious interaction with a pained expression. From her vantage point, it looks as though the woman is clinging to Kaio as they walk deeper into the alley. Ruoxi covers her mouth in shock, struggling to maintain her faith in Kaio's loyalty. The mysterious woman leans in close to Kaio, making a bold claim about her ability to provide what he requires. Before Ruoxi can intervene, Kaio suddenly leaps into the air and flies away while carrying the woman in his arms. The Dragon King's internal monologue mocks the situation, claiming he is the only one who will ultimately succeed. Ruoxi is left standing alone on the street, watching them disappear with tears in her eyes. The scene shifts to the top of a high-rise building overlooking the city. 2 sets of feet land firmly on the rooftop as the flight comes to an end. Kaio immediately shoves the woman away and demands an explanation for the strange changes happening to his body. The woman lets out a taunting laugh as a purple magical aura begins to swirl around her. She transforms back into the Dragon King, who tells Kaio he must return to the Dragon Forest to uncover the truth behind his condition. A drunk man stumbles down a dark alleyway, singing a childhood song to himself as he clutches a bottle. He stops when he notices a dejected woman sitting alone on the curb. In his intoxicated state, he struggles to identify if she is a person or a stray animal. Ruoxi remains lost in her own grief, wondering why Kaio would abandon her like this. The man leans in, asking who this Kaio person is supposed to be. Ruoxi tearfully explains that Kaio was her partner, but now she isn't so sure. The man begins a frantic rant about his own life, revealing how stress from his job caused him to lose his hair while his partner was unfaithful. He continues his emotional outburst, claiming his ex-partner left him for another man after insulting his appearance. Finding common ground in their misery, Ruoxi agrees that the world is a cruel place. Nearby, a phone lights up with a call from Sissel that goes completely ignored. Ruoxi and the stranger decide to toast to their newfound single status, planning to drink their sorrows away. Sissel finally tracks Ruoxi down and shouts her name in concern. He witnesses the stranger reaching out to comfort the distraught Ruoxi. Misinterpreting the situation, Sissel immediately delivers a punch to the man's face for bothering her. Ruoxi quickly intervenes, shouting for Sissel to stop his aggression. Sissel points at the man in disgust, noting the heavy scent of alcohol on him. Ruoxi snaps back, telling Sissel that her choices are none of his concern. Sissel tries to reason with her, insisting that the prince would never actually leave her. Overcome with emotion, Ruoxi cries out that Kaio has already left with someone else and isn't coming back. As she leaves, the drunk man sits on the stairs and shouts out a desperate proposal to her. Ruoxi attempts to run away, but ends up tripping over a stray branch. She collapses to the ground, weeping that the pain in her heart is far worse than her physical injury. Sissel rushes to her side, demanding to know what exactly happened to put her in this state. Ruoxi can only stare back with eyes filled with tears and heartbreak. Sissel places a hand on her to steady her, asking for the truth about Kaio's actions. The emotional weight becomes too much for Ruoxi, and she faints right into Sissel's arms. The weather shifts to a heavy thunderstorm as lightning streaks across the sky. Rain pours down relentlessly against the closed doors of the residence. Sissel and Ray stand outside Ruoxi's room, trying to convince her that there must be a misunderstanding. Hiding under her covers, Ruoxi refuses to listen, stating she only believes what she saw with her own eyes. Realizing they won't get through to her, Sissel and Suri decide to find the prince to resolve the conflict. They search the city in the downpour, but there is no sign of him near the tall buildings. Sissel continues the search on foot, checking in via phone while soaked by the rain. Suri also patrols the park area under an umbrella, but the search remains fruitless. Unbeknownst to them, Kaio is standing outside the window, listening to Ruoxi's muffled cries. He watches her from the shadows of the storm, his expression filled with deep regret for the pain he caused. The scene transitions to the ancient and overgrown dragon forest. Back at the palace, Kaio attempts to jump down from an elevated platform. His foot slips on the landing, causing him to lose his balance completely. He begins to fall backward, unable to stabilize himself. A hand reaches out through the air to intercept his fall. The Dragon King catches Kaio midair, holding him securely to prevent an injury. Stunned by the sudden rescue, Kaio looks up and asks why his rival is choosing to help him. The Dragon King checks on a weakened Kaio. Kaio struggles to breathe as the Dragon King monitors his condition. The Dragon King decides to take Kaio back to where he belongs. He carries the prince through the room with ease. Realizing Kaio's body is at its limit, the Dragon King casts a stabilizing spell. Kaio rests on a large shell bed and demands to know the truth about his health. The Dragon King prepares to explain a long and complicated history. He delivers a grim warning that Kaio might soon fade away entirely. The Dragon King is stunned when Kaio accepts the news of his impending death with indifference. Outside, the sun shines brightly over a quiet building. QQ the pug brings a ringing phone to his mistress. Ruoxi reaches out to take the device from her loyal pet. She breaks down in tears, convinced that Kaio has left her for good. The phone continues to buzz with an incoming call from an unknown contact. Ruoxi looks at the screen, confused by the name she finds saved there. She answers the call and hears a familiar voice offering her a meal to cheer her up. She realizes it's the man she shared a drink with the other night. Despite the clear weather outside, Ruoxi politely declines the invitation while feeling emotionally drained. On the other end, the man sets his phone down on the table. He stares into a mirror, where his reflection reveals the true form of the Dragon King. Suddenly, the doorbell rings through Ruoxi's quiet home. Ruoxi wonders who could be visiting at such a time. She approaches the door cautiously, knowing it isn't one of her usual friends. A delivery man in a full helmet stands outside, though Ruoxi claims she didn't order anything. The courier insists the delivery is for her and hands over a mystery bag. As the motorcycle speeds away, QQ barks loudly at the departing stranger. Ruoxi calls her dog back inside, holding the package close. The pug sits on the floor, looking remarkably suspicious of the situation. Ruoxi tries to soothe her pet, promising a walk once she feels a bit stronger. Nearby, Kaio walks through a park, offering a begrudging thanks to the Dragon King. The Dragon King smirks, claiming that Ruoxi has been destined for him since childhood. Kaio's health takes a sudden turn as he begins to cough violently. The Dragon King catches him, scalding the prince for overexerting his failing body. Kaio admits his only concern is preventing Ruoxi from suffering. 3 days later, Ruoxi visits her mother's grave to mourn her lost love. She stands in the cemetery, wishing she could find comfort in her mother's embrace. She leaves a bouquet of bright flowers as a tribute at the headstone. A sudden breeze swirls petals around her, making her look toward the trees. Tears well up in her eyes as she senses a familiar presence nearby. A mysterious woman in traditional red robes appears behind her in the shadows. Ruoxi vows to return to the grave with a smile on her face next time. Night falls over the house as the moon rises in the sky. Ruoxi tosses and turns in her sleep, haunted by nightmares of Kaio leaving. An unseen person adjusts her blanket, promising that time will heal her emotional wounds. A delivery person in a black suit and helmet arrives at a doorstep to drop off a package. Ruoxi heads toward the entrance, asking who could be visiting at this hour. She opens the door to find no one there, only a small gift left on the ground. Ruoxi picks up the bag, wondering who has been sending these anonymous deliveries to her home. She sits down inside to examine a slice of cake that was tucked away in the package. A small card is included with the gift, wishing her a day full of spirit. Ruoxi takes a bite of the dessert, realizing with a heavy heart that it definitely didn't come from Kaio. She continues to eat, overwhelmed by a mix of sweetness and a lingering sense of bitterness. In a mystical realm, a bright light erupts from the center of a glowing pool. The Dragon King's human form emerges from the water, frustrated that Ruoxi still hasn't moved on from her feelings for Kaio. He transforms back into his massive dragon form, snorting with impatience and power. His small yellow companion trembles in fear, asking if they should go check on the prince now. The Dragon King agrees and decides it is finally time to set out. Meanwhile, a mysterious woman with long pink hair watches the scene from a distance, annoyed that others are getting involved. Back at the palace, Kaio remains unconscious and pale while resting in his bed. The Dragon King, back in human form, stands over him and notes that the prince's condition is much worse than expected. He inspects the dark, spreading marks on Kaio's chest, confirming that a lethal poison has taken hold. The small companion asks if there is any way to save the fallen prince from this fate. The Dragon King bluntly states that the situation is hopeless, and they will have to bury him tomorrow. The little dragon cries out in grief, worried about the devastating impact Kaio's death will have on Ruoxi. Determined to find answers, Ruoxi changes her clothes and prepares to catch the mystery delivery person. The woman in red from earlier approaches the house, whispering the word daughter to herself. She carefully places another gift on the doorstep before trying to slip away. Ruoxi suddenly leaps out and grabs the woman's arm, catching her in the act. When Ruoxi sees the woman's face, she is completely stunned and calls out to her as mom. The masked woman in red panics at being recognized and realizes she has made a mistake. She quickly pushes Ruoxi away to break free and make an escape. Ruoxi falls back toward the ground, crying out as she loses her balance. The woman hesitates for a moment, forcing herself to hold back from helping her daughter. She claims that Ruoxi has mistaken her for someone else before vanishing into the night. Ruoxi is left alone and confused, unable to believe what just happened. She looks toward the door, wondering how the mysterious figure could have disappeared so quickly. Sitting on the steps, Ruoxi questions if she was simply imagining things due to her grief. She looks at a scrape on her hand, wondering if it's truly possible that her mother is still alive. Elsewhere, a young programmer is stressed out, realizing most of his project isn't finished before the deadline. He hears a strange noise outside and wonders what is going on. He screams in terror as the woman in red suddenly appears at his window. He scolds his aunt, asking why she never uses the door when she comes to visit. The woman remains silent as he mentions he even upgraded the house to a password lock system. She is distracted by her own thoughts, worried that Ruoxi saw her too clearly. The nephew is shocked to learn his aunt finally went to see her daughter after staying away for so many years. The aunt panics, asking him for professional advice on how to handle the situation. She becomes stern, noting that she cannot let a man named Yuri find out about this encounter. Her nephew ponders the problem and suggests that he could go meet Ruoxi himself. His aunt looks at him with a glare, questioning his intentions. He plans to pretend to be a psychologist to convince Ruoxi she was just having hallucinations. His aunt immediately grabs him by the hair, reminding him that Ruoxi is his cousin. A man with long white hair interjects, reminding the aunt that the two aren't actually related by blood. 3 hours later, Ruoxi walks through the gardens, trying to convince herself the encounter was a dream. She remembers her mother's funeral from when she was 5, making a return seem impossible. She notices a young man nearby who seems to be searching for a specific address. Ruoxi calls out to him, catching his attention immediately. The young man turns around with a smile, asking Ruoxi what she is doing there. The nephew approaches Ruoxi as she sits on a bench, looking surprised by his sudden appearance. He asks if she lives in the area while gesturing toward the nearby buildings. Ruoxi confirms that she resides there and questions why he has shown up. He awkwardly scratches his head and claims he simply came out for a stroll. Internally, he notes that finding his cousin here feels like a stroke of destiny. To offer comfort, he reaches out and gently pats Ruoxi on the head. He then asks if she is still feeling troubled by recent events. Ruoxi looks away sadly, wondering if he has already managed to move past his own problems. The nephew pauses his hand on her head as they continue their talk. He explains that his anger has faded and he refuses to waste energy on someone he considers worthless. He advises Ruoxi to remember the betrayal she faced whenever she starts to feel upset. Ruoxi is haunted by a memory of betrayal, feeling a deep sense of hurt. Seeing her on the verge of tears, the nephew frantically tells her not to cry. From behind the shrubbery, Ruoxi's mother watches in anger, upset that her daughter is being made to weep. The nephew tries to lighten the mood by making a ridiculous face with puffed-out cheeks. Ruoxi is caught off guard by the silly expression and stares at him in silence. She finally breaks into a laugh, telling him that he is being quite funny. Relieved to see her smiling, he offers to take her to a place that will lift her spirits. He leads her away by the hand as she asks where they are headed. They arrive at a scenic railing overlooking the water during a vibrant sunset. Suddenly, his demeanor shifts as he coldly tells her to jump into the water. Ruoxi is stunned and asks him to clarify what he just said. Without hesitation, the nephew shoves her toward the edge of the platform. Ruoxi falls backward toward the glowing water, her face filled with shock and betrayal. The nephew watches her descent with a dark, satisfied expression. A mystical, long-haired figure stands by the shore, mentioning that this will be a new beginning. A glowing dragon spirit circles Ruoxi as she is submerged beneath the surface. The mysterious man catches her underwater, and Ruoxi wonders about his identity as they drift. She struggles to breathe while surrounded by rising bubbles in the deep water. The hidden moon flute island sits isolated in the middle of the water, obscured by an enchantment. After bringing her to the shore, the long-haired man leans over her unconscious form. He observes her closely, noting that she possesses great beauty. In her dazed state, Ruoxi whispers for Kaio not to leave her side. The man stands with his back to the city, playing a melodic tune on a flute. Ruoxi wakes up on the grass, questioning if the music is part of a dream. She sits up and is baffled to find that her clothes are perfectly dry despite her fall. The man stops his playing and turns to acknowledge that she has finally woken up. Ruoxi looks around the magical landscape and asks for current location. He asks if the person who sent her was the one who brought her to this specific spot. Ruoxi remains on the ground, still trying to get her bearings in the strange environment. In a simplified style, the man leans in and remarks that he detects another person's scent on her. Ruoxi urgently grabs his arm and asks if he has any knowledge of Kaio. The man ignores the name and asks if she has encountered a young Baldi instead. Ruoxi explains that the person who brought her there pushed her into the lake and vows to get revenge. The man clears his throat and suggests that the person acted for her own benefit to help her forget her sorrow. He begins to manifest a glowing purple energy within his palm. He presents her with a vial containing a potion designed to erase the memory of the person who made her sad. A glowing vial of worry-free potion floats in the air, promising an end to painful thoughts. The mysterious man explains that this magical concoction can help her forget about the man who caused her so much trouble. Since she is a friend of his own friend, he offers the expensive elixir to her for free. Ruoxi gazes at the shimmering bottle as it illuminates the dark forest around them. She questions if drinking it will truly make her forget every memory of Kaio. The man confirms her suspicions, claiming it is the only way for her to find true happiness. Refusing to let go of her past, Ruoxi pulls her hand back and rejects the offer to forget him. She asks the immortal if there is anything else besides the potion that can bring her joy. The man pauses to consider her request, looking for an alternative solution. He suggests that she should busy herself with a new hobby to keep her mind occupied. Reaching into his robes, he presents her with a slender green flute. He encourages her to give the instrument a try as a way to distract herself. Ruoxi takes a deep breath and prepares to play her first note. A piercing, terrible screech erupts from the flute, startling the birds in the trees. The man is visibly shaken by the awful sound, realizing she has no musical talent. He quickly changes his mind and suggests they try a completely different activity. He sets up a game of Go, inviting her to test her skills against him. Ruoxi reaches for a white game piece, ready to begin the match. Instead of the complex game, she suggests playing a simple round of 5 in a row. The man reluctantly agrees to her request, confident in his own abilities. Minutes later, the board is cluttered with black and white stones as the game reaches its climax. Ruoxi claps her hands in delight, announcing her sudden victory. The man stares at the board in stunned silence while she celebrates her win. He finds it impossible to believe he lost such a basic game to a novice. Clearing his throat, he insists on playing another round to redeem his pride. Half an hour passes as they continue their intense battle on the board. Ruoxi wins yet again and teases him about needing a head start for the next round. The man grows frustrated, wondering how a simple board game could be more difficult than programming. He finally slams his hand down and declares that he has had enough of the game. Noticing the sun is rising, Ruoxi decides it is time for her to head back. She asks her host if he can provide her with a way off the island. He gives her a stern look and asks what she would do if he refused to help. Ruoxi turns away and boldly claims she will just swim back on her own. She marches right up to the edge of the water without a moment's hesitation. Taking a deep breath, she prepares to dive into the lake to make her escape. Before she can jump, the man reaches out and firmly grabs her arm. He pulls her back toward him, warning her not to take such a reckless risk. Ruoxi struggles against his grip, demanding that he let her leave immediately. He questions if she is really willing to risk everything just to find Kaio. She snaps back that her search is her own business and none of his concern. The man suddenly sweeps her off her feet, telling her to stop her struggling. He closes his eyes and begins to channel an immense amount of magical energy. A massive explosion of white smoke fills the area with a loud poof. Ruoxi shields her eyes from the blinding light and the sudden rush of wind. A giant silhouette sweeps through the sky with a powerful whoosh. A magnificent white dragon roars as it carries Ruoxi high above the clouds. She realizes with total shock that her host has transformed into a legendary beast. The dragon looks back at her and offers her the chance to become a dragon as well. Ruoxi is left speechless by the incredible and unexpected proposal. Ruoxi sits atop the white dragon, laughing off his offer to transform her as a mere joke. The dragon blushes slightly and promises to come up with a better joke the next time they meet. They soar through the clouds with a massive whoosh as they approach their destination. Ruoxi finally touches down on solid ground, her boots making contact with the pavement. Reverting to his human form, the mystic asks her to hold out her hand while he presents a small gift. Ruoxi looks on with a confused expression, wondering what he plans to give her. He hands over a small blue and gold charm, instructing her to take it. This keepsake contains the memory potion and a spirit leaf that she can use to call for his help. With a gentle smile, the mystic says his goodbyes and prepares to depart. In a sudden flash of light and a loud poof, Ruoxi is magically transported back to her balcony. Meanwhile, Kaio remains in a deep coma, lying perfectly still within his bed. A small yellow dragon spirit hovers over him, begging the prince to wake up for Ruoxi's sake. A dark-haired man enters the room and demands to know why the creature is making such a fuss. The tiny dragon looks up with tearful eyes, hoping this powerful man has a way to save Kaio. The man roughly snatches the spirit by its back, ignoring its startled cries. He mocks the creature for only acting friendly when it needs a favor. The little dragon continues to weep, trying to convey the urgency of the prince's condition. Coldly dismissing the situation, the man tells the creature to give up and prepare for a burial. The spirit falls to the ground with a thud, completely overwhelmed by the man's heartless attitude. The man walks away, threatening to deal with the dragon's spirit if it continues to disobey him. Despite the threats, the small dragon decides it must find Ruoxi immediately to save the prince. The scene shifts to the front entrance of Ruoxi's residence. The little yellow dragon reaches out and frantically rings the doorbell. Over at the large Sicil estate, everything appears quiet and deserted. Ruoxi stands at the door, pressing the bell as she waits for someone to answer. The interior of the house is shown to be completely empty and devoid of life. Ruoxi realizes with a sinking feeling that everyone she was looking for has already left. At the Mu family estate, the traditional architecture stands amidst lush greenery. Members of the group discuss the prince's disappearance, certain that he would never leave Ruoxi willingly. An elder points out the grim reality that they have no leads on Kaio's current location. The group remains silent, unable to offer any solutions to the growing mystery. Back at Ruoxi's door, the small dragon bangs against the wood, shouting that the prince has stopped breathing. Ruoxi continues walking down the street, unaware of the desperate message waiting for her. The dragon's spirit spots her from the walkway and prepares to rush toward her. Suddenly, a hand reaches out and grabs the little dragon before it can reach Ruoxi. The mysterious captor moves quickly, his dark boots blurring as he retreats. The man holding the dragon decides to keep the news of Kaio's death a secret to avoid upsetting Ruoxi. He takes to the sky with the creature, threatening to eat it if it tries to speak to her. Ruoxi finally reaches her own front door and moves to enter her home. She feels a touch on her shoulder and turns around, hoping for a moment that it might be Kaio. Instead, she finds a young boy in a black hoodie who tries to act innocent. Recognizing him as the cause of her recent troubles, Ruoxi delivers a sharp kick to his leg. She glares at him, reminding him of how he nearly caused her to drown. The boy attempts to follow her and explain his side, but Ruoxi remains visibly angry. She slams the door shut, leaving the boy standing outside in the cold. He sits down on the ground, insisting to himself that his actions were for her benefit. Inside her house, Ruoxi is once again interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. She becomes increasingly frustrated by the persistent ringing. Assuming the boy has returned, she swings the door open and yells for the visitor to stop bothering her. Her anger turns to shock when she sees a stern woman in professional attire waiting at the door. Ruoxi is startled to find Miss Mu standing at her door, wondering why she has suddenly visited. Miss Mu asks if she really needs a specific reason to come check on a friend. She attempts to lighten the mood by offering Ruoxi some snacks. Concerned about Ruoxi's recent behavior, she insists they go inside for a beverage. Once they are settled, Miss Mu pops open a can and prepares for a serious talk. She tells Ruoxi that she should have more confidence in Kaio's character instead of doubting him. As the hour passes, Miss Mu becomes quite vocal, scolding Ruoxi for hiding from reality. Ruoxi takes the harsh words to heart, feeling like she doesn't deserve Kaio's affection. Eventually, the weight of the evening catches up to Miss Mu, and she falls asleep on the floor. The night slowly passes as the moon is replaced by the rising sun. Morning light shines over the house, signaling the start of a new day. Miss Mu eventually wakes up under a blanket, confused about her surroundings. Ruoxi greets her as she stirs, asking if she remembers anything from the night before. Offering a glass of water, Ruoxi suggests they head to the office together. Elsewhere in the city, something moves through the foliage, creating a faint rustling sound. While they are driving, Miss Mu asks if she said anything embarrassing during her rant. Ruoxi reassures her, saying that her honest words were exactly what she needed to hear. Meanwhile, the small yellow spirit stands over a mound of earth in the woods, looking devastated. The spirit breaks down in tears, lamenting the fact that it had to bury Kaio. Back at the house, the weather takes a turn as heavy rain begins to pour. Ruoxi thanks Miss Mu for the ride and tells her not to worry as she heads inside. Miss Mu reminds her that she and Kaio are both people Ruoxi can always rely on. Inside her room, Ruoxi recalls the panic she felt the last time Kaio went missing. She wonders if her current anger is actually a cover for her own insecurities. Shaking her head, she realizes that she has been acting selfishly. She sits on her bed holding a small keepsake, reflecting on the promises Kaio once made to her. Tears fill her eyes as she prays for Kaio's safety, wondering where he could be. Thunder rumbles through the building as she lies down, unable to find peace. She stares out at the storm, fearing that someone may have kidnapped him. Outside her window, the yellow spirit appears through the rain, looking frantic. Ruoxi feels a strange presence and hears a voice calling out her name. The spirit desperately bangs on the window pane to get her attention. It screams for her to save Kaio, claiming there might still be a chance. The spirit refuses to accept that its friend is truly gone. Ruoxi hears the commotion and rushes to throw the window open. She finds the small, soaked dragon spirit shivering on the ledge. 20 minutes later, Ruoxi is sprinting through the dark forest despite the downpour. Her footsteps splash through the mud as she follows the spirit's lead. She loses her footing and slips on the wet grass, but quickly gets back up. The spirit urges her to hurry as time is running out. Reaching the site, Ruoxi falls to her knees and cries out for Kaio in despair. She tells the spirit that she doesn't believe its claims about Kaio's state. The mound of earth sits silently under the punishing rain. The spirit insists that it had no choice but to perform the burial itself. Driven by desperation, Ruoxi begins to claw at the earth with her bare hands. Suddenly, the dark-haired man appears and grabs her hand to stop her. She begs him to tell her that this is all a cruel joke. The man places a hand near her face, telling her that it's better if she just forgets everything. A bright light begins to glow as he attempts to wipe her memories of Kaio. Ruoxi sees flashes of her happiest moments and refuses to let them go. To break the spell, she bites her own hand to snap herself back to reality. The man is stunned by her sheer willpower to resist his influence. A drop of essence falls from her hand and lands onto the burial mound. The ground begins to rumble violently as an ancient power is triggered. A massive dragon aura erupts from the earth, lifting Kaio's glowing form into the air. The man pulls Ruoxi back, warning her that the chaotic energy is far too dangerous to approach. The small spirit is caught in the middle of a sudden energy surge. Overwhelmed by the blast, the little creature collapses to the ground. Ruoxi demands the dark-haired man explain exactly what happened to Kaio. A vision appears of a mysterious figure standing before a dark, swirling vortex. The man explains that Kaio returned to the kingdom, but the cost of his return was the total loss of his abilities. He further elaborates that the Dragon King's power is the collective energy of every ruler throughout history. This immense power is dangerous, as it will consume anyone who isn't the rightful Dragon King or Queen. A vision of a skeletal figure represents the curse that eventually overwhelmed Kaio's defenses. The man points toward a radiant light, noting that the power within Kaio's body became corrupted by a dark curse. In a brief moment of frustration, Ruoxi frantically shakes the man, desperate for a way to save her friend. The man looks away solemnly, admitting that the process for saving Kaio would be much simpler if he were a woman. Ruoxi refuses to accept defeat and begs him to find any possible solution. The man begins to channel a magical aura around Ruoxi, hoping to shield her from the harsh reality. A massive dragon spirit manifests, declaring that the best course of action is to make Ruoxi forget her past entirely. A dark dragon's face appears, set with a look of grim determination. From another angle, the sharp horns and features of a red dragon come into view. A majestic red dragon spreads its wings wide, threatening the man if he attempts to erase its daughter's memories. The dark dragon tries to justify the plan, claiming it is for Ruoxi's own benefit. The red dragon, known as the Dragon Empress, questions his right to make such a choice. Ruoxi remains unconscious as the two powerful beings debate her future. The Empress shields the girl with her wing, insisting that Ruoxi must be allowed to make her own decisions. The dark dragon counters that without his previous help, Kaio wouldn't have survived long enough to be here. The dark-haired man maintains that erasing her memory is the most efficient way to end her suffering. The Dragon Empress holds Ruoxi close, adamant that the girl must choose her own path, regardless of the pain. Inside a secret chamber, the Empress reveals a plan to temporarily take Kaio's soul to prevent him from losing his memories of Ruoxi. The man warns that this ritual is too intense for her physical form to endure. The Empress ignores the warning, determined to make things right for her daughter. She begins the process, drawing the dark energy out of Kaio's unconscious body. In a display of sacrifice, the Empress inhales the corrupting miasma to cleanse Kaio's spirit. The man and the small yellow spirit watch the intense ritual in silence. 3 days later, the morning sun shines through the window, marking the passage of time. Ruoxi rests quietly in the Dragon King's chambers, still recovering from the ordeal. She slowly opens her eyes, feeling confused as she returns to consciousness. Upon realizing her surroundings, Ruoxi bolts upright and calls out for Kaio. Outside the window, a spectral vision of a smiling Kaio appears while the yellow spirit chirps. Ruoxi prepares to leave her bed, focused entirely on finding a way to remove the miasma from her friend. The tiny yellow dragon grabs onto the blankets, trying to get her to stay calm. In her rush, Ruoxi accidentally knocks the little spirit away. The yellow dragon falls backward, letting out a startled cry. Ruoxi stops immediately, looking concerned for the small creature she just pushed. She offers her hand in apology, feeling guilty for her sudden outburst. She gently picks up the yellow dragon, though her mind is still racing with worry. A spectral image of Kaio lingers nearby, silently reassuring her that he isn't upset. Ruoxi eventually heads outside and kneels before a glowing crystal structure in a field. She reaches out to touch the light, questioning why the truth was kept from her. The yellow spirit tries to comfort her by gently patting the top of her head. Ruoxi's eyes fill with tears as the little dragon continues its supportive gestures. The man arrives and holds the yellow spirit in his hands. He tells Ruoxi to stop crying, finally revealing that there is a way to save Kaio after all. The yellow spirit struggles against the man's grip, clearly frustrated with him. The man chuckles as he lets the little dragon go, watching it scurry away. Ruoxi looks up at him with a glimmer of hope returning to her eyes. The man sighs and rubs his neck, complaining about how difficult his life has become. The dark-haired man explains that only a dragon king or empress can successfully draw out the miasma infecting the prince. Ruoxi immediately urges him to use his power as the dragon king to save their friend. She becomes visibly confused when he mentions that the specific method required is indescribable. The man covers his face in frustration, struggling to explain the complex ritual. Ruoxi tries to guess what he means by that way, her mind racing for answers. She briefly imagines a strange, awkward connection between the men before feeling a sense of gloom. The man quickly shuts down her wild imagination, stating such a thing would never happen. He clarifies that the real solution is for Ruoxi herself to step up and become the Dragon Empress. The group stands together in the forest as they discuss the weight of this royal transformation. The yellow spirit adds that a special ritual is the only way to fully suck out the infection and restore the prince's life. Ruoxi looks down, feeling the immense pressure of the task ahead of her. She questions how an ordinary girl like her could ever take on such a legendary role. Suddenly, she turns around as she hears Sissel calling out to her from nearby. The knights emerge from a shimmering portal, vowing to do everything in their power to save the prince. Ruoxi is shocked to see Sissel and Ray arriving to join the cause. The knights kneel in unison, pledging their very lives to defend the honor of the kingdom. They draw their swords and gather around a central point, channeling their collective energy. A beam of intense light shoots upward as they begin a ritual to reach a lost soul. They focus their spiritual energy, hoping to act as guides through the misty void. The pink-haired knight remains steadfast as she is enveloped in a column of magical light. A massive, swirling vortex of energy erupts, signaling the peak of their power. The knights stand their ground, waiting for the soul to return from the darkness. Without warning, a dark shockwave disrupts the ritual, forcing the knights to react. The pink-haired knight looks on in horror as the spell is suddenly broken. A massive explosion of light rocks the mountainside, echoing through the forest. The knight realizes with a heavy heart that their resurrection sacrifice has failed. Despite the setback, she vows to ensure the prince does not meet a tragic end in this land. The green-haired companion looks away in silence, devastated by the failure. The dark-haired man tells them to stop their futile efforts, as Ruoxi is now the only hope left. The group stands in a tense silence, realizing the fate of the prince rests solely on Ruoxi. Ruoxi blames herself for the situation and declares she is willing to do whatever it takes to save him. The yellow spirit tries to comfort her, urging her not to cry during this crisis. The spirit laments that his plans for her happiness have taken such a difficult turn. The man instructs the knights to stand guard while Ruoxi moves on to the final stage alone. The scene shifts to the eerie dragon forest, illuminated by a sliver of the moon. Ruoxi and the spirit arrive at the Dragon Roaring Well, an ancient site of power. A dragon's silhouette glides across the dark sky above the dense trees. Ruoxi hears a pain cry from the depths that makes her pause in fear. A mystical stone circle suddenly ignites with a roaring blue flame. Ruoxi steps toward the glowing energy as the ground beneath her pulses with power. The man tells Ruoxi to peer into the sacred waters to see her true reflection. Instead of her own face, a massive horned shadow appears in the water beside her. The man gets annoyed when she calls the reflection a demon, insisting that he is a dragon. He explains that her mother hid her true nature at birth to protect her. To fully transform into the Dragon Empress, she is told she must jump into the magical well. Before he can finish his explanation, Ruoxi takes a determined stance at the edge. She plunges into the water with a loud splash, surprising everyone with her speed. The yellow spirit watches with wide eyes, stunned by her sudden leap of faith. Ruoxi sinks deep into the freezing waters of the Dragon Roaring Well, her body beginning to lock into ice. The Dragon King and his small companion wait anxiously by the well's edge, fearing the trials she must endure. The yellow spirit looks on with worry, knowing the immense sacrifice Ruoxi is making for Kaio. Underwater, Ruoxi endures a sensation like thousands of needles pricking her skin to maintain her resolve. A mysterious red bloom forms in the depths, signaling the presence of the legendary Letha River. The swirling red energy begins to envelop Ruoxi as she pushes through the mental and physical torture. Despite the agony of the transformation, Ruoxi refuses to give up on her mission. Crimson energy petals surround her glowing form as the well's power begins to react to her blood. Ruoxi finds herself in a dark, watery realm where a mysterious voice calls out to her. She stands her ground against the unseen entity, demanding it show itself in this strange domain. Her eyes snap open as she prepares to face the guardian of the Letha River. Intense blue spiritual energy erupts around Ruoxi, signaling her readiness for the final trial. The Letha River demon appears, lounging on a golden throne and hiding its excitement at finally having a visitor. The demon gestures toward her, offering to grant a wish if she can provide something in return. Ruoxi states her singular goal, declaring that she has come to save Kaio's soul. The demon mocks her request, claiming that Kaio is already beyond any hope of revival. Ruoxi remains undeterred, meeting the demon's gaze with unwavering determination. Seeing her spirit, the demon decides to put her through a series of tests instead of letting her go. Back at the surface, the Dragon King explains that Ruoxi can only return once the trial is complete. The little yellow spirit grows frustrated with the grim outlook and prepares to take action. In a fit of worry, the companion bites the Dragon King's King's head to vent its stress. The Dragon King warns that if Ruoxi doesn't emerge before daybreak, she will be lost forever. Inside the well's realm, Ruoxi passes the time by humoring the demon and taking photos of him. The demon poses proudly for the camera, enjoying the rare attention after centuries of loneliness. Ruoxi plays along with the demon's games, hoping to win his favor and complete her transformation. The demon surprises Ruoxi by feeding her a special essence meant to trigger her final evolution. Powerful energy surges through her body as the demon's power begins to integrate with her own. As the sun begins to peak over the distant mountains, the time limit for the ritual rapidly approaches. The surface of the well remains still as the final moments of the night slip away. The Dragon King looks toward the horizon, fearing that Ruoxi has failed to return in time. Suddenly, the water in the well begins to churn violently as massive energy builds up from below. A colossal dragon silhouette bursts forth from the well, lighting up the forest with a brilliant glow. A magnificent pink dragon soars high into the morning sky, showcasing its new form. The dragon loses control and begins to plummet back toward the tree line at high speed. A massive cloud of dust kicks up as the creature crashes into the ground with a heavy thud. Instead of a giant beast, a small and adorable pink dragon sits dazed in the middle of the crater. The spirit and the knight rush over to check on the tiny dragon, realizing it is indeed Ruoxi. The Dragon King uses his magic to help Ruoxi digest the demon's marrow and stabilize her new body. 1 month later, a powerful burst of energy signals that the training period is finally over. Ruoxi, now in her full dragon form, unleashes a devastating blast of frost known as the Dragon Empress Ice Blade. The concentrated beam of ice energy streaks through the air, freezing everything in its path. A massive explosion of ice crystals marks the successful mastery of her new powers. The group celebrates Ruoxi's incredible growth and the potential to finally save their friend. Ruoxi beats her powerful wings, creating a massive gust of wind that clears the area. The force of her transformation is so great that it nearly knocks over those standing nearby. Now fully ascended as the Dragon Empress, Ruoxi prepares to use her power to resurrect Kaio. Ruoxi's companions celebrate her progress by placing a flower crown on her dragon form. A quiet building stands ready for the next phase of the journey. The group discusses the urgent task of saving Prince Kaio and the kingdom of Kenoria. The Dragon King interrupts, claiming that Ruoxi's status as Empress complicates her involvement with others. Ruoxi discards the flower crown, showing her focus is solely on the mission. Ruoxi confronts the Dragon King directly, demanding he stop interfering with her plans. She threatens to use her newfound power against anyone who stands in her way. The Dragon King is stunned by her boldness and fierce determination. Ruoxi releases her grip, signaling the end of the confrontation. She makes it clear that her loyalty remains with the prince. The Dragon King reflects on the immense sacrifices Ruoxi has already made for Kaio. As the group prepares to leave, the king calls out for one last moment of their time. He admits that Ruoxi's current power level is equal to his own and he couldn't stop her if he tried. He explains that to honor tradition, a specific ceremony must be held before she proceeds. Ruoxi is caught off guard by the mention of a formal ritual. A powerful red dragon insists that a proper event be held for her daughter. The night sky glows under the light of a full moon. Bright lanterns decorate the trees to create a festive atmosphere. Ruoxi appears wearing a traditional red robe adorned with intricate gold designs. The Dragon King watches as the preparations for the ritual begin. He tries to maintain his composure despite the significance of the event. Ruoxi approaches him to start the formal procedure. The king prepares to perform a traditional hair-brushing ritual for the Empress. He carefully brushes Ruoxi's hair as she remains still for the ceremony. A maternal figure watches the reflection in the mirror with deep emotion. The king announces that the ritual is finally complete. Ruoxi examines her transformation into a fully fledged Empress in her ceremonial attire. She feels a sense of relief that the requirements of the tradition have been met. A mysterious figure moves through the forest during the moonlit night. The veiled woman reflects on Ruoxi's growth and future. A companion offers a cloth to provide support during this emotional moment. She looks up in surprise to see a blue-haired man standing before her. He encourages her to focus on the happiness of the present day and leave the past behind. He hands her the cloth to help her compose herself. She expresses her gratitude for his kind gesture. Inside the chambers, Ruoxi prepares for the most critical part of her mission. Dressed as a bride, she prepares to face the task of resurrection. She gathers her energy into a concentrated sphere of light. Kaio remains dormant inside a protective crystalline container. Ruoxi approaches the prince to begin the transfer of life energy. She reaffirms her status as Empress as she initiates the final step. Ruoxi uses a close contact technique to bridge their spirits and revive the prince. A small yellow dragon remains trapped behind bars, demanding to be released immediately. The creature appears disoriented and dizzy from the surrounding magical energy. It watches as a spectral image of Kaio begins to manifest nearby. Kaio and Ruoxi share a brief, intense moment of eye contact as their faces draw close. Kaio finally opens his eyes, fully restored and resting on the platform. Ruoxi calls out to him in relief, her hand resting on his as he begins to stir. Reaching out, Kaio acknowledges her presence with a gentle look. Ruoxi expresses shock that the recovery process completed so much faster than anticipated. The two lock eyes again, the atmosphere thick with unspoken emotion. Kaio pulls her into a firm embrace, surprising her with his newfound strength. He smiles at her, crediting her previous actions for his sudden awakening. Ruoxi points out that the king had specified a much longer ritual was necessary. Kaio leans in, suggesting they focus on their reunion instead of technicalities. Suddenly, the onlookers who were spying are blasted back by a surge of energy. Kaio looks visibly irritated that their private moment was interrupted by intruders. His hand grips the hilt of his golden sword, ready to deal with eavesdroppers. Standing tall, he confronts the group of allies who are currently groveling on the floor. Ruoxi watches the chaotic scene unfold with a blank, slightly confused expression. A massive burst of light signals a sudden transformation. In her dragon form, Ruoxi carries Kaio away from the palace to find some peace. The pink dragon soars gracefully through the night sky past a full moon. She looks down at the landscape, feeling a sense of freedom in her true form. Kaio leans against her neck, expressing his admiration for her regardless of her appearance. Ruoxi blushes as he shows affection, warning him about the sensitivity of her dragon traits. Kaio looks confused as a strange magical reaction begins to occur. A small, glowing orb of energy pulses against the dragon's skin. A small spirit appears to provide a commentary on the unique biology of the dragon race. The pair lands in a vast field of glowing blue flowers under the moonlight. A large cloud of white smoke erupts as Ruoxi begins to shift her shape. She steps out from the mist, having returned to her human form amidst the glowing flora. Kaio approaches her, his expression softening as they stand alone in the meadow. The two share a quiet, close moment surrounded by the magical atmosphere of the field. The glowing flowers sway in the breeze as the energy of the ritual subsides. A close-up shows the delicate petals of the white flowers illuminated by the night. Kaio uses magic to conjure new outfits for himself and Ruoxi. Ruoxi looks at her reflection in the water, surprised by her changed appearance. Kaio notes that her hair growing so long overnight is a significant change. Ruoxi transforms into her dragon form and flies across the sky with Kaio. She lands in a grassy field and begins the transformation back into her human state. The pair enters a room where their allies are seen resting after a long night. Ruoxi reaches out to wake up one of the sleeping men. The man wakes up looking dazed and confused by the sudden wake-up call. Ruoxi points out the noticeable change in the length of her hair. Still feeling the effects of the alcohol, the man comments on her hair reaching her waist. A pink-haired woman sitting at a table wakes up and rubs her eyes. She takes a closer look at Ruoxi's hair, confirming that it has grown much longer. The dark-haired man deduces that Ruoxi has completely absorbed the power of the river demon. He explains that as the Dragon Empress, her spiritual power is reflected in her hair length. He notes that she now possesses the strength to activate transport arrays to return home. The news shocks the group as they process the extent of her new abilities. The man reaffirms that Ruoxi has become incredibly powerful. A bright, swirling portal of energy manifests within the dense forest. A white-haired figure emerges from the glowing light, appearing calm and composed. The figure offers a word of thanks to someone named Yi. He reveals that transferring half of his power into Ruoxi saved her from being consumed. A flashback shows Ruoxi drifting underwater, surrounded by a protective aura of energy. The white-haired man uses his magic, wishing for his cousin to transcend her human nature. Sparks of intense light fly from his hands as he channels his spiritual energy. The energy forms a radiant orb above Ruoxi as she floats in the depths. Ruoxi is fully bathed in the white light, completing her mystical transformation. In a chibi-style scene, the man admits he had his own reasons for giving up his power. The woman, wearing a red veil, reacts with visible annoyance at his admission. She acknowledges that without his help, Ruoxi wouldn't have ascended so quickly. The woman sternly warns him not to interfere with Ruoxi and Kaio's relationship. She sighs and tells him to accept whatever fate has in store from this point forward. The white-haired man stands silently, his thoughts hidden. A massive purple dragon looms in the clouds, noting that dragons live for thousands of years. The dragon believes Ruoxi will eventually forget her current feelings and is willing to wait. The scene shifts to a modern setting, focusing on a massive entertainment building. A young girl looks up in surprise while holding a large lollipop. She remembers her father telling her to wait for him until she finishes her treats. She recalls her father's warning to stay put or risk never seeing him again. The little girl stubbornly refuses to just sit still and wait. A mysterious figure in dark clothing approaches the child from behind. A close-up reveals a person with striking green eyes and a determined expression. The young girl turns around and asks the stranger who they are. The hooded figure apologizes for being late and addresses the child as mistress. The lollipop falls to the ground and breaks as the scene ends abruptly. Ruoxi gathers her companions and announces her plan to open a magic tunnel leading directly to Kanoria. One of the knights reassures Suri that Ruoxi's new status as the Dragon Empress makes this feat possible. The knight pulls Suri into a sudden embrace, claiming that mere hand-holding isn't enough to feel her presence. Suri is caught completely off guard by the unexpected proximity. While the knight laughs off the situation, Suri becomes visibly annoyed by his boldness in front of the group. Her patience finally snaps as anger symbols manifest around her head. She delivers a massive uppercut that sends the knight spiraling into the sky. Kaio approaches Ruoxi and warns her to stop the process immediately if anything feels wrong. Ruoxi maintains a confident expression, insisting she is fully capable of handling the transport. She unleashes her spirit power, surrounding herself with swirling crescents of energy. A massive pink wing sweeps through the air as the transformation begins. Ruoxi takes her full form as a pink dragon and begins the incantation for the 3,000 realms. She channels intense energy to activate the dragonfire magic. Massive pillars of light descend from the dragon, enveloping the group for their journey. A glowing pink orb serves as the focal point for the massive magical output. Meanwhile, a small spirit works tirelessly on a mystical device to power the transportation spell. Ruoxi floats amidst the surging power, though her companions note how difficult it is to control such vast energy. Red lightning crackles at her feet as the spell reaches its peak. Kaio takes Ruoxi's hand, promising that they are finally going home. A blue portal swirls open, pulling everyone through the dimensional rift. The group arrives at the dark and desolate Frozen Bone Peak within the kingdom of Canuria. They land safely inside a protective ring of fire. A green-haired man expresses surprise that they were diverted to such a grim location. Ruoxi gasps in horror after accidentally stepping on a skull left on the rocky ground. Kaio pulls her close to comfort her, and she admits she feels safe as long as he is there. Suri looks toward the horizon and asks if the plan involves a stealthy infiltration of the palace. The green-haired man advises them to consider their options carefully before making a move. He releases a glowing blue butterfly from his hands to scout the area. One of the knights suddenly looks up in alarm as he senses an approaching presence. A dark, cloaked figure moves through the air with incredible speed. Multiple hooded shadows descend from the sky surrounding the travelers. Suri immediately shouts for the group to prioritize the prince's safety. The knights draw their blades and urge Kaio to take Ruoxi and flee while they handle the intruders. The green-haired man steps in to stop the fight, claiming that everyone present is on the same side. The hooded figures drop to one knee in a display of loyalty, welcoming the prince home. A sword is sheathed as the immediate tension seems to dissipate. The sound of footsteps signals a change in the atmosphere as a new figure approaches. The two knights suddenly charge forward with their swords, declaring that all betrayers must be eliminated. They face off against the Guardians amidst a backdrop of flames while a mocking voice questions their intelligence. Kaio watches the conflict with a look of growing suspicion and concern. The green-haired man reveals a sinister smile, clarifying that while he is on his side, it certainly isn't the prince's. Ruoxi chants a powerful spell, her mouth glowing with magical energy. A bright flash of light signals a sudden teleportation across the battlefield. Ray charges a specialized skill in his hand to counter the movement. He stands ominously behind Ruoxi while a small spectral figure watches the chaos unfold. Nearby, the small dog lies defeated on the ground, overwhelmed by the spiritual pressure. Ray confronts his opponent with a cold gaze, questioning his true motives. Ruoxi watches the tension escalate between the two men with growing worry. Ray maintains his resolve, refusing to back down from the confrontation. A sudden movement creates a sonic boom as the characters are pulled through the air. The combatants land firmly on the frozen ground, ready for the next exchange. Ray realizes he was fighting a magical duplicate and becomes visibly frustrated. Kaio and Ruoxi reappear together in a pillar of blue light, surprising their enemies. Kaio demands to know what happened during their time apart, sensing a deep betrayal. Ray draws his blade, blaming Kaio for the loss of many innocent lives. Kaio stands his ground, asserting that he has never spoken a lie. Ray ignites his blade with golden energy, prepared to settle the score once and for all. Ruoxi steps forward, pleading for them to talk instead of resorting to violence. She holds onto Kaio's sleeve, desperate to prevent a lethal clash. Kaio places a reassuring hand on Ruoxi's head, telling her to focus on the pug while he handles the fight. Ruoxi offers a final warning for Kaio to remain cautious against Ree's power. Kaio steps in front of Ruoxi, confirming that he is the real person and not another duplicate. A sharp blade whistles through the air, coming dangerously close to Kaio's throat. Ray holds his weapon at Kaio's neck, testing his courage in the face of death. Kaio remains stoic, questioning why Ray waited so long to strike. Kaio proudly claims his status as Ruoxi's protector, even as she watches from behind. Ruoxi realizes she cannot sit by and let them destroy each other. The pug worries about the complex internal struggle unfolding before its eyes. Ray grows impatient, demanding the truth about what Kaio actually knows. He presses the blade against Kaio's skin, prepared to end the conflict. The sword draws blood, showing just how serious the situation has become. Seeing Kaio in immediate danger, Ruoxi decides she must take a desperate gamble. She hopes her importance to both men will be enough to stop the fighting. Ruoxi lets out a sudden cry of pain that catches both combatants off guard. She falls to the ground, clutching her stomach and claiming she is severely hurt. She puts on a dramatic performance of being suddenly unwell to draw their attention. The girl continues her act, crying out for someone to save her from the sudden pain. The two rivals lock eyes and immediately call a truce to focus on her condition. Both men rush to her side, frantically asking what is wrong. Ruoxi's expression shifts as she realizes her diversion worked perfectly. She stands up and walks right past the stunned Kaio, her plan complete. The sound of a blade rings out as a weapon is suddenly sheathed. Ruoxi hovers over the fallen Ray, looking down at him while a sword remains planted in the ground between them. She looks him in the eye and shouts that he has failed to keep his word. Kaio hears the commotion and turns around with a look of pure shock. Ruoxi calls out to Kaio, her expression filled with worry as the situation escalates. To prevent Ray from escaping, Ruoxi reaches out and firmly grabs hold of him. She pins him to the ground, determined to stop him from taking another step. Ray looks up at her, feeling betrayed that she would use his concern for her against him. Ruoxi demands to know why he tried to kill Kaio after promising to take the time to sort things out. Kaio stands frozen, trying to process the revelation of the secret agreement. Nearby, the knights are stunned by the sudden turn of events and can't believe what they're hearing. The black-haired knight demands to know the truth of what is happening between them. The pink-haired knight steps forward, drawing a weapon and vowing to ensure the prince's safety at all costs. Kaio is struck by a wave of realization, hurt that Ruoxi was keeping such a massive secret from him. Ruoxi desperately tries to explain that things aren't exactly how they appear to be. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the ground, catching everyone off guard. A giant magical barrier erupts around the group, trapping everyone inside a glowing circle. Ruoxi looks around in a panic as the atmosphere grows heavy and dangerous. A golden staff begins to glow with an ominous and intense light. A man with long white hair and an eye patch emerges, brandishing the powerful staff with a sinister grin. Kaio senses the immense killing intent and prepares himself for a life-or-death struggle. Before anyone can react, a paralyzing force washes over them, leaving them unable to move a single muscle. The eye-patched man laughs manically, enjoying the sight of his trapped prey. He warns the group that attempting to move will only lead to their immediate demise. He moves in close to Kaio, mocking him for being completely helpless and alone. Kaio stares back with a grim expression, knowing they are in a desperate situation. Ruoxi screams at the villain to release Kaio, but her pleas fall on deaf ears. The man activates a massive, glowing magic array that pulses with destructive energy. He proposes a sadistic game, stating that the only way to survive is for the prince or a knight to kill one another. Blood-red energy begins to whir violently as a countdown to their certain doom begins. Thorny red vines erupt from the magic circle, lashing out at everything in sight. The energy vines quickly ensnare everyone, including the terrified pet pug. Kaio recognizes the technique as an ancient forbidden blood array that is impossible to break from the inside. Despite the danger, Kaio stands tall and declares he will never lift a finger against his own people. The villain simply sneers at Kaio's noble declaration, finding his morals amusing. In a flash of movement, someone breaks free and rushes across the battlefield. Ray lunges forward, his sword drawn and aimed directly at the prince. He wears a calm, chilling smile as he prepares to make his move. Ruoxi and the knights cry out in horror as they witness the sudden assassination attempt. Ray closes the gap instantly, standing inches away from the vulnerable prince. Kaio holds Ray close, reeling from a sudden and shocking revelation. Ray offers a weak smile, revealing that he is actually Kaio's older brother. Stunned by the news, Kaio struggles to process the truth of their kinship. Ray's strength begins to fail as he prepares to deliver his final words. Fading fast, Ray slumps in Kaio's arms while the light begins to leave his eyes. With his last breath, the fallen prince asks Kaio to take over and reform their kingdom. The eye-patched villain watches the tragic scene unfold with a mocking sneer. Nearby, Ruoxi and her companions stand trapped as the glowing blood array activates beneath them. The villain channels his dark energy through a glowing crystal to fuel the formation. Massive, thorny vines erupt from the ground, lashing out at everyone within the circle. The mage remains cold and detached, watching his trap reach its peak. A young girl named Diane is suddenly ensnared by the thorns, crying out in terror. The villain's expression shifts to pure horror as he realizes his own daughter has been caught in the crossfire. Panicked, he abandons his post and rushes toward the array to save her. Diane is released from the vines and joyfully realizes she can move freely again. The little girl begins to play, grabbing at the others as if this were a simple game. She hitches a ride on Kaio's back while he tries to navigate the chaotic energy of the battlefield. Diane laughs happily, completely unaware of the mortal danger surrounding them. A massive pillar of pink light erupts as the magic circle reaches a volatile state. The villain can only watch in disbelief as the situation spirals out of his control. Ray lies motionless on the ground, surrounded by a bed of glowing roses and sharp vines. The setting shifts to the dead marshes, a foggy and forbidden land on the kingdom's border. Diane looks around with a mischievous grin, finding the spooky marshes to be the perfect place for a game. The group finds themselves standing in the center of a dark, swirling energy vortex. Kaio remains lost in thought, still haunted by the discovery of his brother's identity. Ruoxi attempts to comfort him while keeping her pet pug safe in her arms. Overwhelmed by grief and uncertainty, Kaio covers his face, unsure if his brother survived. Diane looks confused, wondering why her father hasn't come to find her yet. She suddenly runs off into the thick fog, challenging the others to a game of hide and seek. One of the men warns the group that no one has ever returned from these marshes alive. The vast, eerie landscape of the forbidden territory stretches out into the gloom. A small, mysterious spirit watches the group from the shadows with growing curiosity. Kaio decides they must find the girl first, before they can go back for Ray. Ruoxi looks on with a heavy heart, fearing that time has already run out for the fallen prince. Kaio turns back to Ruoxi, expressing his deep concerns about the dangers ahead. Ruoxi gives him a playful tap on the forehead to break his somber mood. She smiles warmly at him, reassuring him that she isn't holding any grudges. Though he feels a bit better, Kaio remains alert as they venture deeper into the woods. He stops suddenly, sensing a strange presence as if an invisible person is speaking directly to him. Ruoxi asks Kaio if he can hear someone speaking to him in the dark woods. A spectral entity whispers for them to enter deeper into the fog. The ghost beckons Ruoxi closer as she protects her pet and looks around in fear. Sissel is confused because he cannot hear the voices the others are reacting to. Kaio decides the group should split up to find Diane, assigning Sissel to accompany Ruoxi. Sissel agrees to the plan while surrounded by a lighthearted atmosphere. He approaches the Empress closely, offering his assistance during the search. She immediately rejects the physical proximity and insists she can handle the situation alone. Sissel grabs her arm to stop her, warning that getting separated in the dead marshes is dangerous. The Empress looks surprised by his sudden display of concern. She suddenly halts her movement as if sensing something behind her. She wonders if someone is pulling on her cloak and suspects Sissel is playing a trick. Determined to find the missing girl, the Empress continues her trek through the dark trees. A ghostly voice begins to praise her appearance as she moves through the mist. Startled by the apparition, she reflexively clings to her companion for safety. He places a hand on her head to calm her nerves. He reassures her that everything will be fine, despite the eerie environment. The companion promises to protect her even if the legends about ghosts are true. Kaio and Ruoxi walk together through the dense, dark forest. Kaio notes the thickening fog and recalls that Diane enjoys hiding in dark places. Ruoxi trembles as the atmosphere becomes increasingly oppressive. Kaio reaches out to hold her hand, providing a sense of stability. He tells her to remain calm because he is by her side. Ruoxi feels emboldened by his presence and prepares to use her magic. She activates a flaming flowers spell to generate light in the darkness. Small orbs of fire begin to ignite all across the marshy ground. The path ahead is now clearly illuminated by dozens of flickering flames. The two continue their journey while maintaining a supportive grip on each other. They move toward a nearby cave entrance, revealed by the magical light. A dark, jagged opening to a cavern appears within the dead marshes. The interior of the cave is completely engulfed in shadows. Diane hides behind a rock inside, jiggling that she has found the perfect hiding spot. She recites a rhyme about people hiding in the pitch-black darkness. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of glowing eyes opens in the shadows directly behind her. Outside, Ruoxi stops and asks Kaio if he can hear a strange sound. Kaio looks back at her, unable to perceive the auditory disturbance. The spectral figure reappears to Ruoxi, claiming that Kaio is not her true love. The spirit asks if she has forgotten a past instance of betrayal. Ruoxi becomes visibly upset as the spirit's words take hold. She experiences a vision of a past memory, where Kaio left her to be with someone else. Ruoxi rejects the spirit's manipulation, realizing Kaio's past actions were meant to protect her. Kaio holds Ruoxi's hand firmly to keep her grounded in reality. A glowing spirit looms over Ruoxi, questioning her loyalty and trying to sow doubt in her heart. Ruoxi remains silent, focused on resisting the mental assault. The spirit smiles maliciously, believing the psychological trap is working. A small companion cows as dark smoke begins to swirl around the area. The companion searches through a box of items, looking for a solution to the smoke. Finding exactly what is needed, the little guide celebrates the discovery. A pair of nunchakus is pulled out, glowing with magical energy. The companion swings the weapon rapidly, creating a defensive whirlwind to clear the air. Ruoxi looks around as shadows close in, her expression becoming more determined. She senses something is wrong and stays on high alert. Ruoxi demands to know the identity of the entity surrounding her. The spirit realizes with shock that Ruoxi hasn't fallen into the fog of confusion. Kaio approaches Ruoxi, asking if she is communicating with their ally Rai. Ruoxi looks at him with concern, wondering if this interaction is another illusion. Kaio expresses his urgent need to find Rai regardless of the sudden events. The spirit sees a perfect chance to strike while the group is distracted. A sudden blast of energy hits Kaio, causing him to shudder as he is targeted. Ruoxi reaches out in alarm as Kaio begins to change. Kaio's legs are instantly encased in solid, magical ice. Ruoxi gasps in horror at the sudden and effective trap. She tries to reach through the growing frost to help Kaio. Kaio is completely frozen within a massive block of ice, leaving Ruoxi desperate for a solution. The small companion rests on a miniature throne, feeling exhausted from his previous efforts. He suggests that Ruoxi use her dragon fire to break the frozen cage. Ruoxi realizes she has the power to free him but hesitates. She worries that her powerful dragon fire might accidentally Hayo instead of just the ice. Suddenly, an idea strikes her, and she prepares to take action. Ruoxi closes her eyes and focuses her energy for a precise spell. A massive pillar of flame erupts, signaling the activation of her magic. Ruoxi transforms, her form glowing with intense celestial energy as she rises. She descends toward the frozen Kaio, promising to protect him at all costs. The ice begins to crack under the controlled heat of her specialized magic. Kaio's face becomes visible through the melting frost as he begins to wake. Ruoxi shares her warmth with Kaio to stabilize his condition and break the remaining chill. The spirit screams in agony as the dragon fire begins to burn her existence away. Frustrated, the spirit decides to shift her focus toward the other group members instead. Deep inside the cave, the environment remains dark and foreboding. Diane waits impatiently, wondering what is taking the rest of the group so long to arrive. Little Diane draws a silly face in the dirt while waiting in the dark. She looks at her work, wondering who the person the drawing is supposed to be. A loud sneeze suddenly echoes through the cave, startling the young girl. She trembles in fear, imagining what kind of monster could be hiding in the shadows. Convinced a ghost is right in front of her, she screams out in terror. Elsewhere in the woods, Ruoxi senses a presence and warns it to stay away. Ruoxi and Sissel scan the tree line, trying to figure out the source of the strange noise. Sissel decides to use the creepy atmosphere to act like a hero in front of the Empress. He puts on a dramatic display of fear, clutching his head and shouting about a ghost. He quickly grabs onto Ruoxi, hoping to get a bit closer to her under the guise of being scared. Ruoxi isn't buying the act for a second and looks completely fed up with his antics. She gives him a sharp smack to the head to snap him out of his fake panic. Suddenly, a real energy attack strikes Sissel, catching them both off guard. Sissel falls flat on his face, seemingly knocked out by the mysterious force. Ruoxi assumes he's still just playing dead to get more of her attention. She coldly tells him to stop the act and get off the ground immediately. Ruoxi tells Kaio that they need to focus because finding Diane and Ray is the top priority. Kaio looks toward the horizon, hoping his brother Ray has managed to survive. He covers his eyes in frustration, feeling overwhelmed by the recent string of disasters. Ruoxi begins to glow with a brilliant aura as she starts a new transformation. She promises Kaio that they can sort everything else out once their family is safely recovered. A small, gray figure celebrates on a throne, believing their victory is finally secured. A nearby dog looks completely exhausted by the chaotic events of the day. Back with Ruoxi, she warns Sissel that she will abandon him if he keeps pretending to be hurt. Without waiting for a response, she turns around and starts walking away. She continues deeper into the dark forest, leaving Sissel behind on the ground. A sudden realization hits her that Sissel might actually be in real danger this time. The Empress quickly spins around to check on her fallen companion. She is shocked to see Sissel being rapidly encased in a massive block of magical ice. Ruoxi shouts his name in alarm as the freezing trap consumes him. She rushes to his side, desperately hoping he is still just playing another trick. A dark, haunting voice laughs from the shadows, claiming it won't allow any more games. Ruoxi falls to the ground, scanning the area for the hidden enemy. A bright, ethereal spirit manifests behind Ruoxi, looming over her and the frozen Sissel. The ghost mocks Sissel's warm nature as it tightens its icy hold on his body. Ruoxi looks on in horror as the ice continues to solidify around her friend. The spirit makes a mocking remark about Sissel's innocent history, while the ice starts to crack. Ruoxi is left completely stunned, unable to process the spirit's strange comments. A grand castle stands tall under the glow of a massive full moon, marking the beginning of a memory from years ago. Inside, the halls are filled with noble guests attending a lavish ball. A pink-haired woman in an elegant gown stands by the window, taking in the atmosphere of the evening. She notices a man staggering through the crowd, appearing to be in some sort of distress. Concerned by his behavior, she keeps a close eye on him as he moves through the room. She follows him into a quiet, secluded hallway to see where he is heading. She wonders how he could have vanished so quickly and begins searching for any sign of him. From around a corner, she overhears a group of people gossiping about a respectable knight. The woman is left completely confused by the strange rumor she's hearing. One man quickly hushes his friend, claiming he is strictly dedicated to only one woman. Finding the whole situation predictable, the woman turns away with a sigh. She continues to listen as the conversation shifts to Prince Kaio and a girl named Suri. It's a shock for her to realize that their secret feelings are actually common knowledge among the staff. The man looks down, seemingly frustrated by his own stubborn heart. He admits that even if his feelings aren't returned, he can't simply stop caring for her. Watching from above, the woman is moved by the weight of the truth he carries. She leans against the wall, empathizing with the pain of his unrequited devotion. Looking back at the moonlit towers, she can't help but call him an idiot for his persistence. In the present, Ruoxi desperately clutches the frozen Sissel, pleading for him to wake up. He remains completely motionless, encased in a thick layer of magical ice. The spirit mocks them, claiming there is nothing more valuable than the life force of a pure-hearted knight. Ruoxi is stunned into silence as the spirit begins to reveal a tragic past. Long ago, the spirit was once a daughter from a wealthy family, living a life of peace and luxury. That peace was shattered in a single night when her entire family was taken away in a brutal attack. She was the only one to survive the massacre, left hiding in terror as her world collapsed. Her home was burned to the ground, leaving her with absolutely nothing but her grief. The young girl fled into the woods, pleading for mercy as she was cornered by a threat. A bandit discovered her, looking at her with a sinister and opportunistic grin. He grabbed her despite her desperate cries for someone to help her. He pinned her down to prevent her escape, completely ignoring her terrified struggles. She begged him to stop, but her pleas fell on deaf ears as she was overpowered. Tears streamed down her face as she looked toward the sky, wishing her parents could save her. Any hope she had left faded away as she realized no one was coming to her rescue. Eventually, she was taken captive and held in heavy iron chains. She sat in the dark, feeling that her current existence was far worse than death. She could do nothing but cry in silence, mourning the life and future that had been stolen from her. While her captors drank nearby, she remained trapped in a miserable state of isolation. She was left staring into the void, questioning why she was the only one forced to survive such a cruel fate. A man strikes the pink-haired woman across the face while mocking her sorrow. She reels back from the blow, her lip bleeding as she glares at her attacker. The man smashes a glass bottle on the cave floor to further intimidate her. He roughly grabs her garment while shouting insults and threats. Amidst the struggle, the woman reaches out to grab a sharp shard of the broken glass from the floor. She lies on the ground, wounded but focused on her chance to retaliate. Seizing the moment, she strikes the man in his eye with the glass fragment. Her hand moves to grip the handle of a nearby sword to finish the job. The scene shifts to the exterior of the cave, where snow blankets the dense forest. Inside the cave entrance, the aftermath of the violent confrontation is visible on the ground. The woman eventually collapses in the snow, clutching a bloodied sword as she refuses to give up. Years later, she is seen in a royal setting, having assumed a new identity alongside a nobleman. Back in the present, a glowing spirit reveals her true identity to Ruoxi. Ruoxi holds the frozen Sissel and demands that the spirit release him immediately. The spirit mocks the request, showing no intention of letting her prisoner go. A brilliant flash of light fills the cave as the two opposing powers begin to clash. The spirit hovers over Sissel, claiming that since he isn't loved, she will take him for herself. The spirit's physical manifestation leans in close to the unconscious knight. She appears in her full, dark-haired form, surrounded by a swirling magical aura. Ruoxi slams her hands against the magical barrier, calling the dark snow girl despicable. The spirit simply laughs, seemingly amused by Ruoxi's frustration. She promises to demonstrate what true malice looks like as she looms over her prize. Her eyes gleam with a predatory intent as she gazes at the knight. Ruoxi draws her blade, warning the spirit to stay away from Sissel. The dark snow girl places a hand on the knight's torso to assess his condition. She hovers over him, noting the strength and power of his physical form. The spirit maintains a close, possessive watch over the incapacitated man. She leans her face toward his, continuing her inspection of the knight. Ruoxi watches the scene with a look of intense determination and concern. She remains focused on the spirit's actions, waiting for the right moment to strike. The spirit continues to maintain close proximity to the man's face while he remains unconscious. Ruoxi stands ready with her sword, her resolve hardening against the spirit's games. The dark snow girl taunts her, claiming only true love can break her seal of confusion. Ruoxi strikes the barrier with all her might, causing the magical ice to crack under the force. The spirit is visibly stunned as she watches her powerful seal begin to fail. The entire magical wall shatters into countless fragments. Ruoxi levels her sword at the spirit and commands her to leave at once. The spirit looks up at the blade with a sly, knowing smile. She realizes that Ruoxi's ability to break the seal proves her deep interest in the man. The dark snow girl begins to dissolve into magical energy, deciding it is best not to mess with this woman. She vanishes into a plume of white smoke, leaving the knight to Ruoxi's care. Ruoxi gently pats Sissel's face, urging him to wake up from his slumber. Sissel's eyes snap open as he slowly returns to consciousness. Relieved to see him awake, Ruoxi greets him with a warm smile. Her long pink hair flows as she leans in to check on his condition. Sissel suddenly stares at her with an intense, unsettling gaze. Ruoxi tries to pull away as the situation takes an unexpected turn. Sissel stands tall, looming over her with a cold expression. His eyes glow with an eerie red light, signaling that something is very wrong. Biting his lip to fight off an internal darkness, he desperately tells her to run away. Ruoxi watches in horror as her companion struggles against himself. Sissel clutches his chest and begs her to find Kaio instead of staying by his side. Despite the danger, Ruoxi refuses to abandon him in his time of need. Her hands tremble as she realizes the gravity of the situation they are in. Steeling her resolve, she clenches her fist and prepares to take action. She closes her eyes tightly, focusing all her energy on a desperate plan. A single tear falls as she decides to use her powers to resolve the conflict. Ruoxi releases a massive burst of magic that illuminates the entire night sky. Deep in the forest, the group pauses as they hear the distinct sound of galloping hooves. Kaio listens intently, confirming that someone or something is approaching them. The young boy stays alert, his eyes wide as he hears the noise getting closer. Ruoxi points toward a glowing light moving through the dark trees. She prepares her transformation magic to deal with the incoming threat. A majestic unicorn emerges from the shadows, carrying a crying girl in its mouth. The little girl, Diane, wails about the biting wind as she is carried away. The magical creature charges forward, ignoring the child's pleas to be set down. Recognizing the missing girl, Ruoxi immediately channels her power to stop the beast. She conjures a bright flame in her palm, ready to strike and save Diane. Diane begs for help as the unicorn continues to hold her by her clothing. Ruoxi successfully traps the creature inside a stunning cage of golden fire. With the situation under control, Ruoxi excitedly notes that unicorns are indeed real. She beams with joy, comparing the encounter to seeing a dragon in the wild. Kaio brushes his hair back, admitting that he is also shocked by the creature's appearance. Ruoxi pauses to think, wondering about the nature of the magical beast they found. The annoyed unicorn suddenly tosses Diane onto the ground with a rough movement. Diane lands with a loud thud, crying out in pain from the sudden fall. The unicorn rears up and kicks out, visibly frustrated by the golden fire cage. Ruoxi shouts for recall as a powerful surge of magical energy radiates from her body. Magic circles bind the unicorn's legs, forcing the beast to neigh in submission. With flaming rings at her command, Ruoxi prepares to finalize the capture of the legendary creature. The once wild unicorn bows its head, acknowledging her superior power and taming. Kaio watches from the sidelines, shouting for Ruoxi to stay cautious during the process. The unicorn's eyes sparkle with affection now that it has been fully tamed. Ruoxi embraces her new steed, officially claiming the beast as her personal mount. Nearby, Sissel lies unconscious on the forest floor, surrounded by fading magical embers. Suri looks down at him with a mix of concern and lingering guilt over the measures taken to save him. She decides that the best course of action is to act like nothing happened at all. Holding him close, she resolves to tell him it was all just a dream if he remembers anything. Suri stands tall, vowing to never admit the truth about how she neutralized his corruption. Sissel finally groans and opens his eyes, wondering what on earth happened while he was out. Suri remains seated nearby, casually asking him if he is finally awake. He rubs his temple in confusion, questioning if he had simply fallen asleep in the middle of the woods. Suri breathes a massive sigh of relief, thankful that he seems to have no memory of the event. She quickly launches into a rehearsed speech, claiming he passed out after they split from the group. Sissel finds the idea of being a loser who faints under pressure hard to swallow. Despite her story, he can't figure out why he feels so physically drained. Suri watches him from the side, worried that he might be recalling fragments of the truth. A flashback reveals Sissel suffering from intense heat caused by the Dark Snow Girl's poison. Suri realizes the only way to neutralize the spell is through a specific, restorative ritual with a loved one. During the flashback, Sissel acknowledges her beauty before the healing process takes effect. Back in the present, Sissel snaps his fingers as he tries to piece his memory together. He concludes that he must have just tripped and hit his head by accident. Their conversation is interrupted by the news that Diane has finally been located. Ruoxi and Kaio arrive with the rescued girl, though Ruoxi notices Suri looks quite unwell. Suri quickly shakes her head, insisting that she is perfectly fine despite the awkward situation. Sissel leans in to check on her, reaching out to touch her face with genuine concern. Suri panics and gives him a forceful shove to keep her distance. Sissel hits the ground with a loud thump, complaining that she almost broke his back. She turns away immediately, refusing to take any responsibility for his fall. Suddenly, two mysterious figures in dark cloaks appear out of nowhere to confront the group. Suri draws her sword and points it at the strangers, demanding to know their identity. Kaio calms her down, identifying them as servants sent by a man named Mr. Mu. The cloaked men explain they have prepared accommodations and ask the group to follow them. One of the men begins a summoning ritual, gathering light between his palms. A massive teleportation circle glows beneath the group, whisking them away in an instant. A dark presence watches them leave, determined that they won't escape the forest so easily. A massive castle sits perched on a jagged cliffside under the glow of a full moon. Ruoxi looks up in complete shock, questioning why Miss Mu has suddenly appeared. A tall woman in an elegant dark dress and white fur wrap greets Ruoxi with relief. Miss Mu immediately pulls Ruoxi into a tearful embrace, worried about how much weight she has lost recently. Kaio steps forward and places a firm hand on Miss Mu's shoulder to interrupt the reunion. Miss Mu turns her head, startled by the prince's sudden intervention. Kaio bluntly orders her to get off him as he pushes a smaller, crying version of her away. He looks incredibly serious as he demands to know if Rei is still alive. Miss Mu wipes away a tear and reassures the prince that Rei has not passed away. Kaio's intensity increases as he shouts, demanding to know Rei's exact location. Miss Mu hesitates for a moment, looking somber as she prepares to explain the situation. The scene shifts to the royal palace, which is brightly lit against the night sky. Inside a lavish room, golden light and floating particles fill the air around a large bed. A man leans over a resting figure while a mystical light fills the space. The glow in the room intensifies, casting long, dramatic shadows across the floor. Standing in his chambers, a man in a dark robe coldly orders his guards to remove a body from the premises. Two armored guards immediately step forward to carry out the grim task. They lift a heavy bundle wrapped in red fabric and begin hauling it out of the room. A dark, clawed hand briefly peeks out from under the red cloth as they exit. The man looks away, noting that he feels significantly better than he did before. Outside, the palace grounds are shrouded in the deep shadows of the night. The man walks down a flight of stairs toward a soldier waiting in the garden. A guard pours a dark liquid into a golden chalice, stating it was specially prepared by Lord Hughes. The man holds the cup up, inspecting the contents before taking a drink. He consumes the liquid quickly, letting a few drops spill down as he finishes. He observes his arm, noting that his wounds are already starting to heal up. Satisfied with the tonic's effectiveness, he carelessly tosses the golden cup away. The chalice flies through the air, trailing the last of the dark liquid behind it. Somewhere else, a spectral white figure reaches out toward a sleeping child in a bed. A woman with dark hair wipes her mouth with a sinister smile, pleased that the plan is working. The glowing spirit begins to merge directly into the body of the sleeping girl. The young girl remains unconscious as the mystical energy fully settles into her form. Suddenly, the girl wakes up in a sweat, complaining about an intense heat in her chest. A massive burst of energy erupts from the bed as the transformation reaches its peak. A grown woman now sits where the child once was, looking over her new form with a smirk. She examines her reflection, pleased with the successful transformation. Standing before a mirror, she plots her next move to ensure she can trap Kaio this time. A dark, shadowy voice suddenly calls out from the corners of the room, mocking her confidence. The woman turns around instantly, her expression shifting to one of pure confusion. The scene opens with a view of the grand castle standing tall under the moonlit sky. Inside, Lord Hughes stands over a bed where dark, purple energy swirls around a captive. Rei lies trapped in a mystical trance, weakly warning Kaio to flee. He falls back into an unconscious state as the eerie roses and mists surround him. Suddenly, a noise erupts from the bushes outside the window, catching the Lord's attention. Hughes turns sharp-eye, his golden eye patch gleaming as he looks for the intruder. A shadowy figure darts through the garden, attempting to escape into the night. Hughes quickly intercepts the figure, demanding to know where they think they are going. He is shocked to find a woman standing before him, holding a blade in defense. He stares at her in disbelief, suspecting that this might be some kind of clever disguise. The woman claims to be Diane, mentioning a specific family recipe to prove her true identity. To show she means no harm, she lets her sword fall to the ground with a loud clang. Convinced by her words, Hughes reaches out to his daughter, overwhelmed with emotion. The two share a brief, protective embrace as the tension of the encounter fades. Hughes expresses how much he has worried about her since she first went missing. Diane looks toward the bed, questioning if Ray is truly under father's control. She looks down at the unconscious boy, reflecting on her past mistakes. With a serious expression, she takes responsibility for her previous lapse in judgment. Hughes wonders exactly how she managed to break the curse and return to her original form. She credits her transformation to the mysterious shadow spirit hovering right behind her. Suddenly, a look of concern crosses Diane's face as she notices something is wrong. She rushes to support her father as he begins to stumble and show signs of physical strain. Hughes insists he is fine, telling her to go rest so they can talk more in the morning. He raises a hand to summon assistance from the household staff. A maid promptly arrives and is instructed to escort Diane back to her quarters. Diane is led to a lavish bedroom prepared specifically for her stay. A tray is brought in containing a warm beverage and sweet additives for her comfort. The maid presents the hot milk, claiming it was prepared specifically by Lord Hughes. Diane keeps a cold, distant gaze as she curtly dismisses the servant from the room. The maid bows respectfully and prepares to leave the lady to her privacy. As Diane reaches for the cup, the maid offers a final goodnight wish. The shadow spirit warns her that the drink has been spiked with a potent sedative. Diane is left in shock, unable to believe her own father would try to incapacitate her. Elsewhere, a young woman finishes her nightly routine and prepares for the evening. She looks out into the room, lost in her own thoughts about the current situation. She spots Kaio standing by the window, looking out into the distance. Kaio reflects on the dangerous position Ray is in now that Hughes has captured him. He remains silent, his profile showing the heavy burden of the choices ahead. The girl steps up to offer comfort, promising him that everything will eventually be fine. Ruoxi reassures Kaio that everything will eventually be alright despite the current situation. Kaio looks at her with intensity, acknowledging her support during this tense moment. In the next room, Suri sits alone on her bed, reflecting on her complicated history with Sissel. She questions how things could have possibly turned out this way. Distressed by her thoughts, she tries to force herself to forget the events of that day. At the same time, Sissel lies awake, admitting that he remembers every detail of what happened. Later, Kaio assists Ruoxi with a grooming task, carefully handling her long hair. While working, he accidentally pulls a knot, causing her a sharp sting. Ruoxi winces in pain, complaining that the accidental pull hurts. Kaio immediately apologizes and promises to be much more gentle. Hearing the commotion through the wall, Suri becomes visibly annoyed by the noise. She buries herself under the blankets, finding the sounds from the next room to be far too much to handle. The scene shifts to Diane's room, which is shown in a quiet, still state. Diane looks down at the cup in her hands, wondering why her father would provide this specific drink. She questions if her father would truly resort to such a manipulative tactic. A shadow spirit appears behind her, mockingly confirming that the milk was spiked with a sedative. Diane tells the entity to shut up, struggling to believe her father would plan something so dark. The spirit continues to taunt her, suggesting that her father's elaborate schemes were unnecessary. It reaches out toward Diane, beginning to exert a mystical influence over her mind. The spirit claims that with its presence, no physical substances are needed to achieve its goals. Diane's eyes lose focus as she falls completely under the spirit's magical control. Elsewhere, Ray begins to wake up, mentioning a tickling sensation as he stirs. He is shocked to see Diane looking down at him while he is incapacitated. Diane makes a sudden, bold declaration regarding their future lineage together. Ray is left completely stunned and confused by her bizarre behavior. She leans in closer, focused entirely on the captive Ray. Diane reaches out to touch his face, but Ray remains resistant to her presence. He quickly reacts, pushing her away to create distance between them. Ray seizes her by the neck and sternly asks if she has a death wish for cornering him. Diane insists that the kingdom belongs to her father and that Ray must join her to take the throne. Ray dismisses her words with a sharp retort as he creates distance between them. She clings to him from behind, taunting him about his brother's lack of effort to save him. Ray catches her hand and questions why she is still fixated on Kaio if her claims are true. He realizes the person before him is an imposter and demands to know her true identity. Elsewhere, the group gathers in a lavish room to discuss Suri's absence. Ruoxi explains that Suri is resting after a series of difficult events. One of the men decides to check on her personally. Ruoxi shifts the focus to the upcoming sacrificial ceremony in Kenoria. The blonde man listens intently as the political strategy unfolds. Ruoxi details the plan for Kaio to reclaim his rightful place before the public. The news of a search for a unicorn leaves the others stunned. In the garden, a horse wearing a party hat grazes on the grass. The pink-haired girl excitedly points it out, believing she has found the mythical creature. Ruoxi facepalms, imagining what a real unicorn should actually look like. The girl remains convinced and presents her find with pride. A chibi scene shows them examining the confused horse up close. They conclude that the festive animal is indeed a cute substitute for the real thing. As night falls over the royal palace, the atmosphere remains tense. The entity possessing Diane's body confirms that she has taken full control. Within Diane's internal world, her spirit desperately demands to be released. Another trapped spirit tells her to stay quiet, as escape seems impossible. The two souls continue to bicker in their chibi forms within the mental void. Diane's spirit urges the other to stop wasting time and find a way out. Overwhelmed, the smaller spirit cries out for her father to rescue her. Deep in the forest, a sudden sneeze echoes through the trees near a mountain temple. A dark-haired man pauses, wondering how Ruoxi and the others are faring. He gazes into the distance, lost in thought about his allies. A young girl encourages him to visit them if he is truly that worried. A sudden impact creates a loud clanging sound effect. The girl pouts while nursing a bump on her head after the physical reprimand. A tall man in white robes decides to follow the recommendation and head out. The dark-haired warrior prepares to move toward their destination. The little girl reacts with shock at his sudden change of heart. A grand castle complex stands prominently over the landscape, serving as the backdrop for the kingdom's major events. A young lady sits atop a magnificent white unicorn while Ruoxi stands nearby, questioning if the creature is supposed to have wings. Ruoxi notes that ancient texts describe unicorns with wings, but this particular beast seems different. The lady on the unicorn smiles brightly and pets the magical animal, enjoying the moment. Suddenly, a bright light begins to glow, forcing the lady to shield her eyes. The unicorn reveals its massive, shimmering wings, leaving Ruoxi and her companion in absolute shock at the transformation. In the town below, citizens gather to discuss the high probability of Prince Ray becoming the next king. One man quickly silences a woman who suggests Prince Kaio might still be alive, warning her that such talk is dangerous. A massive parade marches through the streets with soldiers lining the path as the crowd erupts in cheers for Prince Ray. Ruoxi rides alongside Ray, congratulating him on being one step closer to achieving his ultimate dream. Ray looks forward with a serious and determined expression as he approaches the main stage. An elderly official with long white hair watches the proceedings with a stern, watchful gaze. He instructs a loyal soldier to maintain strict defenses and report any sign of Kaio or his allies immediately. The official raises a torch to the sky, announcing the start of Kenoria's annual sacrificial ceremony. Ray stands ready in his royal attire, prepared to light the kingdom's holy flame. The official kneels before the prince, formally presenting him with the ceremonial torch. Ray accepts the torch and raises it high before a large statue as the crowd continues to chant his name. The citizens wave their arms and express their vocal support for Ray's transition to power. Ray maintains a stoic composure while standing at the center of the massive public celebration. Deep in a lush forest, a young woman in an elegant dress stands beside the glowing unicorn. Ruoxi and her companions move cautiously through the dense woods, keeping a sharp eye on their surroundings. Kaio and the young woman hold hands as she warns him to remain extremely careful of Hua's conniving nature. Kaio gently reassures her, promising to stay safe as long as they are working together. Kaio offers a light gesture of affection to reinforce their bond and partnership. A companion nearby looks on with a sigh, feeling a bit awkward during the sentimental exchange. Two allies in military uniforms stand together, observing the interaction with curious expressions. A playful moment follows as the two allies bicker over wanting a similar show of camaraderie. Suddenly, one of the travelers loses their footing after tripping over a small rock hidden in the grass. The pink-haired warrior begins to fall backward, losing her balance completely. Her companion quickly catches her to prevent an injury, though she appears flustered by the sudden save. She quickly regains her composure and tells him to keep his distance to avoid further awkwardness. The young woman then calls upon the unicorn to transform as magical energy begins to swirl around them. The group gathers in the forest next to the sacrificial altar, prepared for the next phase of their mission. A majestic winged unicorn flaps its wings against a bright, feather-filled sky. Kaio takes flight, riding the mystical creature through the clouds. Determination fills Kaio's face as he commands his steed forward. Ruoxi watches from below, feeling as though their plan is still incomplete. She ponders the missing element while Kaio waits her signal. Deep in thought, the Empress searches for the final touch to their grand entrance. A sudden realization strikes her, and an idea finally takes shape. She channels her energy, manifesting a glowing lotus made of pure spiritual flame. With a swift motion, Ruoxi launches the fiery blossom into the heavens. Kaio watches the brilliant projectile soar past him, signaling the start of their move. Back at the capital, the masses gather in anticipation of Ray lighting the holy flame. Ray stands ready with the ceremonial torch, prepared to solidify his claim to the throne. As he prepares to ignite the brazier, a strange phenomenon occurs in the sky. Ray looks up in confusion, wondering if the morning glow has arrived early. A massive, blinding explosion of light erupts directly above the coronation grounds. The intense radiance forces the young prince to shield his eyes from the glare. From the center of the light, Kaio emerges majestically atop the winged unicorn. Ray stares in silence as his rival makes a miraculous return. Hughes gazes upward in absolute shock, his plan suddenly thrown into chaos. The citizens rub their eyes, unable to believe the sight before them. The giant wings of the unicorn cast a wide shadow over the stunned crowd. Kaio descends slowly, appearing like a divine savior to the onlookers below. He stares down his adversaries and declares his return to the kingdom. Spectators whisper in awe, questioning the nature of the legendary creature Kaio is riding. The unicorn looks on with a calm yet powerful presence. Voices rise from the crowd, calling Kaio the true and rightful king of Kenoria. The mystical steed touches down gently on the ceremonial platform. Kaio dismounts and confronts Hughes, who is left speechless by the prince's arrival. He warns the official that his deceptive schemes will no longer succeed. Hughes grits his teeth in frustration, his expression turning dark. The tension peaks as Kaio stands tall before the gathered nobility and the common folk. Ray's hands tremble as he grips the ceremonial torch tighter. Overwhelmed by the situation, Ray avoids meeting his brother's gaze. Kaio offers a brief, concerned greeting to his brother despite the conflict. Ray remains silent, visibly torn between his duty and his family. Diane whispers poison into Ray's ear, but he snaps back and tells her to be quiet. Kaio shifts his focus and demands that Ray hand over the holy flame scepter. He reaches out to take the symbol of power, but Ray hesitates to let go. Ray declares that he won't surrender the throne so easily. Kaio is taken aback by his brother's sudden display of defiance. The crowd begins to murmur, agreeing that Kaio is the one meant to light the flame. Kaio observes the changing tide of public opinion. He firmly tells Ret now is the time to prioritize the kingdom and hand over the scepter. Ruoxi stands before the crowd, her presence emphasized by a glowing aura. She leans in to remind Ray of his destiny, insisting he must not surrender the scepter to Kaio. From a distance, observers watch the unfolding events from the tree line. Diane watches the confrontation, urging Ray to comply and hand over the artifact. A group of onlookers huddled behind a wall uses binoculars to track every move on the platform. One of the observers remains confident that Ray will eventually yield the scepter. Another witness notes that the public already views Kaio as the legitimate ruler. The group agrees that the tide of public opinion has turned in Kaio's favor. Nearby, a young man notices his companion has suddenly gone quiet while watching the scene. He questions Suri about her silence as the tension on the platform peaks. The two stand together as the sun shines down on the coronation grounds. Suri reflects on her time spent with Kaio, realizing the distance between their worlds. His arrival on the winged unicorn has made her realize how unreachable he truly is. Kaio stands tall in his royal attire, maintaining a firm gaze on his brother. Ray holds the ceremonial torch while Ruoxi stays close by his side. Kaio watches intently as the critical moment of the ceremony approaches. Ray makes a surprising move, inviting Kaio to light the holy flame alongside him as brothers. A firm grip is established as they prepare to perform the joint ritual. Together, the two princes lower the torch to the ceremonial basin. The holy flame roars to life, signifying a momentary truce or shared power. The announcement rings out that the ritual has been successfully completed. The gathered crowd erupts in cheers, hailing both Kaio and Ray as their leaders. Hughes watches the display of unity with a cold, calculating expression from the sidelines. His scarred face betrays his inner turmoil as his plans for a smooth coronation crumble. He silently vows that he will not let Kaio survive this unexpected return. As night falls, the castle tower stands silhouetted against a bright moon. Within the quiet halls of the palace, the atmosphere remains heavy with unspoken conflict. Ray grips his sword tightly, frustrated by the forced display of brotherly affection. He looks on with bitterness, feeling the day's events were nothing more than a farce. Later that night, Ray sits on the edge of his bed, deep in thought. Ruoxi enters the chamber to discuss their next move and consult with him. She reminds him that Kaio has essentially walked into a trap by returning to the palace. Ray listens as they refine their strategy to deal with the threat Kaio poses to the throne. Kaio finds himself surrounded by the points of several blades in the royal palace gardens. Hughes smirks from behind, gloating that the prince has walked right into his trap. He immediately signals his men to move in and make an arrest. An elderly man questions if Hughes really believes they are there to seize power. Hughes is momentarily stunned by the accusation, looking completely caught off guard. The old man laughs at him, mocking his ignorance and bringing up a past rivalry over a woman named Alice. Hughes loses his cool and has to be restrained by his subordinates as he shouts insults. He fumes over a secret love from his youth that he believes was stolen from him by force. Eventually, he snaps back to reality and repeats the order to arrest the group. A man with dark hair looks up at the sky, challenging anyone to interfere. Hughes looks up in shock as a massive pink dragon descends from the clouds. He can't believe a mere knight has managed to tame such a legendary creature. The rider gazes down from the dragon's back, demanding that Hughes stand down. He warns that unless Hughes wants a fight to the death, he should withdraw his guards immediately. Back at the palace, the sound of a commotion reaches Ray's private chambers. Ray reacts to the noise, looking toward the window with a serious expression. He quickly throws on a white robe to prepare for the confrontation. Realizing something major is happening outside, he decides it's time to settle things once and for all. In the gardens, Kaio's sword clashes against a staff as he tries to stop the fighting. Ray suddenly appears on the scene, commanding everyone to halt. Ray approaches Kaio, suggesting that since they share the same blood, They should prove who is truly worthy of the crown. The spectators and guards watch in silence, shocked by the sudden challenge for the throne. Ray offers a subtle smirk while maintaining his composure. He stares down the elderly official, asking if he's being called unqualified to lead. The official is left speechless, unable to find a proper rebuttal. Kaio draws his sword and makes a solemn promise to his brother. His allies look on with deep concern, worried about what he is about to propose. Kaio stands face to face with Ray, vowing to compete for the throne in a fair and direct manner. The prince grips the sharp edge of his blade, causing a bright light to emanate from the steel. He holds the sword vertically before him, affirming his status as a prince of Kenoria. Blood flows from his palm as he seals this dangerous vow to fight for his right to rule. The two brothers stand in the center of the garden, surrounded by an army of armored soldiers. High above, the dragon rider watches the tense standoff, whispering Kaio's name in anticipation. Ray reaches out and grips the blade as well, matching Kaio's intensity. He also vows on his royal title to uphold the terms of this challenge. Blood from both princes drips onto the ground, signifying a binding and ritualistic pact between siblings. Ray smiles confidently, accepting the terms to compete fairly for the future of the kingdom. Ruoxi and Ray sit together by a large window, enjoying a quiet moment away from the recent chaos. Ruoxi carefully wraps a bandage around Ray's hand, placing the used medical supplies in a small dish nearby. She looks up at him with genuine concern, asking if the injury still causes him any pain. Ray responds by gently patting Ruoxi's head with his bandaged hand to reassure her. He offers a soft smile, claiming that a wound treated by her couldn't possibly hurt. Kaio stands off to the side, looking annoyed by the display of affection and coughing into his hand to interrupt them. Suddenly, a small, white-haired chibi character appears, loudly greeting the group. The tiny visitor dramatically expresses how much they missed being around everyone. They continue their theatrical speech while kneeling before an unimpressed Ruoxi. Losing his patience, Kaio uses his fist to swat the annoying little spirit away with a swift strike. Kaio mutters to himself, wondering why he even bothered to bring such a fool along. Ruoxi laughs awkwardly, trying to process the strange and sudden interruption. She wonders why the newcomer used a strange nickname for her and suspects a previous acquaintance might be responsible. Kaio begins to explain the newcomer's incredibly convoluted family history, listing a long string of distant relatives. The complex explanation is too much for Ruoxi to handle, leaving her feeling completely dizzy. Overwhelmed by the confusing information, Ruoxi's eyes roll back as she begins to faint. Ray catches her before she can hit the ground, calling out her name in a panic. Outside, the tiny white-haired character lands on the grass with a painful thud. He faceplants into the dirt, loudly cursing Kaio for being so rough with him. In another part of the grounds, rose petals drift through the air around a beautiful stone fountain. A pink-haired girl lies nearby, holding up a precious keepsake and admiring its pleasant scent. She gazes at the item with hearts in her eyes, clearly infatuated with her treasure. Her peaceful moment is ruined when a book falls from the sky and strikes her on the head. She stands up in a rage to find the culprit, while the white-haired newcomer looks around the garden in a daze. Now back to his full size, the man wonders exactly where he has landed. A book suddenly flies through the air with a loud swooshing sound. It hits the man square in the face, causing him to cry out in surprise and pain. He pulls the book away from his face, looking entirely confused by the sudden attack. The pink-haired girl panics, realizing her impulsive decision to throw her book was a mistake. She rushes toward him, loudly demanding that he return her property immediately. She stops short when she realizes he isn't from the mansion and demands to know his identity. Upon getting a closer look at his face, she is immediately struck by how handsome he is. The man assumes he has encountered yet another woman obsessed with his appearance. He introduces himself as Bai Yi and politely asks for her name in return. The girl is so stunned by his charm that she accidentally drops her book on the floor. She blushes deeply, her heart racing as she stares at the mysterious stranger. Clenching her hands to her chest, she realizes that this man is exactly her type. The room is quiet as lavish curtains frame a large, empty space. Ruoxi lies still in her bed, recovering from her sudden fainting spell. A hand reaches out to check her pulse, ensuring her vital signs are stable. Kaio and Bai Yi stand together, both appearing deeply concerned about the Empress's health. Bai Yi maintains a stoic expression, while a small pet prays desperately for Ruoxi's well-being. The newcomer looks thoughtful, wondering if his worst fears are coming true. Ruoxi remains unconscious, unaware of the tension filling the room. Frustrated by the silence, Kaio grabs Bai Yi by the collar and demands an explanation for her condition. Bai Yi sighs and prepares to deliver some life-changing information. A small version of Bai Yi begins chanting ancient wisdom to find clarity in the situation. Kaio snaps at him to stop the chanting and speak plainly. Bai Yi finally drops the news, congratulating Kaio on becoming a father in 10 months. The revelation leaves Kaio completely frozen in shock. A cute mental image shows the pair celebrating the news of the pregnancy. Bai Yi hides a smile, amused by the chaos his words have caused. A small spirit nearby sheds tears of joy over the announcement. The thought of being a father has Kaio cheering with pure delight. He sits by the bed and holds Ruoxi's hands, promising to make her and their child happy. He offers a gentle gesture of affection to the sleeping empress. Elsewhere, an older man with long white hair stares out a window, contemplating the future. Ray sits nearby with a cup of tea, discussing his fair competition for the throne. The elder is visibly startled by Ray's bold statement. Ray quickly laughs it off, claiming he was only joking. The older man breathes a sigh of relief, clearly stressed by the conversation. However, Ray turns serious again, noting that things have never been fair between him and Kaio. A symbolic scale appears, showing the uneven weight of power between the two princes. Ray declares his intent to compete for the crown according to the ancient feud Bible. The elder is shocked that Ray would choose such a rigorous method for the election. Ray questions if the man lacks confidence in his abilities or in himself. The elder offers a knowing smirk, acknowledging the challenge ahead. He reminds Ray that the survival of the kingdom rests on his shoulders. The man exits the room, leaving Ray to his thoughts. Ray stands alone, feeling the weight of his upcoming responsibilities. The feud Bible sits on a desk, the key to the next king's ascension. Night settles over the palace as the moon glows through the window. Ruoxi finally begins to wake up, looking confused by her surroundings. She sits up in bed, surprised to find that it is already nighttime. She looks over to find Kaio watching her intently in the dim light. Ruoxi stands and wonders why Kaio is acting so strangely toward her. Kaio takes her hands and looks into her eyes, still overwhelmed by the news. Suddenly, a servant slams the door open, interrupting their private moment. She urgently reports that the entire kingdom has been notified of the duel for the throne. Red flags fly over a peaceful town nestled against a lush mountain range. Citizens gossip about Prince Kaio's return on a unicorn, viewing it as proof of his right to rule. Other locals disagree, voicing their support for Prince Ray instead. Inside the palace, a recovering Ruoxi asks Kaio for details regarding the feud Bible. Bai Yi stands by as Kaio explains the traditional succession protocol to the Empress. Kaio maintains close proximity to Ruoxi as they discuss the heavy political atmosphere. He explains that he and Ray must pass 3 specific tests to determine the next king. Ruoxi is visibly surprised by the mention of these 3 mandatory trials. Kaio confirms the high stakes of the upcoming competition with a serious expression. Shifting to a personal matter, Kaio informs Ruoxi that she is officially going to be a mother. He encourages her not to worry about the trials and to focus on her recovery. A confused Ruoxi struggles to process the sudden medical update. Kaio provides physical support to Ruoxi while she comes to terms with the news. He repeats the confirmation of her pregnancy while maintaining direct eye contact. Kaio indicates the area of concern to emphasize the reality of the situation. The full weight of the announcement finally hits Ruoxi, leaving her in total shock. In a moment of disbelief, a frantic Ruoxi shakes Kaio to ensure she isn't dreaming. Kaio holds her hands firmly to steady her and calm her erratic behavior. He guides her hands to his chest, asking if she can feel his heart racing from the news. A visual confirms his heart is beating rapidly during this emotional exchange. Ruoxi becomes pensive, reflecting on the life-changing news she just received. Sensing her hesitation, Kaio asks if she has any reservations about starting a family. Ruoxi quickly dismisses his concerns, though she remains somewhat flustered. Sissel suggests her mood might be due to the lack of a formal wedding ceremony in Kenneria. Suri immediately reprimands Sissel for his blunt and poorly timed comment. Elsewhere, a decorated garden archway stands near a scenic waterfall. Suri is caught by surprise when Sissel takes the lead and pulls her along the path. She accidentally bumps into him when he comes to a sudden halt. The pair stands in silence as the atmosphere between them becomes serious. Sissel looks down at Suri with a focused and determined gaze. He declares his intent to hold a wedding ceremony to publicly finalize their union. Suri is completely taken aback by his sudden and direct romantic proposition. She realizes with a blush that he has been aware of her true feelings all along. Suri stares in disbelief, struggling to process the words she just heard. Sissel waves a hand in front of her face, trying to snap her back to reality. She remains speechless while he continues to try and get her attention. A miniature version of Sissel wonders if Suri took his recent joke a bit too seriously. Realizing he wasn't being entirely literal, Suri's shock quickly turns into visible annoyance. Sissel strikes a dramatic pose surrounded by flowers, radiating confidence. He leans in to tease her about the possibility of them getting married, but she immediately shuts down the idea. Fed up with the banter, Suri walks away and tells him to leave her alone. Sissel watches her depart, petals falling around him as he reflects on his genuine desire for a wedding. He reaches a hand toward the sky, lost in his thoughts about a future ceremony. Ruoxi is pictured in a grand wedding gown, looking down with a somber expression. Kaio holds her hands and promises to organize a royal wedding that everyone will recognize. Ruoxi pulls back slightly, trying to explain that a lack of a ceremony isn't her primary concern. Kaio looks concerned and asks her to clarify what is actually bothering her. He explains that the last thing he wants is to see the happiness leave her face. Placing a hand on her cheek, he reassures her that her joy is his top priority. Ruoxi insists that she isn't worried about the formalities of a wedding. Kaio looks her in the eyes and asks her to be completely honest with him. In a smaller, more vulnerable state, Ruoxi admits that she is actually terrified of something else. She imagines a fire-breathing dragon and wonders about the nature of their future child. The thought of her child being a half-human, half-dragon creature causes her to panic. A third party stands by with a blank expression as the couple discusses voices these imaginative fears. The man chuckles, telling Ruoxi that her imagination is running a bit too wild. He offers a knowing smile and tells her there is absolutely no reason to be afraid. He places a hand on her shoulder to comfort her, and Ruoxi finally starts to look relieved. She breathes a massive sigh of relief, feeling much better after hearing his explanation. However, the man's expression turns serious as he prepares to deliver a caveat. Kaio immediately becomes tense and demands to know what the catch is. Ruoxi looks up with renewed concern, waiting for the rest of the news. The man dismisses the tension with a smile, saying he will share the details when the time is right. He then questions if Kaio is still set on competing with Rei for the throne via the feud Bible. Ruoxi asks for a clear explanation of what the feud Bible is and how the election works. Kaio prepares to explain, noting that the history of the book goes back 600 years. Ruoxi listens intently to the explanation of how the nation's next ruler is chosen. Kaio notes that the ancient text mandates 3 specific competitions to determine the king. He describes the first trial, which takes place in a dangerous cave filled with spirit snakes. The goal of the first challenge is to see which successor can successfully retrieve a heart scale from the spirit snake king. Ruoxi asks about the nature of the second trial. Kaio describes a perilous steep wall located on the north side of Enfei Mountain. A bottomless cliff lies directly beneath the wall, posing a massive risk for anyone attempting the climb. Anyone who accidentally slips from the height is certain to perish. The prince emphasizes the extreme danger, noting the piles of remains at the bottom of the ravine. To win, a candidate must retrieve the eagle's token placed at the summit by King Norjin. Yu suggests that if the challenges were limited to these 2, it wouldn't be so bad. Ruoxi nervously inquires about the details of the final competition. The last trial is held within the mysterious Endless Crystal Palace. Ruoxi is puzzled by the mention of such a mysterious location. In the palace, a person loses almost all their senses, leading to terrifying hallucinations. Shadowy figures and visions begin to torment those who enter the sensory-deprived environment. Yu explains that a prospective king must survive 7 days there without any sustenance. Ruoxi is shocked, claiming the trial is more like a death sentence than a fair test. Yu reflects on the difficulty of the path, recalling his own past efforts to prove himself. Ruoxi asks if there is any possible way to assist Kaio in these tasks. Yu admits that while he wants to help, the price of kingship is something an ordinary person cannot pay. A flashback shows Yu in the heat of battle, highlighting the intensity required for leadership. Kaio comforts Ruoxi, reminding her to stay calm for the sake of their unborn child. He promises to return safely, assuring her that nothing will happen to him during the trials. Ruoxi looks up at him with a mix of concern and hope. Kaio leans closer to reassure her during their serious conversation. The 2 share a supportive moment of affection surrounded by blooming roses. Yu watches the display with visible irritation, finding the timing of their closeness inappropriate. A decorative fountain flows in a serene garden as the night settles in. A girl with pink hair offers a special beverage to a man she admires. She presents him with a glass filled with a pink liquid. The man identifies the drink as Like-He rose wine by its distinct scent. The girl is delighted to find they have similar preferences in beverages. Secretly, she hopes the potent brew will help her spend the evening with him. She dreams of a perfect night together under the clear sky and full moon. The white-haired man maintains a calm and stoic expression while observing his companion. He takes a sip and admits the beverage is actually quite good. The girl is frustrated that the drink hasn't caused him any impairment yet. Unseen by her, the man uses his energy to drain the liquid directly through his fingertips. He decides it's time to conclude the meeting and offers his formal goodbyes. The girl quickly reaches out to grab his sleeve, begging him not to depart. Sissel looks confused as Suri approaches him with a sudden question. Suri reaches out and firmly grabs onto Sissel's sleeve to stop him from leaving. With a determined expression, Suri makes a sudden and bold proposal to Sissel. Sissel stands frozen in place, completely taken aback by the unexpected request. Suri looks up at him with a serious and hopeful gaze, waiting for his response. Sissel becomes visibly flustered, his face turning red as he struggles to process the situation. Suri maintains her grip on his clothing, refusing to let him walk away just yet. Sissel regains his composure and politely explains that it is late, and he must return home to rest. He turns and walks away, offering a formal farewell to the stunned girl. Suri is left standing alone, appearing completely shocked and immobilized by the swift rejection. A solitary figure walks through the palace grounds under the light of a crescent moon. Sissel pauses to rub his forehead, clearly feeling the weight of the evening's events. He suddenly stops when he hears strange noises emanating from the nearby foliage. Sissel breaks into a cold sweat as he realizes he has stumbled upon a private meeting. Sissel covers his ears and tries to hide, desperate to escape the awkward situation. Nearby, a man with green hair looks around suspiciously to see if anyone is lurking in the shadows. Sissel collapses onto the floor in a panic, trying his best to block out all the surrounding noise. Back in their quarters, Ruoxi confides in Kaio, admitting that she has never felt more frightened than she does now. Kaio looks into her eyes and asks if she truly believes in his ability to protect them. Ruoxi looks up at him, her expression filled with a mix of worry and deep affection. Kaio offers comfort as they discuss the loyalty and past actions of those close to them. A woman trapped behind bars yells out in anger, accusing another of using her physical form. She turns her frustration toward a young girl nearby, telling her it's time to wake up. The small girl slowly opens her eyes, looking tired and emotionally drained. She begins to cry, calling out for her father in the dark room. The woman laughs cruelly, telling the child that her father is actually someone else entirely. The young girl shouts back in tears, refusing to believe the woman's hurtful claims. She breaks down completely, weeping as the woman continues to berate her. A girl is startled when someone grabs her collar and demands to know what she is doing. A young child with long white hair looks on in shock at a sudden burst of light. Peeking from behind a wall, the child wonders what exactly is happening nearby. A white-haired man observes the scene from the bushes, curious about the identity of the little girl. The dark-haired girl breaks into tears, looking completely distressed. Watching from his hiding spot, the man maintains a look of deep concern. He eventually steps forward and points a finger, demanding to know who she is. The man pauses to think, covering his mouth as he tries to find the right words. He introduces himself as Bai Yi and asks the young girl for her name in return. She ignores the introduction and asks if he knows where her father is, describing him as a man with hidden horns. Bai Yi is visibly stunned by the girl's specific description of her father's appearance. To make matters worse, she cheekily adds that her father is much more handsome than he is. Insulted by the comparison, the man's expression sours instantly. He claims not to know the man and tries to leave, but the girl clings to his sleeve and calls him an old man. Bai Yi stands frozen in shock, unable to believe he was just called old. Meanwhile, in the study, Lord Hughes asks for an update on the current situation. A maid reports that Ray and the lady are currently meeting together in the garden. This news brings a look of triumph to the Lord's face as he calls the development excellent. He smiles deviously, imagining a future heir that will secure his bloodline's power. Touching a glowing artifact, he declares his grandchild will one day be the true king of the realm. Out on a balcony, Ray lets out a sudden sneeze into the night air. He stands calmly against the backdrop of the starry sky, seemingly lost in thought. Sensing a presence behind him, he demands that the hidden person step out into the light. Suri reveals herself, dressed in her military uniform, and insists they need to have a conversation. Ray turns to look at her, questioning what they could possibly need to discuss. In response, Suri reaches for her weapon and draws it with a sharp metallic ring. She points her blade directly at Ray, reminding him that they were once allies on the battlefield. Ray doesn't flinch, claiming he knows all her combat patterns and techniques. He offers a cold smirk, noting that while he knows her moves, she is unfamiliar with his current power. In a flash, Ray closes the distance and delivers a sudden strike that catches her off guard. Suri is left reeling from the attack, her expression filled with pain and disbelief. Ray holds a small blade to her face, taunting her as she glares back with a bloodied lip. She remains defiant even as he holds the weapon dangerously close to her cheek. He mocks her, asking if Sissel would still care for her if her face were permanently scarred. Suri snaps back, declaring that Sissel's feelings for her don't change her resolve. Despite her brave words, her heart pounds heavily in her chest as she faces the threat. Ray leans in close, claiming he knows her secret feelings for Kaio. He cruelly reminds her she will never be Kaio's priority, suggesting her death might be the only way he remembers her. Suri reels in shock from what she just heard. Ray reveals his dagger is coated in lethal spirit snake poison. Suri's vision blurs as the toxin begins to take hold. Ray mocks her, offering a sarcastic congratulation on her defeat. Her strength fails as she struggles to keep her eyes open. Suri collapses, her long hair trailing behind her as she falls. A heavy thud echoes across the quiet battlefield. Sunlight filters into a quiet royal bedroom. Kaio and Ruoxi are resting peacefully together in the morning light. Ruoxi hides the fact that she's been awake all night due to stress. Kaio notices her movement and turns toward her. She quickly shuts her eyes to pretend she is still asleep. Ruoxi tightly grips the edge of the blanket. Kaio leans in for a gentle morning forehead peck before she can react. A sudden interruption at the door causes Kaio to look visibly irritated. Miss Mu bursts through the door, trembling with urgency. She frantically announces that Suri is in grave danger. Ruoxi rubs her eyes, trying to process the shocking news. Miss Mu tries to explain the situation through her panic. Kaio leads the discussion outside to avoid further stressing Ruoxi. Sissel watches over the medical infirmary from a distance. He holds Suri's hand tightly as she lies incapacitated. Suri is covered in bandages, her condition appearing critical. Sissel demands to know the extent of her injuries from the Dragon King. The Dragon King maintains a stoic, unreadable expression. Sissel grabs the Dragon King's robes, begging for answers. The powerful sovereign glares down at the desperate official. He warns Sissel that disrespect will cost Suri her only chance at survival. Sissel is torn between his pride and his need to save his friend. His knees hit the floor as he abandons his dignity. Sissel kowtows, pleading for the Dragon King to use his power. The Dragon King ponders the strange turn of events. He wonders about the true nature of the connections between these people. He grows increasingly uncomfortable with the emotional weight of the situation. The Dragon King stands tall while Sissel remains humbled at his feet. He concludes that Suri must be taken to the Dragon Forest for specialized healing. Sissel looks up with a glimmer of hope, asking for confirmation. The Dragon King King asserts his authority, confident in his abilities. The scene shifts back to the previous night with the mysterious old man and the girl. The young girl clings to his robes, terrified of the encroaching darkness. The old man jokingly asks her to praise his looks in exchange for protection. She stubbornly insists that her father is far more handsome. The old man is left speechless by the child's blunt honesty. Nearby guards hear a rustle and prepare to investigate the noise. The old man quickly muffles the girl's voice to keep them hidden. Within a mental prison, Diane's consciousness screams in frustration. She lashes out at the other personality for using her body for questionable deeds. Pure rage radiates from her as she vows to end the internal conflict. Time transitions rapidly from the dead of night to the break of dawn. The girl and the old man finally reach the outskirts of their destination. She points excitedly, believing they have found exactly what they were looking for. Outside the room filled with blooming roses, the group gathers to witness a long-awaited reunion. Bai Ye confirms with excitement that they have finally reached their destination. Sissel turns around in surprise as he senses someone approaching from behind. He welcomes Bai Ye back, but is immediately confused by the presence of the young girl. The young girl reaches out and grabs Sissel's hand, leaving him completely stunned. He stares down at her in disbelief, trying to process what is happening. Overcome with emotion, the little girl calls out to him as her father. She rubs her teary eyes, fearing that he might just be a figment of her imagination. Her expression shifts to deep worry as she waits for his reaction. Seeing that he is still standing there, she realizes that her father hasn't disappeared after all. She leaps into his arms for a tight hug, expressing how much she has missed him. Sissel looks down at the child with a gentle, soft smile. He speaks to her kindly, telling her there is no need for any more tears. However, he can't help but add a playful threat about her behavior, earning a judgmental look from Bai Ye. The girl quickly wipes her face, claiming these are only tears of joy because her father is so handsome. Sissel stands frozen, clearly taken aback by the sudden flattery. While she giggles at his reaction, the rest of the group can only watch the family dynamic unfold. Half a month passes as the scene shifts to the spirit snake cave where Kaio prepares for a challenge. Ray watches the proceedings with a confident smirk, ready for the trial ahead. The elders announce the start of the first round as an armored figure stands guard. Ruoxi warns Kaio to be careful, and he promises to return safely for her. The two rivals stand at the mouth of the dark cave, ready to enter. Ruoxi remains behind, deeply concerned that Ray might take the opportunity to attack Kaio inside. Sissel approaches her with a flask of water, urging her to drink and stay calm. As soon as Ruoxi takes a sip, she realizes the liquid has been tampered with before losing consciousness. Sissel catches the falling empress while Bai Ye looks on with concern. Bai Ye contemplates the next move as he watches over the sedated Ruoxi. Deep within the spirit snake cave, the trial continues in the shadows. Outside, the companions grow restless, wondering why Kaio hasn't emerged yet. Sissel reminds them that obtaining the spirit snake king's heart scale is no simple task. In a clinical setting, Bai Ye performs a close inspection of the resting Ruoxi. He questions her current state and her ties to other men as his gaze grows intense. Believing Kaio's time is short, he makes a silent vow to secure her safety for himself. A sudden rustling sound nearby catches his attention. He snaps his head toward the source of the noise, demanding the intruder reveal themselves. He moves into a defensive stance, prepared for a fight. Bai Ye begins a powerful summoning ritual to call forth his weapon. Brilliant light gathers at his fingertips as the energy reaches its peak. A massive sword materializes in his hand with a sharp metallic ring. He orders the hidden presence to leave the room immediately. A mysterious figure in a dark cloak is seen making a swift move toward the bed. Ruoxi remains completely unaware of the danger, still under the effects of the sedative. The cloaked intruder successfully secures Ruoxi and prepares to escape. Suddenly, a girl named Monet appears amidst a shower of rose petals, infatuated with Bai Ye. She showers him with affection, though he looks entirely unimpressed by her antics. Finding the situation tiresome, Bai Ye decides to simply walk away. Monet desperately calls out for him to wait, unwilling to let her prince go. Back at the spirit snake cave entrance, the sound of footsteps signals someone's return. The onlookers shout in excitement as Kaio finally makes his exit. The elders watch closely, assuming that Ray is the one who secured the victory. A pair of boots steps out from the darkness of the cavern. Despite the skepticism of others, the supporters believe Kaio is the true winner of the first round. Kaio and Ray successfully emerge from the spirit snake cave after completing their trial. Sissel watches closely, noting that the prince is finally coming out. Kaio reveals that he's managed to obtain the spirit snake king's heart scale. However, the strain proves to be too much, and Kaio suddenly collapses to the ground. Sissel reacts with immediate shock as he sees the prince fall. Turning toward the rival, Sissel demands to know what Ray did to Kaio inside the cave. Ray simply smirks while holding his blade, appearing completely unconcerned by the accusation. Sissel threatens to take extreme measures if the prince has suffered any permanent harm. A nearby observer reaches out to check the unconscious prince's pulse. The Dragon King reassures everyone with a smile, explaining that Kaio has simply exhausted his strength. Sissel asks for final confirmation that the prince will truly be alright. The Dragon King calmly confirms that there is no cause for alarm. Relieved by the news, Sissel finally manages to calm down. Nearby, Hughes maintains a stern and watchful expression. Hughes later pulls Ray aside, questioning how he could have possibly lost the first trial to Kaio. Hughes insists that Ray must win the remaining 2 competitions to secure their goals. He places a firm hand on his subordinate's shoulder to emphasize the importance of the mission. Ray walks away with a dark look, determined to ensure Kaio does not claim overall victory. Meanwhile, in Diane's room, the young girl throws a tantrum and demands to see her real father. She shouts at the maid, refusing to accept Hughes as her parent. Exhausted by her own outburst, Diane falls back onto the bed in frustration. Hughes enters the room and tries to convince the girl that he is indeed her father. Diane pushes him away, insisting that he is not good enough to be her real dad. Losing his patience, Hughes prepares to cast a spell to silence the child's protests. The magic takes hold and Diane is forced into a deep sleep. Elsewhere, Ruoxi wakes up in a state of panic, worried about the trouble she may have caused. Kaio remains confined to his bed, resting as he recovers from the grueling trial. Two allies discuss whether it is wise to inform the prince about Ruoxi's current situation. One argues that the news would only cause Kaio to lose his focus and worry himself to death. Back in her room, Diane wakes up and reveals she was only pretending to be asleep to trick Hughes. She sneaks down a hidden staircase, intent on completing a mission her true father gave her. She arrives at a massive, ornate door and remembers the specific instructions needed to unlock it. Using a small sample of her own blood as a key, she activates the door's ancient mechanism. The heavy doors swing open with a thunderous boom, revealing the path forward. Diane cheers as she successfully retrieves the commander's seal from the secret chamber. In the village, townspeople gossip about the competition and Ray's growing chances of winning. The group soon gathers at the entrance of the massive Endless Crystal Palace for the next phase. Hughes tells Ray that victory here will make him the rightful ruler of the land. Ray scoffs at the challenge, feeling fully confident in his eventual success. Sissel leans in to warn Kaio to stay alert as they prepare to enter the palace. Hughes watches the group depart with a cold, calculating smile. At the military camp, an imposter utilizes a transformation spell to take on the appearance of Lord Hughes. A guard is stunned to see the commander arrive at the camp without prior notice. The fake Hughes holds up the stolen commander's seal to establish his false authority. He immediately orders the entire army to assemble and march toward Enfei Mountain. The real Hughes sits comfortably on his throne, believing his assassins will soon eliminate Kaio. Suddenly, a barrage of spears erupts through the floor, surrounding him in his own study. Hughes gasps in absolute shock as he realizes his inner sanctum has been compromised. Sissel confronts Hughes with a line of armored soldiers, declaring that his power trip is over. Hughes retorts that his army is outside the city and cannot be bypassed. Hughes draws his sword and strikes down the guards, asserting that no one can touch him. Sissel prepares for combat, deciding it's time to show his own strength. The two men engage in a fierce sword duel, their blades clashing with sparks. Half an hour later, Hughes is exhausted and realizes his health is failing at the worst possible moment. Sissel reminds Hughes of a forgotten oath they once made. A flashback shows the two men as young knights, crossing swords to swear undying allegiance to the king. Sissel stands over the weakened Hughes, expressing that he still remembers the warning he gave years ago. Sissel delivers a decisive blow with his sword, fulfilling his promise to deal with betrayal personally. Despite his injuries, Hughes laughs, claiming that even if Kaio takes the throne, he will lose what he cares about most. The group, led by Ruoxi and Kaio, enters the room to confront the dying Hughes. Ray steps forward, mocking Hughes for thinking a simple pawn could ever take Ruoxi away. A flashback to the previous night shows an assassin attempting to capture Ruoxi. The dragon transforms and uses a special breath technique to neutralize the threat. The assassin is left sleeping on the floor, completely defeated by the dragon's power. Ray and Kaio stand together as the immediate conflict concludes and the dust settles. 1 month later, citizens discuss the new king and the surprising turn of events. Ray, now a knight, rides through the city while people gossip about his promise to marry Hughes' daughter. A young girl sneezes while wearing a formal white dress. Kaio looks down at the girl, asking if she feels cold. The girl smiles, saying she is warm because of her father's love. She shows off her outfit, noting that her father got her new clothes. The girl looks happy and content in her new life. Wedding bells ring at a grand cathedral as a couple walks down the aisle. Ruoxi appears in a beautiful wedding gown, holding a large bouquet. She smiles through tears of joy as she prepares for the ceremony. Kaio, dressed in his royal wedding attire, vows to make her the happiest queen in the world. Ruoxi recalls how lucky she was to have found him on the seafront that day. A small dog in a tuxedo watches the wedding, wondering when he will get his own happy ending. The king and queen embrace in the center of the cathedral as the crowd cheers for their marital bliss. Kaio and Ruoxi share a close moment as they celebrate their union. A white-haired woman watches from afar, feeling a mix of loneliness and regret. Another woman comforts her, overwhelmed with emotion as she watches the wedding. The two women support each other, hoping for their own future happiness. Elsewhere, Ray and Sissel head out together to grab a drink. They sit at a bar, discussing Suri's refusal to return to her homeland or see anyone. Sissel looks downcast, reflecting on the situation. Ray raises a glass, mentioning that Suri actually does want to see him today. Sissel is shocked by the sudden news, questioning if Ray is being serious. Ray smiles, encouraging Sissel to go meet her if he truly wants to. The scene shifts to the lush greenery of the dragon forest. Delicate flowers bloom in the sunlight as a gentle breeze blows. A woman woman in a flowing dress walks through the forest clearing. She looks over her shoulder and acknowledges someone's arrival. Sissel approaches her from behind, standing in the sun-dappled woods. He looks down, appearing somewhat nervous or hesitant. Suri mentions that she previously thought she would die after being poisoned. Sissel clenches his fist, showing his lingering anger toward Ray for what happened. He calls Ray a jerk for his actions, though his expression is more frustrated than vengeful. Suri tells him not to blame Ray, admitting she stayed away for a different reason. Sissel waits for her to explain why she didn't return sooner. He notices something about her appearance and looks confused. He playfully suggests she just really enjoyed the food provided by the Dragon King. Suri looks annoyed by his dense remark, questioning his intelligence. She pouts, clearly hoping he would pick up on the real reason. Sissel laughs it off, saying he's willing to be an idiot as long as she stays with him. Suri reveals the truth, stating she doesn't want her child's father to be an idiot. Sissel freezes in realization, his eyes widening at the news her pregnancy. Years later, Kaio sits under a tree with a young girl, telling her a story. The little girl rubs her eye, asking what happened next in the tale. Kaio smiles at her, teasingly asking if she really wants to know the ending. She looks up at him with wide, curious eyes and confirms she does. Kaio makes a deal, saying he will finish the story only if she stops calling him daddy. The girl starts to cry, worried that her father doesn't want her anymore. Nearby, two women watch the scene, calling him heartless for teasing the child. 3 years later, the whole family gathers for a celebration with balloons in the sky. Kaio and Ruoxi stand together, looking like a happy, established royal couple. A young pink-haired girl offers her mother a snack, smiling brightly at the family gathering.